The Rainbow Homes program aims to protect, nurture, educate, and empower the
Stop buying things with your credit cards or EMI.
Check. Check, 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 check. Hello, hello.
friends, we are going to start. Hello. 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 May I request friends who are standing outside, please come inside. Within 2-3 minutes, we are going to start the program. Many friends are standing outside. सारे बच्चे और अतिथिगण जो लोग बाहर हैं, प्लीज कमरे में आ जाइए। हम कार्यक्रम अब शुरू करने जा रहे हैं।
Hello. I request everyone who sat backside front, right side. Those who are on left side, please come to right side.
श्रीलता जी, बाहर से लोग आ गए, हम शुरू कर सकते हैं। प्लीज सारे लोग बैठ जाइए। हम लोग समय पर ही हैं, 10 ही मिनट विलंब है। Just they are taking place. Hello friends. Hello friends. Good morning to everyone. Namaskaram. Namaste. Vanakkam. जोहार, सलाम। यही है मेरा भारत और इसमें और भाषाएं भी हम मिला सकते हैं। We can add many languages. We stand for this India. And today I welcome you all here. This is a very Namaskaram. Namaste. Rainbow Foundation. Vanakkam. जोहार, सलाम। Because for us, nucleus is children and care. हमारी दुनिया का केंद्र बच्चे और केयर हैं। उनके बारे में हम कैसे सोचते हैं, कैसे बच्चे बच्चों के बारे में सोचते हैं, कैसे बच्चे होम, बिकॉज फॉर अस वी ग्लो न्यूक्लियस इज चिल्ड्रन एंड किड, कि बच्चे बच्चों के हमारी दुनिया हैं, हमारी दुनिया का केंद्र खुद कैसे सोच बच्चे और केयर, उनके बारे में हम कैसे सोचते हैं, केयर मिल रही है कैसे, और जो केयर मिल रही है बच्चे बच्चों के बारे में सोचते हैं, कैसे बच्चे होम, बिकॉज फॉर अस वी ग्लो न्यूक्लियस इज चिल्ड्रन एंड किड, बच्चे बच्चों के हमारी दुनिया हैं, हमारी दुनिया का केंद्र खुद कैसे सोच बच्चे और केयर, उनके बारे में हम कैसे सोचते हैं, केयर मिल रही है कैसे, और जो केयर मिल रही है बच्चे बच्चों के बारे में सोचते हैं, कैसे बच्चे होम, बिकॉज फॉर अस वी ग्लो न्यूक्लियस इज चिल्ड्रन एंड किड, बच्चे बच्चों के हमारी दुनिया हैं, हमारी दुनिया का केंद्र बच्चे और केयर, उनके बारे में हम कैसे सोचते हैं, बच्चे बच्चों के बारे में सोचते हैं, कैसे बच्चे होम, बिकॉज फॉर अस वी ग्लो न्यूक्लियस इज चिल्ड्रन एंड किड, बच्चे बच्चों के हमारी दुनिया हैं, हमारी दुनिया का केंद्र बच्चे और केयर, उनके बारे में हम कैसे सोचते हैं, बच्चे बच्चों के बारे में सोचते हैं, कैसे बच्चे होम, बिकॉज फॉर अस वी ग्लो न्यूक्लियस इज चिल्ड्रन एंड किड,
हमारी ये दुआ है कि इस दुनिया में कोई भी बच्चा ऐसा ना हो जिसे भोजन, प्यार, सुरक्षा और शिक्षा न मिले। ये भी दुआ है कि हम अपने आसपास सबकी जिंदगी में खुशी और मोहब्बत भर दें। आमीन।
now preamble.
I request you to stand. I request everyone to repeat afterwards.
We, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, and to secure all citizens
justice,
social, economic, and political liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith, and worship, equality of status and of opportunity, and to promote among them all fraternity, assuring the dignity of the individual and the unity and integrity of the nation. In our Constituent Assembly, this 26th day of November 1949, do hereby adopt, enact, and give to ourselves this Constitution. Thank you.
Now friends, we are going to start the whole program note of light. And I request the dignitaries here to kindly come near the lamp so that we can just call upon the lights, call upon the positive feeling, positive vibe around us, and we can feel Tasmo Ma Jyotirgamay, Atmo Deepo Bhav, अपना शम्मा की सूरत हो नुमाया मुझ में, इल्म की शम्मा से हो मोहब्बत मुझे, where the mind is without fear and where the head is high. So I just request Shri Srinivas Rao, Chairperson, SCPCR Telangana, sir, kindly come here next to the lamp. Yeah, please. Madam Sudeshna Roy, Chairperson, West Bengal Commission for Protection of Child Rights, West Bengal, kindly come here. Father Koshi, Vice Editor and Director, Don Bosco, Navjeevan. Sir, please come close to lamp. Shri Y. Mariswamy, ex-chairperson, State Commission for Protection of Child Rights, Karnataka. Sir, please come. Madam Urmila Jadhav, member, Juvenile Justice Board, Mumbai, Maharashtra. Madam Nandita, please come here, chairperson, CWC, Pune. Varun Pathak, sir, CWC chairperson, Mayur Vihar, District, Delhi. Sir, kindly join. Dr. N. Karuna Devi, lawyer and child rights advocate, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Kindly come. Shri Priya Ranjan, member CWC, Ranchi, Jharkhand, please join us. Dr. Aman Kumar, co-coordinator, Child Rights Center, Chanakya National Law University, Patna, Bihar, kindly join. And K. Anuradha, Executive Director, Rainbow Homes Program.
And some children.
Some children also, please join.
Yeah, friends. Children come.
Atmo Bhav.
Come here. Come. Go that side.
Across the world, we celebrate light, we celebrate hope, we celebrate the positive vibes, and we ourselves claim that we have to become an enlightened diya so that this darkness will go away. Atmo Bhav. I request all the dignitaries, please come on the stage.
Now,
Whoever, please, I request all of you,
come on to the stage.
please join us on the stage. Please, everyone. Yeah.
Sir. Father Koshi.
Father Koshi, please join us. Ma'am Sudoshna Rao, please join us. Wife Mariswamy ji, please join us. Urmila Jadhav ji, please join us. Nandita ji, Varun ji, Karuna Devi, Priya Ranjan ji. Now, I invite K. Anuradha, who is Executive Director, Rainbow Home Programs. I just want to say a few words. All of you who are present here, everybody knows about Anuradha. Is it okay? आप सबको K. Anuradha के बारे में पता है? सब लोग जानते हैं? हम सब जानते हैं कि वह एक चुंबक है, कैटलिस्ट है ना? सारी पॉजिटिव शक्तियों को अपने साथ जोड़ने वाला बहुत अहम काम की अनुराधा कर रही हैं। तमाम मुश्किलों के बीच जिस तरह से चाइल्ड केयर को, चाइल्ड पार्टिसिपेशन को सेंटर में लाने का काम की अनुराधा ने किया है। एक लंबी लकीर खींची है, उसमें बहुत जरूरी है कि अनुराधा आज का जो नेशनल कंसल्टेशन है, ये बहुत अहम कंसल्टेशन है। इस तरह का कंसल्टेशन इस संस्थान ने पहली बार किया है, फर्स्ट ऑफ इट्स काइंड है। कंसल्टेशन ऑन चाइल्ड पार्टिसिपेशन इन केयर इंटरवेंशन वॉइसेस एंड एक्सपीरियंसेस ऑफ इंडिया। और इसके पीछे पूरी टीम कहीं पर भी हर समय होम और बच्चे दिमाग में होते हैं। और शायद यही वजह है कि इतनी मुश्किलों में आज हम यहाँ 9 राज्यों से लोग यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं बात करने के लिए कि बच्चों ने जो 25 मापदंड खड़े किए हैं, 25 पैरामीटर्स खड़े किए हैं, हाउ we should see and how the world should see. So I request Anuradha, please come and just share the whole agenda, perspective, idea behind this national consultation.
Thank you, Basha, for bringing all of us on the stage here. And thank you, all the dignitaries on the stage. On behalf of Rainbow Hope Program, on behalf of Rainbow Hope teams and partner NGOs, and all our implementing partners are also sitting among our participants and children. 5,000 children and all well-wishers and civil society members, friends of Rainbow Hopes. On behalf of all of them, I take this pride to invite you for this national consultation, and I am very, very happy and for you to take out time and sitting among us to think and discuss about these invisible children who are on the streets and who are in the high vulnerable communities, vulnerable situations and most marginalized communities. In Rainbow Homes program, we reach children of different vulnerable backgrounds, and we have a vulnerability criteria, and according to that, we reach the children with the support of talented communities. And we always very much keen to reach the most marginalized child who requires a long-term care and where she and her guardian is their guardian. Also, they have to come voluntarily to our collaboration. So that is how we are taking it to the child partnership and collaboration with the parents, and it is completely everything. Partnership means it is nothing about child without them. So that's the principle we follow, and we are all non-custodial homes. And the principle of Village Act, that is also there. And we in Rainbow Home program, we are actually clubbed JJM and right to education. So both are very much important for us. So in that context, we especially thank all the state governments and the education departments of the respective states for offering their spaces in the regular mainstream schools for these invisible children for their shelter and to provide, we are engaged in providing care and protection where the school system and the teachers and headmasters, they all embrace the children and regular mentoring children. So they provided the shelter and enrollment in the schools, whereas Rainbow Homes partners and Rainbow Homes collaborating agencies, we are taking the responsibilities of the care and education. So that's the model. In the public system, the children are happily and without fear, and in the individual environment they have to grow, and the approach is long-term care, residential care, and recently we also included community-based care in our work. And then participatory care, and non-custodial care, and inclusive care. So these are key principles in the report. That we started working in 2002 onwards from Kolkata. We began our journey, which still started this idea of opening up Loreto schools. Loreto very quality convent schools for the most marginalized girl children. And then we started Sikha by other collaborating organizations in Delhi, and working Hyderabad was actively
and who is actively participating in the social engagement process. He took up that idea and he started in the government schools in Delhi. And then people like us, we all in Hyderabad as a group, we started, we picked up that idea and we started in Hyderabad with 14 schools, and state government and then district administration and education department supported the children. Right now almost 2,000 children are there in the schools. And then in Bangalore, then we went, that time Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan took up this model as one of the best models in their Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan national framework. Now it is called Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan from 2018 onwards. 11 we took up that thing, and then from then we moved on to the next level. So now we have 5,154 children are with us, and in our residential care 2,900, community-based care we have 1,512, and after care 742 children. These are all in your hands. And so this is scenario at this moment. We also care children from year 6 years to 23 years. So this is what happening. And then the purpose of this next consultation is to bring to this hall many experienced people, celebrate expertise, celebrate defenders are here with us. So all our experiences, we would like to discuss about the invisible children and to include them in the child rights policies, child welfare policies, child development schemes, and also existing systems have to be looked into, reviewed, and how we increase the participation of the children and how we handle the children care and development in the useful and protective manner. At the same time, they become contributing citizens in this country. So we are here today morning onwards to unify along various activities. One is child participatory review reflection about the experiences children speak about, and then some panel members will also give their observations. And the next session, we done a social audit in Delhi, and then the social audit who conducted the team conducted social audit also shared the social audit details, that observations also. And we like to take up these activities across all the homes in all the cities. And we also wanted our other peers, peer groups and child rights practitioners can also understand and observe, and they can also look at how feasible it is to implement our regular practices, and we also learn from their practices. And also, child rights practitioners who are engaged with child care interventions, those organizations to share their best practices in their interventions. And then lastly, a group of academic institutions also coming forward to share their their experiments and interventions in their own academic issues and how self-participation idea will be included in their curriculums and all. So likewise this fourth session and then the last session is the charter of the man because all of us as an experienced people and it's a commitment devotion so in idea so with all of your support let us develop this charter of the man. Thereby, we take away these charter of the man and we can really try to include in our regular practice and also scale up this idea in other cities and then we also support and also assist the state governments and commissions to introduce these innovative thinking and then child participation mechanisms. Of course, sociality as part of the JJR we are supposed to do and then that also can be expanded in other places. So with this thing, I welcome all of you again with this deliberations and the discussions and I request you listen the voices of the children and let us also ask questions, they will definitely respond and let us encourage the voices. And please answer will be great. Yeah, thanks for everybody being here and I request Jayashanand sir and among us Principal Secretary Jayashanand ji is here. He is also defender of child rights. We know him almost 15 years and he really always try to explore and encourage this kind of interventions in the Telangana. So earlier in dance. So that's the status and he today is here. We want him also to give his impressions and all after this children's responses on child immunity. So thank you, Basha, and we will be waiting for the proceeding. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Anuradha. And now I request, now we are moving towards, we have to share many things. It's a long journey, it's a very tough journey. And we feel so happy and proud that all of you are here to see this journey and this very special child participatory review and reflection tool, how it has come and how it has been developed and it has gone deep into a democratic sense in the different homes and empowered the children of different ages, how they have been participatory. We talk about participatory democracy in the country and you will just feel and go through that how this democracy is being used, exercised by children from different backgrounds. They are from different backgrounds and basically they are building the future of its own kind for the India. Now I request for the keynote address Father Kaushik Thomas, who is Vice Rector and Director, Don Bosco, Navjeevan, Aftercare Homes. He is a mentor. He's a mentor and he's a pathbreaker in the child care field and he draws so much inspiration from his work. He's the first person, he's a pioneer in the childline healthcare and the way, the whole concept of child participation, child care, the whole notion of it being a participatory and the child being a part and parcel when the whole discussion is happening about their future. Father Kaushik has showed and still showing the way to us. So I request Father Kaushik, please, we are waiting eagerly to listen from you, sir.
Dear friends of children, it's very overawed by the presence of so many from different parts of the country, and all people working in the commission, nobody from the national commission, right? State commission, TWC, JJB, then of course are the most valued resource the children. Thank you very much for inviting me for this, and Madam introduced me. Yeah, I think that's more than what I could sort of in the lifetime. So, thank you. Now, when they come to child participation in care intervention, child participation, I don't think anybody, this is a new topic for any of us, including the children. Probably must have look at it, and then how we react to that. Yeah, children will be there to share with us later on death. Well, the definition of child participation is an ongoing process of children's expression and active involvement in decision making at different levels in matters that concern them. And it requires information sharing and dialogue between children and adults based on mutual respect and consideration of children's views in the light of their age and maturity, as we will know that. And I'm not going to go through all this table, but we're going to go through. Why is children's participation important? Children do possess knowledge and opinions about their lives and experiences, and that may differ from those ascribed them by adults. Now, when the participation is done properly and children are effectively engaged, they develop new skills. They develop unimaginable confidence in themselves and increase their knowledge and see that their views are valued and respected. Adults learn both as individuals and in organizations that working in collaboration with children brings fresh perspective to their work as well as greater credibility and potentially better outcomes. Yeah, and one of the best examples of the children's participation in a CCI is setting up of children's committees, parliament, panchayat, different organizations. The matter is that in the age group of 6 to 10 years, 11 to 15 years, and 16 to 18 years, this children's committee shall be constituted solely by children. And children's committee should be encouraged to participate in activities like improvement of the condition of the institution, reviewing the standards of care being followed, preparing daily routine and life skills, and developing educational, vocational, and recreation plans. Respecting each other and supporting each other in managing crises. Reporting abuse and exploitation by peers and caregivers, if any. Creative expression of their views through wallpapers or newsletters or printing or music and theatre. And management of institution, a child care institution through the management committee benefit children. As a result of that, children gain a sense of achievement and an increased belief in their own ability to make a difference. Children learn how to be active and responsible citizens. Children incorporate responsible decisions making into their daily life, which is an important skill they need throughout their lives as they grow up. The organization nurtures leadership skills among children. Working together helps develop positive relationships between children and adults. It promotes a positive image of children within their communities, among professionals, and among their peers. Children are given authority to hold duty bearers to account, to ensure adults think and behave in a way that respects children and childhood. Children who are used to expressing themselves may be more vocal about abuse or exploitation. They gain political and social knowledge and awareness of their rights and responsibilities. Child participation leads to the fulfillment of their rights. Involving children in our work with them provides a means of protecting them from harm and preventing them from being invisible when discussing them. Discussing their plans, shaping policies, designing services, or making decisions that affect their lives. The concerned authorities should believe in the need to invest and prioritize capacity building of staff, caregivers at all levels to facilitate children's participation in all decisions concerning their reformation, rehabilitation, and development, as well as the governance of the CCI. Concerned authorities within the CCI and in the administration should make space for addressing concerns, issues of care, diverse, and with the CCI in order to support them and create a healthy environment where children and caregivers can engage effectively. And when it comes to spaces to encourage and facilitate children's participation in group interactions, Children's Committee for Effective Running and Management of the CCI, we said, fortnightly open house meetings between caregivers and children, peer support groups, grievance redressal mechanisms, and Such children's committees shall be encouraged to participate in points like improvement of the condition of the institution, reviewing standards of care being followed, developing educational, vocational points that are already been mentioned. Spaces to encourage and facilitate children's participation in group interaction that we have already seen. Paradoxes in eliciting children's participation while taking decisions from the perspective of child care institutions. So the most notable gaps occur in theory, since there is no theoretically or philosophically holistic approach to children's participation. Children's participation in the development and implementation of laws, policies, and institution is advancing piecemeal, and the historical, philosophical, legal, and experiential context of children's participation remains disconnected. And when it comes to practicals, how a statutory body, state commission, national commission, and so forth. Personally, the experience have been after the arrival of these committees and commissions. One of taking calls with the seniors. One approach has been, I'm not talking about my experience, about I've been around since we have a national forum of centers for young at risk. Everywhere, the sad experience has been that of very hostile. How this change has come out because we started much older and continue to be. This is the difference. Just to cite an example, in a city I'm not going to name it or person also, there was a group care of about 20 girl children going to school. So, very good. Two of the girls that one day decided to disappear. They were younger. One is rescued from the street, from a smaller town. So she motivated the other one with her. The child care institution authority, they all got legally required informing the police, the CWC, and all that, and search. Now, the blame is put on the institution, and some authority like district administrator, the collector, says close the house, and children take cattle from here, this cattle shed to another cattle shed. Just imagine the feeling of this children. The damage in your spot. They didn't bother about asking a word to the children. I mean, they were not too maybe couldn't utter a word or so. Ask them, how are you treated here? How are things going on? And the house was closed. Okay, we were running the home, didn't want to get into this kind of nonsense anymore. So the point of participation, here again, serious matter of participation and literally treating them as animals. No way to share. So I'm citing you an example which I was not there, but they called me over, the counseling is over, and so forth. So, instances like this are not few and far between. They keep on happening. Some even much worse than this. So the point of participation is so vital for bringing up children in care home. And many are models today. There are many models, and one is the audience of those who have done and now in inspection or sort of legal status of Freedom of Information, whatever, know how important it is. And the point is, as adults, the thinking is in general, thinking is that of children, what do they know? They should do what we tell them. So this very negative idea must be clear from the minds of caregivers in PCI and beyond. That's the way sometimes things is handled. Not giving a chance, let us do what we can do. And therefore, my dear friends of children and children also, it is important and appropriate that all stakeholders should uphold the rights of children. Not to forget this is a right, not something, goes on without mercy. Let us be kind to their sorry. It's a right. And people who violate rights are serious enemies of children. To be the right to participation, particularly managing a CCI. CCI should be colored as an institution of restoring childhood. Dear friends of children, let us go into it after going back to our own homes and so forth. How is child participation taking place in practice in the home? It's a very serious reflection and action that should follow very clearly as a result of it. And there is again need for learning from each other, CCAs coming together in a city and looking into the needs and violations of child rights that take place in the home or outside, or only from poverty. It is so very important, and we had an excellent experience when I worked in Vijayawada, where the city mayor himself called together all those who are in the child sector and formed a forum for child rights. And the idea went down from top to the last, very clearly went from there. The result was amazing. So, and some quarters and authority have a fear of people coming together, NGOs or CCI is coming together. I thought they're going to have a revolution or something like that. So these things need to be looked into, and we are here only for the welfare and development of children who are our future. Let us therefore, dear friends of children, resolve here and probably take an oath that we will always be with the children, for the children, and homes that will be run in part at least by the children. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Father. And I think it's very important that how the democracy is by the children here, how we are implementing. And now we are talking about children, and now we are going to listen from them. So I just request the dignitaries to please take front seats there, and immediately I am requesting friends from Hyderabad children to come and share their experiences. And it's clear, please, now the floor is for the Hyderabad children to come and share their experience about the child participatory review experience, how they were feeling. And then we have to see the film, and in the meantime, I kindly request Shri Jayesh Ranjanji, please come on the stage. And sir, please come. We just wanted to hear from you. Huh? Then we can. Yeah. Come. Who is doing your first presentation? It has to be very short, very smartly done. We have very less time. We want everyone to see the film, and we want to hear from Jayesh Ranjanji also. So please. Who is representing this first? So now, friends, we are moving to see how the children participated and how they review and how they use the reflection tool in their homes. What is their outcome and result? Thank you. Come.
Hello.
Hello.
Please start. हमें आपकी आवाज आ रही है. Start.
హాయ్ కుమార్
హలో నిఖిత,
ఈ రోజు ఏంటి నిన్న లేట్ వచ్చావు? ఈ రోజు ఏంటో తెలుసా నీకు?
నేనెందుకు లేట్ వచ్చా? ఇది మన ప్రోగ్రామ్, మనమే ఫస్ట్ ఉండాలి.
ఓకే, సో ఈ రోజు నేను చాలా ఎక్సైటింగ్ గా ఉన్నా మన ప్రోగ్రామ్ గురించి చెప్పడానికి, మన ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ షేర్ చేయడానికి. మన ప్రోగ్రామ్ గురించి ఇప్పుడు అందరికీ చెప్పేద్దామా?
చెప్పేద్దాం. ఈరోజు చైల్డ్ పార్టిసిపేషన్ పైన నేషనల్ కన్సల్టేషన్ జరుగుతుంది ఇక్కడ. అవును నిఖిత, మీకు యుఎన్సిఆర్సి మరియు జేజేఆర్ ప్రకారం పిల్లలకి ఏమేమి రైట్స్ ఉన్నాయో తెలుసా?
తెలుసు. యుఎన్సిఆర్సి అండ్ జేజేఆర్ ప్రకారం మనకి 4 రైట్స్ ఉన్నాయి.
ఏమేమి రైట్స్?
రైట్ టు లివ్,
జీవించే హక్కు,
రైట్ టు డెవలప్మెంట్,
అభివృద్ధి చెందే హక్కు,
రైట్ టు పార్టిసిపేషన్,
పాల్గొనే హక్కు,
అండ్ రైట్ టు ప్రొటెక్షన్,
రక్షణ పొందే హక్కు. మనం లాస్ట్ లో ఏ రైట్ చెప్పాము?
రైట్ టు పార్టిసిపేషన్.
రైట్ టు పార్టిసిపేషన్ నే మన రెయిన్బో హోమ్స్ లో చాలా విధాలుగా పిల్లలు ఉపయోగించుకుంటున్నారు.
లైక్ బాలసభ కదా,
చిల్డ్రన్ కమిటీస్,
ఇంకా 3 సిస్టర్ కమిటీస్,
3 బ్రదర్ కమిటీస్,
ఇంకా హోమ్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ కమిటీ బై డిసిసియు, ఇంకా అందరూ చైల్డ్ రిప్రజెంటేటివ్స్ కూడా ఉంటారు.
సిబిసి కమిటీ ముందు వాళ్ళ భావాలను కూడా వ్యక్తపరుస్తారు.
ఇంకా చైల్డ్ అడ్మిషన్ అండ్ వెల్కమ్ కమిటీస్ కూడా ఉన్నాయి మన దాంట్లో.
పైన ఫారమ్స్ లాగానే ఇది మనం కొత్తగా స్టార్ట్ చేసిన ఫారమే
చైల్డ్ పార్టిసిపేటరీ రివ్యూ అండ్ రిఫ్లెక్షన్. సో now we are going to explain and share our experience about child participatory review and reflection. So before doing this process in Hyderabad, we went to Patna to know about the whole process of child participatory review and reflection, and we learned about 25 indicators and how child resource persons are working on it, and how they are observing, and how they are reviewing whole home, and how the home children are reflecting on their reviews.
When we came back to Hyderabad, we have selected 3 child resource persons from each home. We gave an orientation session to them, like what all the indicators need to be included in the process, what are those 25 indicators. We have selected those indicators with the needs of the children in the home, and we made into 3 groups, and each group got 3 homes to visit the home. By consulting with the home team and the children, we have decided a particular date to visit their home, and we also had a pilot in one of our homes to know the process in a better way.
After this division of groups, every child resource person took 4 indicators and they observed the whole home. After the observation of home, they also interacted with home children, and they also discussed about the gaps, and we appreciated the already improved areas and positive things, good things which are happening, like education, safety, security, and so on, many things which are happening positively. And after that, we also checked all the records and registers which are related to the indicators. After that, after this whole process, we started our main process, child participatory review and reflection. We kept the child participatory review and reflection chart in between the home children and the child resource persons, and we continued our process.
When the child resource persons and the home children sat together, we have discussed all the 25 indicators in a detailed way. When we were discussing about a particular indicator, the observations which we have observed in the home, we have presented to them, like what are the improvement areas they already have, and what are the gaps and improved areas they need to improve. And during the process, children were very interactive with us. They share their feelings and experiences with us. As we are also of the same age, without any fear and hesitation, they shared with us with a proper discussion and negotiation. After agreeing mutually, we have given a particular rank for that indicator.
And we also rank these indicators through different colored degrees, and this ranking is given in between 0 to 10.
And children showed very keen interest in developing their homes, and they were like participating equally with us. And when we were discussing about the indicators, like they showed keen interest, like we need to develop in this indicator, like we need to make our home a better place to live, we need to develop in a better way, it should be a safer place to all the children to live. So after completing this process, we have given our observations and what all we discussed in the child participatory review and reflection. We have given those observations to the home team for the better improvement. When we went for the second round, we have seen so many improvements in the home which were already there, but we have seen much improvement in the home.
And we also gave suggestions to the home team, and we discussed about gaps, and we also appreciated the things which are happening very well. And because of this whole process of child participatory review and reflection, we learned about
participation,
reflection,
responsibility,
communication,
negotiation,
mutual understanding,
and leadership.
Thank you. And now our child resource persons Shravani and Venkatama are going to explain and share their experience about particular indicators. Thank you.
My name is Shravani. In child participatory review and reflection process లో 25 indicators లో in first home maintenance and decoration అనే ఇండికేటర్ గురించి అబ్జర్వ్ చేశాము. మా టీం వారు కలిసి కొన్ని హోమ్స్ విజిట్ చేశాము. అక్కడ ఉన్న గ్యాప్స్ ని అబ్జర్వ్ చేసి పిల్లలతో కూర్చొని ఈ ప్రాసెస్ గురించి మాట్లాడాము. పిల్లలందరూ కలిసి వాళ్ళ హోమ్లో జరిగే పాజిటివిటీస్, మంచి విషయాలు వాళ్ళతో షేర్ చేస్తున్నారు. మేము గమనించిన గ్యాప్ గురించి వాళ్ళకి చెప్పాము. ఇలా పిల్లలందరూ నెగోషియేట్ చేసిన తర్వాత
పిల్లలందరూ కలిసి ఒక రేటింగ్ కి అగ్రి అయ్యాము. ఇలా కొన్ని హోమ్స్లలో 9th రేటింగ్, 7th రేటింగ్, 5th రేటింగ్ ఇలా ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. సెకండ్ రౌండ్ వెళ్ళేసరికి మేము చెప్పిన ప్రతి పాయింట్ ని ప్రతి ర్యాంక్ వాళ్ళు రెస్పెక్ట్ గా తీసుకొని పాజిటివ్ గా తీసుకొని వాళ్ళు ఎంతో ఇంప్రూవ్మెంట్ చేస్తున్నారు. వాల్స్ కి వాళ్ళే పెయింట్ వేశారు, ఫ్లోరింగ్ కరెక్ట్ చేసుకున్నారు, ఎడ్యుకేషన్ చార్ట్స్ రాశారు. ఇలా వాళ్ళు ఎంతో ఇంప్రూవ్మెంట్ చేస్తున్నారు. మళ్ళీ పిల్లలందరూ కూర్చొని ఈ ప్రాసెస్ ప్రకారం రేటింగ్ ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. ఫస్ట్ రౌండ్ లో 5th రేటింగ్ వచ్చిన వాళ్ళు కూడా సెకండ్ రౌండ్ వచ్చేసరికి 9th రేటింగ్ తెచ్చుకున్నారు. అంటే పిల్లలు అంత రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ తీసుకొని వాళ్ళ హోమ్స్ ఎంతో డెవలప్మెంట్ చేస్తున్నందుకు పిల్లలు హ్యాపీగా ఫీల్ అయ్యారు. వాళ్ళని చూసి నేను చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఫీల్ అయ్యాను.
Good morning to everyone. Myself Kamalashri. ఇక్కడ 25 ఇండికేటర్స్లో నేను తీసుకున్న హెల్త్ గురించి ఫస్ట్ హెల్త్లో ఏం అబ్జర్వ్ చేశానంటే హెల్త్ ఇన్ఛార్జ్ ఇంకా హెల్త్ కమిటీ చిల్డ్రన్ సరిగ్గా వర్క్ చేస్తున్నారా లేదా, ఇంకా సిక్ రూమ్లో వెంటిలేషన్ ప్రాపర్గా ఉందా, క్లీన్గా ఉందా, మస్కిటో నెట్స్ ఉన్నాయా, పిల్లలకి బెడ్ కంఫర్టబుల్గా ఉందా, ఇవి అబ్జర్వ్ చేశాను. ఇంకా ఫస్ట్ ఎయిడ్ బాక్స్ అవైలబుల్గా ఉందా, ఎమర్జెన్సీ చార్ట్లో డాక్టర్ కాంటాక్ట్స్ ఇవన్నీ అవైలబుల్గా ఉన్నాయా, అండర్ వెయిట్ వాళ్ళకి న్యూట్రిషన్ ఫుడ్ ఇస్తున్నారా, హెల్త్ క్యాంప్స్ ఎన్ని మంత్స్కి ఒకసారి జరుగుతాయి, హాస్పిటల్ ఎంత నియర్గా ఉంది, ఇవన్నీ మేము హెల్త్గా అబ్జర్వ్ చేశాను. ఆ తర్వాత మా గ్రూప్ మెంబర్స్ అందరం డిస్కస్ చేసుకొని టూల్ పెట్టుకొని పిల్లలందరినీ కూర్చోబెట్టి ప్రాసెస్ స్టార్ట్ చేశాను. అప్పుడు మేము హెల్త్లో మీ హోమ్కి ఎంత ఇచ్చుకుంటారో, ఎంత రేటింగ్ ఇస్తారో అని అంటే వాళ్ళు కొంచెం ఎక్కువ రేటింగ్ ఇచ్చుకున్నారు. వాళ్ళ హోమ్లో ఎన్ని గ్యాప్స్ ఉన్నాయో పాజిటివ్స్ అవన్నీ చెప్పాను. అప్పుడు వాళ్ళు పాజిటివ్ చెప్పి వాళ్ళ రేటింగ్ని ఎక్కువ పెంచుకున్నారు. ఆ తర్వాత మేము కొన్ని సజెషన్స్ కూడా ఇచ్చాము. మేము మళ్ళీ సెకండ్ టైం వచ్చేసరికి మేము ఇచ్చిన గ్యాప్స్ ఇంకా సజెషన్స్ వాళ్ళని ఇంప్రూవ్మెంట్ చేసుకున్నారు. మాకు చాలా హ్యాపీగా అనిపించింది. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Good morning, madam. My name is Karapasha. మేము హోమ్ విజిట్ పోయినప్పుడు మేము ప్రొటెక్షన్ ఇప్పుడు నేను ప్రొటెక్షన్ దాని గురించి మాట్లాడబోతున్నా. మేము హోమ్ విజిట్ పోయినప్పుడు ప్రొటెక్షన్ ఏమేమి ఉండాలో అన్నీ చూసాము. చూసిన తర్వాత పిల్లలతో ఇంటరాక్ట్ వాళ్ళతో మాట్లాడిన తర్వాత రేటింగ్ దగ్గర పోయాం. అయితే పిల్లల నుండి రేటింగ్ సేఫ్టీలో 10 అడిగారు. అయితే మేము 10 9 ఇచ్చాము. ఎందుకంటే వైర్ నుండి ల్యాగ్ అవుతున్నందువల్ల మేము 10 9 ఇస్తున్నామని చెప్తే పిల్లలు గ్రూప్ డిస్కషన్ చేసుకున్నారు. చేసుకున్న తర్వాత వాళ్ళు కూడా అగ్రి మళ్ళీ ఫ్యూచర్లో ఏమైనా ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ రావచ్చు అట్లని వాళ్ళు కూడా అగ్రి. నెక్స్ట్ విజిట్ సెకండ్ విజిట్ పోయినప్పుడు వాళ్ళు వాళ్ళ వైర్స్ ల్యాక్స్ అయిన వైర్లన్నీ తీసి ప్రాపర్గా గోడలలో పెట్టించుకుని పైపులలో ప్రాపర్గా పెట్టించుకున్నారు. సో సెకండ్ రౌండ్లో మేము 10 అడిగారు. మేము ఇంకా 10 అగ్రి 10 ఇచ్చాము. సో వాళ్ళు చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఫీల్ అయ్యారు. మేము కూడా చాలా సంతోషపడ్డాము. సేఫ్టీలో అన్ని అంశాలు చాలా బాగున్నందుకు మేము కూడా చాలా ప్రౌడ్గా ఫీల్ అవుతున్నాము. ఇంతవరకు మాకు ఎలాంటి ప్రమాదం కూడా రాలేదు ఈ హోమ్లో కూడా. సో థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Friends, please be on the stage. We will listen to you. All the things we have prepared, we are here to listen to you only. In between, I am just requesting Mr. J. Ranjanji, please come on the stage, sir. We have 2 reports to discuss also along with you. And we don't want to miss this opportunity. We know that you have taken time from your busy schedule, so we want to hear from you, and I request Satya and Dolan also. We have 2 reports. One is a longitudinal study of the home program, and the other report on emotional well-being of the children during COVID time. So I just request that if you want to share your experience about it, then later we will go for the report release of the 2.
Thank you very much, Vashishji. Respected dignitaries,
senior representatives of the state child protection commission, societies, national bodies who are here. First of all, a warm welcome to all of you to Hyderabad. In my personal capacity, I have been associated with Rainbow movement in Hyderabad right from its inception. I guess more than 10 years ago for sure, almost 11 years. And every time I attend their programs, I am very, very impressed by their levels of achievement. And it won't be an exaggeration to mention that they have now become a national role model. We have heard the children speak about what kind of involvement they have. We also have other institutions like the social welfare hostels, the residential schools, and juvenile homes, and things like that. But the level of engagement the children have in running these institutions is completely at a different level in the Rainbow homes. So I feel very happy about it. And I'm sure that representatives from other states also will enrich us by sharing their experiences, what they have done. And I know that people have come from Bengal, from Bihar, from Mumbai and other states, so we will also be very keen to understand what are the good practices of these states which can be replicated in Hyderabad. And of course, there will be a lot that we will be able to contribute when you are planning to develop at the end of today's consultation some kind of a template for national role modeling. I would like to, it is slightly kind of out of context. जैसा हिंदी में बोलते हैं कि एग्जाम में कुछ पूछा गया और आप जवाब कुछ और दे रहे हैं. So I am trying to, because I thought that I'll share something very recent that I am personally involved with, and I'd like to draw the attention of everyone. So some of you who have come from outside may not know this, but I look after the industries sector in the state, and I'm also the specifically involved in CSR. So we, of course, Hyderabad has become a very driving destination for industries, manufacturing, IT, etc. So there's no doubt of opportunities to spend CSR money. But I recently was able to identify a project where I really felt that the levels of indignity that children are facing are of the highest possible levels. And we were able to get some very good CSR support. And of course, these are initial days, but the results are very, very encouraging. And the reason why I am raising that example here is because of the cross-border kind of context. Because the children whom we are supporting now through this project, they are not children from Telangana, they are children from elsewhere. But I am sure this is something which we would be observing and seeing at many other places also. So how my attention came to this problem was that I typically read a newspaper called The Mint. It's a business paper. I think like as a secretary, I have to be in touch with the world of business, the world of economics. So Mint carried, this is almost more than a year ago, a very moving story. Unfortunately, I don't have the article right there, and therefore I'm not able to precisely recall the name. But Mint, that the reporter who wrote that story mentioned something very, very touching. He mentioned about a village in Orissa. It is a small village. But he said that something very remarkable happens in that village. And he mentioned that the train which comes from Calcutta to Hyderabad, it touches various large cities, like it stops at Visakhapatnam, it stops at Rajahmundry, it stops at Vijayawada, stops at Warangal, all these are big cities. But this reporter mentioned that this particular train stops at that village much longer than it stops at Visakhapatnam or Rajahmundry or Vijayawada or Warangal. I mean, that village is so small that I can't even recall the name. It is so non-descriptive and completely kind of, it has no claim to fame. But in some months, the train which comes from Calcutta to Hyderabad stops there longer than it stops in Visakhapatnam and Vijayawada and Warangal, etc. The only reason is thousands of people have to board that train. So if the train stops just for 30 seconds or 1 minute or 2 minutes, it will not be sufficient. It will stop there almost for 12 to 15 minutes. while it stops in Vizag for 5 minutes, Warangal for 3 minutes, and so on. So this particular reporter, he got into the train when it stopped into that village, and he walked through one compartment to another compartment to another compartment to find out who are these people who are boarding this train in large numbers, what is their situation, and what is happening to them. And the article actually profiled 7-8 families whom he encountered. So I remember about one particular family that he wrote, that again it's a Oriya family. So there are 4 people who were traveling together. Obviously, none of them will have tickets, etc. So they will sit on the floor. So he found a family of 4 seated near the bathroom throughout the train journey. So the father, the mother, and 2 children, a boy and a girl. So he asked them, and he was told that they are going to Hyderabad to find work in a brick kiln. తెలుగులో ఇటుకల బట్టి అంటారు, తెలుసు కదా, చాలా ఇట్లా ఇటుకల బట్టి ఉన్నాయి, వేరే వేరే ప్రాంతాల నుంచి దూరం నుంచి చాలా మంది ఇక్కడ పని చేస్తారు. ఇంగ్లీష్ చెప్తున్నాను అంటే చాలా మంది వాళ్ళ పిల్లలు కూడా ఇంగ్లీష్ తెలుగు మాట్లాడాలి. So he found out about this family that they look like this. Then he started inquiring about the children. So he was told that the boy was enrolled in 10th class, and had he remained there for 2-3 more months, he would have completed his 10th class. Now, 10th class in India is a very important milestone. I mean, if you have to at least get into any kind of organized sector, having a 10th class certificate is very, very important. Not to say that 10th class will open many doors for you, but not having that 10th class certificate will certainly block many doors for you. And it was a matter of just 2 months. Had the family shown some patience and some resilience, the child would have got at least a certificate. Whether he learned anything in the school or not, we don't know. But at least he would have had a chance to get a 10th class certificate. But the circumstances of the family were so dire that the family had to withdraw the boy so close to finishing his 10th and put him in the train along with her. The girl was not going to school, but she also was at a very precarious stage, where the vulnerability of the girl is very high, like some of the children who are seated along with them. And he found that they come to Telangana, they find work in brick kiln, and literally all possible legal rights, human rights, social rights, everything is violated. And then he profiled many other families in that article, and he concluded that this is a train which he recalled, I think in the 18th century or so. Similar trains used to run in America, carrying slaves from South of America to prosperous North America. So he compared this is like a slave train. So I saw that article and I found it to be very, very kind of sad. Then I started inquiring, where are these brick kilns, who runs these brick kilns, what does the labor department do, what does the other department do. And I found out that most of the workers who are working in these brick kilns are from Odisha, from Chhattisgarh, from Bihar, from Jharkhand. And because they are not from this state, and many of them bring children. So this is not an isolated case of 2 children also coming to work in the brick kilns. Many of the families bring children. And because they are not from this state, the brick kiln owners feel no responsibility at all in giving them even basic wages, proper shelter, healthcare, schooling, and so on and so forth. So we decided to do something. And we created, at that point in time, the police commissioner in Rachakunda was my friend and colleague Mahesh Bhagwat. So with his help, we created a project. It's called Project Udan. And we started implementing it in 80 brick kilns in and around Ibrahimapatnam. And we got 7 government agencies to work along with us. So the police of course was there, then the women and child welfare department for Anganwadi, education department for schools, health department for healthcare, and 2 other departments were there. Labor department to ensure that all the basic rights etc. are protected. District collector on behalf of the district administration, industries department, which I kind of lead. Then there is an NGO with whom we work, Area Action, because they have lots of community outreach happening in that area. And we got a corporate partner, a CSR partner. So the Hyderabad project was supported by an aerospace company in Hyderabad called Raghuvanshi. And the initial meeting was very startling. All the brick owners were called because the police commissioner was coming. So the 80 brick owners came and they all sat together. And we could notice that there was lots of reluctance, lots of apathy. When we spoke about the challenges which the migrant workers face, children face in particular, there was no concern at all. But through continuous dialogue, by first of all appealing on their sense of humanity, that children can't be misused like this, the right place for them is the school. Parents may work, with whom also you have to behave with dignity, but children just cannot be allowed to work. So through discussion, through interaction, and finally, because of police commissioner there, some threat was also kind of applied. And one of the large brick owners, eventually he turned our side. And he started speaking in a very passionate kind of way. And his example was caught up with so many other brick owners. And today, almost 9+ months have gone by. And I don't have precise data, but more than 350 children today don't work, they all go to school, they get midday meal. Yeah, another department was the civil supplies department because we gave midday meal, and we, all the government agencies decided that no papers on work will be required. Suppose schools, children can only be admitted in school if they have some Aadhaar card. If they don't have anything also, we will admit them in school. If they require some health facilities, the mother has to be enrolled in some Arogya center. If she does not have that registration, even then we will have. So, figuring out what paperwork is required, what is important, is the least concern issue. The idea is to immediately start that whatever we need, and then only, if required, take the paperwork, otherwise ignore that paperwork altogether. So, after looking at how this Hyderabad project has started, we have now decided to do it in CPK. On the 12th, here we are covering 48 brigadees. And on the 12th, just 5 years from today, the same 80 members meeting that we had in Hyderabad will be happening in CPK for the 48 brigade owners. And the same government department, the 7 departments, the NGO. Here the CSR partner is different. The CSR partner is a Spanish company which has a technology center in Hyderabad called Dicosa. There is one more company, some of you may know, this company manufactures mobile phones called Oppo. They have come forward to support the project, and after looking at this Hyderabad success, we want to scale it, and there is no dearth of donors. Government agencies are also very enthused because they are seeing the results in front of their eyes. Special schools are run where there is a Oriya language volunteer who teaches Oriya, gradually teaches them in English and Hindi. So everything is extremely child-centered, child-focused. But what I have learned additionally today is introducing these kind of participatory processes, which will help the involvement and engagement and interest of the children intact, and we will ensure that children are at the center of all this decision making as it happens here in our rainbow. So these are some of the things which I thought I will share with all of you. And again, very excited to see so many people, so many children. Good wishes to all of you. And thank you very much for your advice.
Thanks a lot, sir. And I think where is the political will, where is the emotional will, and where is the ideological will. So there only the way is created, and that's the part of the Chartered of Demand also we are going to present. We just request you, you have to release the 2 reports. Releasing 2 reports, so just 5-6 minutes of yours is needed. Yeah. So that's a very important, and it's very important that you have shared among all of us, and from 9 states, people are here working on the same field. And right now also I think many of our children must be connecting with your story which you are telling, because Rainbow Homes are full of stories of this kind of resistance and resilience. I request Dolan and Satyaji and Anuradha, please kindly to go the report please, and in the meantime when report is released, I request Satya to just brief about the report.
Good morning to all the dignitaries on and off the stage, and other friends and dear children. This is the report that we are actually releasing now, the 5-year longitudinal impact assessment study for the children in our care, in the care of the homes program. I'll just briefly talk about the study in 2-3 minutes. I'll briefly talk about the study which is getting released by Honorable Jaishwaran ji. The study actually included 283 children, both boys and girls, from 30 homes across 4 cities: Patna, Hyderabad, Kolkata and Delhi. So different age group were actually studied, like less than 11 years, 12 to 14 years, 15 to 18 years and 18 plus years. So one of the important criteria for selecting the children was their duration of stay in Rainbow Homes program. Interestingly, the findings after 5 years of assessment show that the significant impact on all the aspects happened, particularly for children who stayed in Rainbow Homes for more than 3 years. Because these children who came from very vulnerable situations got opportunities to reclaim their childhood, build their self-esteem, grow up healthy and overcome their growth deficiencies, emotionally heal from their traumatic background and build up a future. Some of the positive impacts I would like to tell you that our children staying healthy, both physically and mentally, even during the COVID crisis, due to the heightened attention to their hygiene, apart from their nutritional support that we have been giving in all our care homes. Children are now being aware of the existing legal provisions, systems and authorities to reach in case of any violation of their rights happens, protection rights happens. In terms of education, over 5 years, high positive admission rate from one class to another and a very low school dropout rate was observed in the study. And our children are always in forefront to lead in the school level cultural and sport activities, excelling in them, bringing accolades in inter-school competitions, which is because of the basket of the extracurricular activities being executed in all the care homes. So older children, as you can see, are much more empowered now. They are bold, vocal and confident to handle any issue that discriminates them. Whereas earlier, for these girls, moving back to their families were associated with heightened safety concerns. Of course, now we are also into our improvement in terms of considering the learning losses due to the school closure due to COVID. There is a need for learning needs assessment of children in every grade that we are into already, and we are also strengthening the academic support to address the diverse educational needs of the children and bridge the gaps in the language and the mathematical competencies in all the grades. So these are major findings from this impact assessment study that has been released now. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Actually, this is a very important study done for 5 years, what is happening in the lives of the children. The same children, almost 300 children are followed for 5 years, and that is that assessment done by third-party external resource person group, and that given us good understanding about how we go about and what are the best practices we have to be taken. So that is what we done, and then thank you Jay sir for releasing that impact assessment study, and thank you very much.
Now I request Satya to tell briefly about the other report which is just being released. It's a very important and stand-alone report which has been done during the COVID time. It's very important, and we are so happy that it is being released today. So Satya, please share what happened during COVID, how we were able to maintain the whole emotional and mental well-being of the children.
I will not take too long, so I don't have time, so I'll just quickly, very briefly give you an overview, but the details I'm happy to share later. So, about this study, as you all know that child development and emotional well-being are two very critical aspects of our care in Rainbow, and we take this very seriously. And we work in several formal and informal ways to ensure that every single child in our care is happy, healthy, stable and hopeful about the future. Unfortunately, as you all know, the pandemic caused several complex shifts, not only in the general population, but also the health of children and adolescents. We therefore requested a premier organization, BAM, which is the Banyan Academy of Leadership in Mental Health, to examine the impact of mental well-being on children in our care. The study revealed that in terms of physical well-being, children suffered issues such as eyesight problems, frequent headaches linked to increased screen time and online classes, weight gain due to reduced activity levels, and changes in sleeping and eating patterns. In terms of mental health, the factors that affected children were fear of losing their dear ones, worry about hunger and security of family members given the loss of livelihoods, and in some cases, grief from the death of their families and kin. The absence of social contact led to loneliness, sadness, anger, and irritation, and sometimes aggression in children. While the study identified specific challenges, the results were very encouraging. It suggested that most children reported average or above average levels of well-being across the various dimensions that were studied. I am not going into the details of the study, as I said. The study recommended that going forward, apart from whatever we are doing already in our homes, we must, the coaching that is given to the children, we need to catch up on that so that the lags caused by the pandemic can be bridged, and we can instill confidence in the children. They also recommended enhancing group-based activities through arts, narrative, techniques, etc. to strengthen their well-being. Besides mentorship and building clarity on their goals and career options also need to be strengthened, the report said. So this is a very brief overview of the study. Please feel free to look at the report, which is kept there in the displays. Thank you.
Now, बच्चों, आपका स्टेज. अभी आपने हमें कुछ चाइल्ड पार्टिसिपेशन पूरा प्रोसेस है पार्टिसिपेटरी रिव्यू का, उसके कुछ पॉइंट्स बताए. कितने पॉइंट्स बताए? How many points you share with us? Only 2. How many more you are going to share? 4 more. Okay. Because then we are waiting for the Delhi children also. So please, everyone should listen it very carefully. This is the first time these 25 parameters, about which you will also know through film. A film is also here. 10 minutes, very special film, which will talk in detail about this process, how these children are presenting here, what went behind to pinpoint these 25 parameters. So now please Start with your parameters. Parameter number 3.
మై నేమ్ ఈజ్ గౌతమి. మేము హోమ్స్కి విజిట్కి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు మేము అబ్జర్వ్ చేసిన ఇండికేటర్ ఏంటంటే ఫుడ్. మేము మెయిన్గా ఫుడ్ ఇండికేటర్లో అబ్జర్వ్ చేసింది ఏంటంటే మెనూ చార్ట్లో ఏమేమి ఫుడ్ ఐటమ్స్ ఇంక్లూడ్ చేశారు, ఇంకా అందులో ఎలాంటి న్యూట్రిషన్స్ ఫుడ్ ఇంక్లూడ్ చేశారు అనేది మేము ఇంక్లూడ్ చేసాం. ఇంకా పిల్లల ద్వారా తెలుసుకుంది ఏంటంటే మెనూ చార్ట్ అనేది టీమ్ మెంబర్స్ ఇంకా హోమ్లో ఉన్న పెద్ద పిల్లలు అందరూ కలిసి చేస్తున్నారు. మేము చిన్న సజెషన్ ఏమి ఇచ్చామంటే అలా కాకుండా బాధ్యతలో అందరూ కలిసి చేస్తే బాగుంటుంది అనిపించింది. అది సజెషన్ రూపంలో చెప్పాను ఫస్ట్ విజిట్కి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు. సెకండ్ విజిట్ చేసినప్పుడు మా సజెషన్ని వాళ్ళు ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేశారు. వాళ్ళు మాతో షేర్ చేశారు. మేము ఫస్ట్ రౌండ్లో చెప్పిన సజెషన్ ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేశారని వాళ్ళు మాతో షేర్ చేశారు. మాకు మంచి అనిపించింది. నెక్స్ట్ కిచెన్ రూమ్ అబ్జర్వ్ చేశాము. కిచెన్ రూమ్లో కుకింగ్ ఐటమ్స్ క్లీన్గా ఉన్నాయా లేదా, వాషింగ్ ఏరియా సరిగ్గా ఉందా లేదా అనేది అబ్జర్వ్ చేశాము. ఇంకొకటి ఏంటంటే హోమ్ మదర్స్ యాప్రాన్స్, హెడ్ క్యాప్స్, గ్లౌజెస్ కుక్ చేసేటప్పుడు వేసుకుంటారా లేదా అనేది అబ్జర్వ్ చేశాము. అలా అబ్జర్వ్ చేశాక పిల్లల ద్వారా తెలుసుకుంది ఏంటంటే అన్ని హోమ్స్లలో వేసుకుంటున్నారు, కొన్ని హోమ్స్లలో వేసుకోవడం లేదు. అది కూడా సజెషన్ రూపంలో పాజిటివ్ వేలో చెప్పాము. సెకండ్ రౌండ్కి వెళ్ళేసరికి దాన్ని ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేసి దాన్ని మంచిగా అంటే హెడ్ క్యాప్స్ కానీ యాప్రాన్స్ కానీ అన్నీ వేసుకొని ఉన్నారు. అది మంచిగా అనిపించింది. ఇంకొకటి స్టోర్ రూమ్ గురించి అబ్జర్వ్ చేశాము. స్టోర్ రూమ్లో హోమ్కి సరిపడా అన్ని ఐటమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి కానీ దాని అరేంజ్మెంట్ సరిగ్గా చేసుకోలేదు కొన్ని హోమ్స్లలో. అది సజెషన్ రూపంలో వాళ్ళకి చెప్పాము, ఇలా అరేంజ్ చేసుకుంటే బాగుంటుందని. అంటే రైస్ బ్యాగ్స్ అన్ని ఒక కాడ, టాయిలెట్స్ అన్ని ఒక కాడ, ఇట్లా మంచిగా అరేంజ్ చేసుకుంటే బాగుంటుందని సజెషన్ రూపంలో చెప్పాము. నెక్స్ట్ విజిట్కి వెళ్ళేసరికి దాన్ని ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేశారు. మాకు మంచిగా అనిపించింది. ఇంకొకటి ఫుడ్ కమిటీ. అన్ని హోమ్స్లలో ఫుడ్ కమిటీ ఉంది, దాన్ని మంచిగా మెయింటైన్ చేస్తున్నారు. అది మాకు మంచిగా అనిపించింది. ఇంకా ఫుడ్ కమిటీ వాళ్ళు ఫుడ్ వేస్ట్ కాకుండా చూస్తున్నారు. అది మంచిగా అనిపించింది. మా ఫ్రెండ్ అదినే హైజీన్ గురించి ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేస్తారు.
When we went for home, like we don't put that as an indicator. When we went for home observation, we have seen the menu chart. There are many varieties in the food chart, but when we asked children, they said only big sisters and brothers and both were making the menu chart. So we have suggested that by involving all the children and like based on the season, preparing a menu chart would be better for taste and nutrition. So after that we have seen the storeroom, the material were not arranged properly. So we gave a suggestion in the first round that arranging the material better could look better, and we have said that toilet materials should be placed at different place, and rice bags and cooking items should be placed at different place. So they have implemented that suggestion. We have seen that implementation in the home. And one more big change we have seen in our homes is like when the house mothers were cooking the food, they were not using, like some of the homes were already using, but we have seen in some of the homes that they were not using an apron and a head cap. So we have suggestion, we have gave that suggestion in the first round. So we have seen that implementation in the second round. So we have now Abhinav will
నా పేరు అభినవ్. నేను క్లీనింగ్ మరియు హైజీన్ గురించి మాట్లాడుతున్నాను. మేము కొన్ని హోమ్స్కి విజిట్కి వెళ్ళాం. కొన్ని హోమ్స్లలో చిన్నపిల్లలు అనేది నేను స్టార్ట్ చేసుకోవడం లేదు. పిల్లల సమక్షంలో మేము హెల్త్ కమిటీకి ఇన్ఫార్మ్ చేసాము. వీక్లీ వన్స్ పిల్లలందరికీ నేల్స్ కట్ చేయాలని. అలా మేము చెప్పిన పాయింట్ని అగ్రీ చేసి నెక్స్ట్ టైం దీన్ని ఇంప్రూవ్ చేసుకుంటామన్నారు. మేము ఎలా నెక్స్ట్ టైం పోయినప్పుడు పిల్లలు ఎవరు కూడా నేల్స్ లేకుండే. అలాగే పిల్లల సమక్షంలో హైజీన్ క్లాసెస్ అవుతున్నాయని అడిగినప్పుడు పిల్లలందరూ అవుతున్నాయి అన్నారు. మేము అడిగినప్పుడు వాళ్ళు దాని గురించి చాలా చక్కగా వివరించారు. మరియు ప్రతి రూమ్లో వాష్రూమ్స్ మరియు రూమ్స్ చాలా క్లీన్గా ఉన్నాయి. మేము వాళ్ళకి ఒక సజెషన్ ఇచ్చాము. ప్రతి రూమ్లో ఒక డస్ట్బిన్ ఉంటే బాగుంటుందని చెప్పాము. మేము చెప్పిన పాయింట్ నేను అగ్రీ చేసి ప్రతి రూమ్లో ఒక డస్ట్బిన్ పెట్టుకున్నారు. మరియు స్లిప్పర్ స్టాండ్ ప్రతి రూమ్లో కొన్ని నిమిషాల్లో స్లిప్పర్ స్టాండ్స్ ఉన్నాయి, కొన్ని నిమిషాల్లో లేవు. లేని అంశాల్లో మేము సజెషన్ ఇచ్చాము. సూపర్ స్టాండ్ అంటే బాగుంటుంది, చూడడంలో అందరికీ చూడడంలో ఎవరైనా వచ్చినప్పుడు చూడడంలో బాగుంటుందని చెప్పాము. అలాగే బట్టల విషయాన్ని వచ్చేసి అన్ని ఉన్న పిల్లలు బట్టలు అనేది క్లీన్గా ఉన్నాయి, చాలా చాలా చక్కగా చేసుకున్నారు. మేము వాళ్ళకి ఒక సజెషన్ ఇచ్చాము. ఏంటిదంటే మీకు ఏవైతే 3 బ్రదర్స్ గ్రూప్ 3 సిస్టర్ గ్రూప్స్ ఉన్నాయో ఆ విధంగా మీరు ర్యాక్లు అనేది తీసుకుంటే బాగుంటుంది. బిగ్ సిస్టర్ పైన, మిడిల్ సిస్టర్ మధ్యలో, స్మాల్ సిస్టర్ కింద ఇలా పెట్టుకుంటే హెల్ప్ఫుల్గా ఉంటుందని చెప్పాము. మేము సెకండ్ రౌండ్ పోయినప్పుడు ఇది అనేది అందరూ ఇంప్రూవ్ చేసుకున్నారు. ప్రతి ఒక్కరు జరిగినది. అలాగే ఫస్ట్ అబ్జర్వేషన్ పోయినప్పుడు హోమ్ సరౌండింగ్ బాగానే ఉంది, కానీ ఇంకా కొంచెం బెటర్గా చేసుకుంటే బాగుంటుందని చెప్పాము. సెకండ్ రౌండ్కి ఎప్పుడైతే వెళ్ళామో ప్రతి హోమ్ సరౌండింగ్స్ కూడా చాలా బాగానే ఉన్నాయి. మేము ఫస్ట్ అబ్జర్వేషన్గా ఓవరాల్గా పాయింట్స్ వచ్చేసి 6 ఇచ్చాము. సెకండ్ అబ్జర్వేషన్లో మేము చెప్పిన ఆయన ఇంప్రూవ్ చేసుకొని చాలా చక్కగా ఇంకా ఎక్స్ట్రాగా కొటేషన్స్ కూడా రాసుకొని పెట్టుకున్నారు. మేము సెకండ్ అబ్జర్వేషన్లో 9 మార్క్స్ ఇచ్చాము. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Next indicator we took hygiene and cleanliness. Like when we children nails, some of the small children were not cut, so we gave that suggestion to cut the nails. And next we have like we said, we gave a suggestion that there should be dustbin in every room so that the room looks clean. The room looks clean, and we also gave a suggestion to have a slipper stand. And also we have 3 sister and 3 brothers group, like big sister, middle sister and small sister. Who the big sister will look the wellness and how children should be in the home. She will teach all the good qualities in there. So we have suggested them, like when the racks and the storage system should be like big sister should be on the big sister rack should be on the top, and the middle sister and small sister.
Big clap for Hyderabad. दोस्तों, हमारे देश में बहुत सी भाषाएं हैं. We have many languages. I think everybody knows here. कोई confusion तो नहीं है ना? सिर्फ हिंदी अंग्रेजी नहीं है. And we believe by heart in diversity. So we have to learn to listen to different languages also. Only then we can love India. Otherwise we can't love our country. So thanks Hyderabad children. I know you have lot more to say here, but there are children from Patna also. There are children from Delhi also. Okay? So now it's a time to listen to Patna children. The whole process of identifying this 25 parameters started in a very diverse way from Patna. And all of you from the Hyderabad. One moment.
Actually, these all processes by children are doing, like democratically we are doing, like of the children, by the children, and for the children. ప్రజాస్వామికంగా మేము పిల్లల కొరకు పిల్లల చేత ఈ ప్రాసెసెస్ అన్ని చేసాము. సో I miss this point, so I want to thank you.
Thanks a lot. And this is also very interesting that everyone prepared in such a detail. And I feel personally very sorry that we have to ask them to stop in between. But this is also a democratic process that we have to listen to everyone. And those who have come from Patna, so now the floor is yours. And then we will be listening from the children from Delhi. Delhi children are ready? Where are Delhi children? They are ready?
थोड़ा तेज बोलिए, क्या हो गया? सबको चाय का इंतजार है, ठीक है? थोड़ा वेट कर सकते हैं अभी, ठीक है ना? Any problem? No? Okay. So now start in brief. You have heard what they have taught. What parameters they have discussed. उन्होंने क्या parameters discuss किया? Now you start your journey.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kishore Kumar. I am from Purana Mega, behind Patna. जो प्रोग्राम है चाइल्ड पार्टिसिपेटरी रिफ्लेक्शन, इसका अगर हम लोग मतलब निकालें तो इसका मतलब होता है बाल भागीदारी समीक्षा और प्रतीक्षाया। मीन्स ये जो पूरा प्रोसेस है ये बच्चों का, ठीक है। तो इसमें बच्चे, अगर हम इसका शॉर्ट फॉर्म निकालें तो बच्चों के लिए बच्चों द्वारा ही विकास प्रक्रिया है, ठीक है। तो ये इसमें जो हमारा होम है उस होम के बच्चे ही होम का रखरखाव, चाहे उसका कितना भी होता है उसका देख रेख करते हैं। चाहे जैसे इसमें होगा क्या कि मान लीजिए कि पानी से रिलेटेड कोई है, जैसे इसमें एक इंडिकेटर है पीने के लिए साफ पानी, ठीक है। तो उसमें हम इसमें डिविडेंड निकालते हैं, फिर रेटिंग करते हैं, फिर रिकमेंडेशन करते हैं। फर्स्ट वाले का हम लोग होम में किसी भी होम में जाते हैं और होम में जाने के बाद उस होम के पहले तो जितने भी मेंबर्स होते हैं मेंबर से मिलते हैं। फिर मेंबर से मिलने के बाद हम फिजिकली जो होम होता है उसको चेक करते हैं। चेक करने के बाद नेक्स्ट टाइम हम लोग बच्चों से मिलते हैं। अब बच्चों से मिलने के बाद उनको क्या, जैसे उनकी क्या फीलिंग है होम से रिलेटेड उसको जानते हैं। उसके बाद होता है क्या कि फिर जो होता है फिर हमारा एक चार्ट होता है, हमारा एक नजर है, जैसे वहाँ पर लिखा हुआ है, चाहे यहाँ पर लिखा हुआ है ये, और उसमें फिर बच्चों से हम लोग बात करते हैं। चाहे बच्चों से बात करने के बाद उनसे पूछते हैं, चाहे इंडिकेटर जो होते हैं उनके बारे में बच्चों से पूछते हैं कि इस इंडिकेटर में हम आपको डिमेट पर बताते हैं। फिर उनसे पूछते हैं कि आप नंबर अपना बताइए। तो अगर वो बोलते हैं 6 तो क्यों 6 दे रहे हैं आप, ठीक है। और 6 देने का कोई कारण बताइए, और आप 9 दे रहे हैं तो 9 का कारण बताइए। तो ऐसे ही छोटे छोटे पॉइंट्स के बारे में हम उनसे बात करते हैं और लास्ट में डिसीजन होता है। और लास्ट में डिसीजन होता है तब फिर हम उनका रेटिंग करते हैं। सो
बहुत अच्छा है कि बाकी लोगों को वो सारी कहानी रामायण आप सुना देंगे तो बाकी लोग क्या करेंगे इससे, है ना। तो लेट अदर्स आल्सो स्पीक एंड पार्टिसिपेट इन दिस।
आई स्टडी इन स्टैंडर्ड 10 और मैं बीबीएस स्टूडेंट हूं दानापुर पटना में। हमने जो चाइल्ड पार्टिसिपेटरी वीडियो एंड रिफ्लेक्शन में रिव्यू किया उसमें हमारा ऑब्जर्वेशन मैं बताना चाहूँगी कि कंप्यूटर का हमने इंडिकेटर है, हमने उसमें क्या क्या ऑब्जर्व किया और उसमें मतलब क्या हम लोग 5.5 को मैंने रिव्यू किया। उसमें हमें मतलब बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला। और हमारा जो होम है उसमें हम लोग मतलब रहते हैं, तो हम लोग पता करना चाहिए मतलब हमारे लिए क्या अच्छा है और क्या बुरा है, हमारे लिए क्या होना चाहिए और क्या नहीं होना चाहिए। तो उसके हिसाब से हमने कंप्यूटर का होना में ये ऑब्जर्व किया है बच्चों के अनुसार हमारे फोन में कंप्यूटर है, अगर है तो उसका सिस्टम सही जगह पे है, उसके कंप्यूटर का रूटीन डिस्प्ले है, बच्चों का लिस्ट है। और अगर कंप्यूटर है और उसका कोई यूज नहीं हो रहा है तो बच्चों के लिए तो कोई लाभ नहीं होगा। तो इसके लिए हम बच्चों के लिए बच्चों को यूज करने के लिए उससे रिलेटेड वाईफाई होना चाहिए। तो वाईफाई सारे में है, अगर है तो अच्छी बात है और नहीं है तो हमें डेवलप करने की जरूरत है।
छोटा ही एक पॉइंट पे फोकस करके आप अपने ऑब्जर्वेशन करें, क्योंकि हम आपको फिल्म में भी देखेंगे। अच्छा तो फिल्म भी होगी।
First of all, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to introduce myself. I am Pooja. I am standard class 12. I live in Hyderabad in Patna. मैं बता दूँ चाइल्ड पार्टिसिपेटरी एंड रिव्यू एंड रिफ्लेक्शन। मैं गुड के बारे में बताना चाहती हूँ। उसमें हम लोग यह ऑब्जर्व किया कि वहाँ पे मीनिंग हैवी है या न्यूट्रिशन के न्यूट्रिशन से रिलेटेड उसमें मीनिंग है कि नहीं, वो मीनिंग कितने महीने के चेक होता है। उसमें अंडर डेट को जो अंडर डेट वाले जो कोशिश बच्चे रहते हैं उसको अलग से बुक मिलता है कि नहीं।
ये हम लोग ऑब्जर्व किए और इससे हम लोग ग्रेडिंग करके मतलब नंबर हम लोग देकर बच्चों से बात किए, मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा। और हर चीज़ हम वहाँ पे हर हम मिल गए तो हर एक बात सीखने को मिला। सो थैंक यू सो मच।
आप थोड़ा दिल्ली के बच्चे भी बता दें, दिल्ली के बच्चे भी हैं ना यहाँ पे, थोड़ा सा शेयरिंग हो जाएगा। यस,
तो आप सभी को पूरा प्रोसेस बताइए हमने कैसे कैसे करना है। मैं एक चीज़ बताना चाहती हूँ, जैसे दिल्ली में ऑब्जर्वेशन हमने प्रोग्राम लिए फर्स्ट राउंड दिल्ली में ऑब्जर्वेशन की थी। हमने सारे बच्चों के साथ मिलकर डिस्कशन वगैरह करी, फिर उसमें हमने रिपोर्ट बना के मैनेजमेंट मीटिंग दी थी। सेकेंड राउंड ऑब्जर्वेशन हम गए तो हमने देखा कि ज़्यादातर जो हमें सजेशन दिए हैं वो काफ़ी हद तक अप्लाई किए गए हैं। मैं एग्जाम्पल बताना चाहूँगी कि जैसे हमने होम में दिया था कि बच्चों के एनवायरनमेंट से रिलेटेड होना चाहिए, पेंट वगैरह डिस्प्ले हो या एजुकेशन चार्ज डिस्प्ले हो। सेकेंड राउंड में ऑप्शन किया हमने कि सारे होम में डिस्प्ले वगैरह करके बच्चों ने तो इनिशिएटिवली पेंटिंग बनाई थी, अपने लोगों को बहुत अच्छे से डेकोरेट किया था। मैं चाहती हूँ कि हमारे
वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड। Please friends, we should not be so I know everybody is waiting eagerly for the tea, but ताली बजाने में कंजूसी है।
हमने ऑब्जर्व किया बिल्डिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और प्रॉपर बिल्डिंग अरेंजमेंट है, प्रॉपर एरिया सेपरेशन अवेलेबल है एंड इक्वल ट्रीटमेंट किया जाता है बच्चों को रिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ कम्युनिटी रिलीजन।
वेरी गुड।
Namaste, I'm Ashley from Delhi, and I'm here as a child resource person of child participating in the session. So, my across food nutrition and cleaning, I have 4 major chapters. First was kitchen maintenance and cleanliness, जिसमें हमने कुछ क्राइटेरिया के बेसिस पे रैंकिंग की थी और ऑब्जर्वेशन किया था। फर्स्ट क्राइटेरिया वाज किचन अप्लायंसेस एंड यूटेंसिल्स मैनेज है या नहीं है, ड्यूरेशन ऑफ क्लीनिंग और सस्पेंशन ऑफ डाइनिंग रूम एंड कुकिंग एरिया। सो फर्स्ट राउंड ऑब्जर्वेशन में मैंने ऑब्जर्व किया कि किचन जो था वो वेल मेंटेन था विद ऑल अप्लायंसेस एंड यूटेंसिल्स। किचन एवरी आफ्टर मील क्लीन होता है, जैसे ब्रेकफास्ट के बाद, लंच के बाद, डिनर के बाद। हमारा एक मेन सजेशन था कि जो राशन रूम है, स्टॉक रूम, उसको प्रॉपर्ली मेंटेन करें और सेग्रीगेशन ऑफ राशन करें। हमने जब सेकंड राउंड किया तो हमने देखा जो हमारा सजेशन था उस पर उन्होंने काम किया था और किचन को वेल मेंटेन किया। थैंक यू।
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम चांदी है। नमस्ते, मेरा नाम चांदी है। मैं चाइल्ड पार्टिसिपेटरी एंड कलेक्शन की चाइल्ड रिसोर्स पर्सन हूँ। मेरा फर्स्ट सेक्टर है मनोरंजन के साधन के लिए सामग्री का बनाना। इसमें हमने के होमों में देखा कि बच्चों के पास सभी मनोरंजन के साधन थे। पहला जब हमने बच्चों से बात की तो हमने जब बच्चों ने स्पोर्ट्स मिलता था तो बच्चों ने कहा हाँ हमें स्पोर्ट्स मिलता है, तो हमने कहा स्पोर्ट्स की टाइम मिलता था। उन्होंने हमें बोला 6 से 7 सभी बच्चों को डेली बेसिस पे स्पोर्ट्स दिया जाता है। और फिर मनोरंजन के लिए हमने टीवी का टाइम, तो बच्चों ने कहा हमारे में टीवी भी प्रोवाइड कर दी है, सबको एज वाइज टीवी प्रोवाइड कर दी है और सभी बच्चे अपनी मनपसंदीदा चीज़ें देखते हैं, जैसे कार्टून, मूवीज, वीडियो, एवरीथिंग जो देते हैं वो देखते हैं। फिर उसके बाद बच्चों को एक स्पीकर भी प्रोवाइड कर रहा है जिसमें सभी बच्चे मतलब उनमें कोई इवेंट फंक्शन होता है तो बच्चे गाने वाने सुनते हैं, मतलब कोई भी इवेंट फंक्शन होता है तो बच्चों के लिए ही वो स्पीकर चला जाता है ताकि बच्चे वो भी एंजॉय करें, घूमने लगे। बस थैंक यू।
बिहार इंतजार कर रहा है, बिहार स्टिल वेटिंग।
मेरा नाम है जागा कुमार और मैं पटना से आया हूँ। मैंने ऑब्जर्वेशन में यह ऑब्जर्व किया दावा की व्यवस्था और फर्स्ट बॉक्स में ये क्या था। मैंने इसमें ऑब्जर्व किया कि सभी को मतलब हर 6 महीने से सभी छोटी और कमी के बच्चे को फर्स्ट बॉक्स की ट्रेनिंग हुआ और ये हर में 3 4 होना चाहिए। और उसमें मैंने देखा कि सभी दवाओं का बंद है, फर्स्ट बॉक्स 12 होना चाहिए और उसमें सभी दवा का लिस्ट लगा ताकि कुछ कोई मतलब 3-4 महीनों में तो हेल्थ मीठा बच्चा वो लिस्ट देखकर दवा दे सके, कोई बच्चा बीमार हो तो। और इसके बाद मैंने जब ऑब्जर्व किया तो जब करने के बाद सब जब बैठते हैं तो बैठने के बाद जब नॉमिनी देने के बाद सिर्फ मेरे और मेरे दोनों निकालते हैं हम लोग, लेकिन हम लोग सिर्फ मेरे बोलते हैं ताकि वो बोल सके पॉजिटिव, उसके बाद मैंने उसको नंबर पैसा सेट लगा। और सारी बच्चे या बच्चियाँ बोलती है तो हम लोग का खुशी होता है कि वो अपने से कुछ बता रही है हमारे में क्या क्या होता है, क्या क्या नहीं होता है, और जो इम्प्रूवमेंट करने की जरूरत है वो तो हम लोग खोज चुके हैं।
Just in one line I'm doing the translation that they push some negative, one negative perspective, and then they check that how the child from the homes are reacting to it, how they are feeling, that they will counter them that no, this is very much there, you should not give this negative opinion about our child. So that's how it is. Good idea, please. अभी एक दिल्ली की भी बाकी है।
मेरा नाम मनीषा है और मैं फिलहाल पटना से आई हूँ। मैं भी ज़्यादा नहीं लोगों ने इसका बेनिफिट बताया कि ये जितने भी फॉर्म में हम लोग रिव्यू किया है इससे हम लोग के लिए क्या चेंज आ रहे हैं, मतलब हम लोग का हाउस क्या होता है लोगों के बीच में, उनके साथ हम लोग कैसे इंटरैक्ट कर रहे हैं, वही चीज़ शेयर करना चाहोगे आप लोगों के साथ। तो सबसे पहले मैं बताऊंगी कि अगर इस रिव्यू को करने जा रहे हैं तो ऐसा खुद को अपना ऐसा अंडरस्टैंडिंग बनाना चाहिए कि मतलब जो बच्चे हैं या जो बड़े हैं उनके साथ कैसा हमको रिएक्ट करना है, उनको कैसा बिहेवियर लेकर उनके साथ रिएक्ट करना है, कोई बात को लेकर मतलब उनसे चाहे हाउ टू वी हैव अदर्स ऐसा लाइक। एंड मैं इससे बेनिफिट यही है कि हम एक रिस्पॉन्सिबल करते हैं, हमारे स्किल्स ग्रो होते हैं, हमारे पर्सनालिटी डेवलप होता है एंड किन्हीं के लिए इंस्पिरेशन बनते हैं। बिकॉज अगर ये रिव्यू कर रहे हैं तो कहते हैं हमारा अपना नया हाउस को उस बीच में रहते हैं लोगों के बीच में एंड वो लोग भी रहते हैं उनके बातों को सुनते हैं एंड थैंक यू सो मच।
बच्चों के साथ स्टाफ का व्यवहार, तो जब हमारी टीम गई वहाँ तीनों में हमने रिव्यू लिया तो बच्चे हाउस मदर को ऐसा मम्मी कह के बुलाते हैं, तो इससे बच्चे हाउस मदर में एक अच्छा गुण दिखता है और जो बच्चे हैं वो स्टाफ से अपना अच्छा गुण शेयर करते हैं और स्टाफ उनको कहते हैं वो देते सपोर्ट देते हैं, उनको बढ़ावा देते हैं आगे बढ़ने का। मतलब वो किसी होम में एक निकल के आया था कि स्टाफ अपने वर्क में बहुत ज़्यादा बिजी रहते हैं तो वो बच्चों का टाइम स्पेंड नहीं कर पाते हैं, तो हमने स्टाफ को ये सजेशन दिया कि आप अपना वर्क भी करें और बच्चों के साथ टाइम स्पेंड भी करें, ताकि बच्चों को ये ना लगे कि स्टाफ हमसे बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम स्टाफ से बात नहीं कर रहे हैं। मतलब हमने सजेशन दिया और जब हम सेकेंड राउंड में आए तो हम लोग को दिखा कि बच्चे स्टाफ से एकदम रेडियो करके बात कर रहे हैं।
Thanks a lot, and I think here lies the democratic spirit of this whole process, जिसके बारे में खासा कुछ बोल रहे थे। He was telling that how you should be participating and how you enhance your role also. They are the बच्चे हैं जो होम में रहते हैं बच्चों की तरह। Then they start becoming observing the whole process कि क्या गड़बड़ है। एक इसी तरह का मीटिंग चल रही थी दिल्ली में जिसमें होम में मैं थोड़ी देर के लिए गई थी और मुझे इतना इंटरेस्टिंग वो सोशल ऑडिट लग रहा था कि मैंने दूसरे ढंग के सोशल ऑडिट देखे हैं, आप सबने देखे होंगे, बट दिस ऑडिट वाज फुल डेवलपमेंट ऑडिटर्स। द वर्ड ऑडिटर इज वेरी थोड़ा डराता है, ऑडिटर आने वाले हैं, ओह माय गॉड क्या होगा, गड़बड़ी होगी, लाइक ऐसा। बट इन दिस ऑडिट यू विल फील that how we were fighting and improving and even they were bringing out, no, this is not there and this has to be improved. This has to be checked. These are, and this was a learning process for everyone. Everyone knew that what are their rights and duties. So how to become a much more responsible Indian citizen who knows the duties and the responsibilities. This is the process and how to make home a better home. So the whole trust is कि हमारा घर, हमारा रेनबो होम और खूबसूरत कैसे बने और सुरक्षित कैसे बने और जो क्लियर का कॉन्सेप्ट है, it is not in the mind of the leaders or the staff members. It lies with the children. They should know हमारा हक अधिकार क्या है. So I think that's a very wonderful experience all of you have shared, and I am extremely sorry that you have to wait so long for the tea, but it's really high time. I don't know whether the tea is hot or thanda ho gaya hoga, but it's a tea break, and after you all come back, we will start with the wonderful film which is waiting for you all. 10 minutes film which will set the agenda on the board. Thank you.
जैसे हमने दिल्ली होम सारे होम पटना हैदराबाद में ही फॉलो किया है, तो मैं चाहती हूँ हम चाहते हैं कि जितने भी CCI होम है वो इस प्रोसेस को फॉलो करें क्योंकि होम की डेवलपमेंट बहुत अच्छी होगी.
So please join us. चाय मुलाकात बातचीत और चर्चा हम सब करेंगे. नीचे चाय इंतजार कर रही है आपका. चाय पे चर्चा के लिए और कितना समय हमारे पास है? 15 से 30 मिनट हम वापस आ जाएंगे. 15 minutes we will join.
The Rainbow Homes program aims to protect
This is what they have done. I know that people have come from Bengal, from Bihar, from Mumbai and other states. So we'll also be very keen to understand what are the good practices of these states which can be replicated in Hyderabad. And of course, there will be a lot that we will be able to contribute when you are planning to develop at the end of today's consultation some kind of a template for national role model, etc. I would like to, it is slightly kind of out of context. जैसा हिंदी में बोलते हैं कि एग्ज़ाम में कुछ पूछा गया और आप जवाब कुछ और दे रहे हैं. So I'm trying to, because I thought that I'll share something very recent that I'm personally involved with, and I'd like to draw the attention of everyone. So some of you who have come from outside may not know this, but I look after the industries sector in the state, and I'm also the principal secretary involved in CSR. So we, of course, Hyderabad has become a very thriving destination for industries, manufacturing, IT, etc. So there's no dearth of opportunities to spend CSR money. But I recently was able to identify a project where I really felt that the levels of indignity that children were facing were of the highest possible levels. And we were able to get some very good CSR support. And of course, these are initial days, but the results are very, very encouraging. And the reason why I am raising that example here is because of the cross-border kind of context. Because the children whom we are supporting now through this project, they are not children from Telangana, they are children from elsewhere. But I'm sure this is something which we would be observing and seeing at many other places also. So how my attention came to this problem was that I typically read a newspaper called The Mint. It's a business paper, and being the industry secretary, I have to be in touch with the world of business, the world of economics. So Mint carried, this is almost more than a year ago, a very moving story. Unfortunately, I don't have the article right away, and therefore I'm not able to precisely recall the name. But Mint, that the reporter who wrote that story mentioned something very, very touching. He mentioned about a village in Orissa. It is a small village. But he said that something very remarkable happens in that village. And he mentioned that the train which comes from Calcutta to Hyderabad, it touches various large cities, like it stops at Visakhapatnam, it stops at Rajmundry, it stops at Vijayawada, stops at Warangal. All these are big cities. But this reporter mentioned that this particular train stops at that village much longer than it stops at Visakhapatnam or Rajmundry or Vijayawada or Warangal. I mean, that village is so small that I
veteran dignitaries with us who have spent many decades in this field, many decades, and build a new line where we can talk about child participation, where we can talk and think and design and implement very senior veteran dignitaries with us who have spent, all of you, many decades in this field, many decades. And now I request, we have a very special guest with us who has traveled all the way from West Bengal, Madam Krishna Rao Roy, Madam Krishna Roy, who is currently chairperson of West Bengal SCPCR, and along with this, she has a special connect with the medium she is going to inaugurate right now. She is an Indian film director, actor, writer. I will just request Madam that please you just inaugurate the film. It's a 10-minute film, it's a long film. For this special consultation, it is 10-minute film. Any person can help Madam. She is popular artist in Bangla entertainment industry. Besides directing films, she acted in several films, daily soaps and web series. So Madam, please inaugurate, open the floor for this film. It's a very special film. It talks about, discusses about the whole process of child participation, recruitment. So here we go for 10 minutes. This film, close the lights. Thank you.
Rainbow Homes program aims to protect, nurture, educate and empower the most disadvantaged children so that they grow into happy and responsible members of society. We firmly believe in upholding the rights of children as declared in the UNCRC, and children's participation in the homes is a non-negotiable part of that. Only when this right is fulfilled can they access and enjoy other fundamental rights. There are several mechanisms through which children voice their ideas and opinions about
Please close the lights first. Otherwise there is no use.
The Rainbow Homes program aims to protect, nurture, educate and empower the most disadvantaged children so that they grow into happy and responsible members of society. We firmly believe in upholding the rights of children as declared in the UNCRC, and children's participation in the homes is a non-negotiable part of that. Only when this right is fulfilled can they access and enjoy other fundamental rights. There are several mechanisms through which children voice their ideas and opinions about all aspects of their own growth and development, as well as the health of the Rainbow Home or Sneha Ghar where they stay. Bal Sabhas, clubs, children's committees and brother-sister groups are some of the forums through which participation is ensured. One such practice is the Rainbow Homes Child Participatory Review and Reflection Program. Launched in 2017 in partnership with Anindo Banerjee and his team at Praxis, it brought many children together to share their experiences and define what they would like in their ideal home. Finally, 25 indicators emerged ranging from food, health, education, security and safety, functioning of the Child Protection Committee or the CPC, and so on. The indicators gave a bird's eye view of the health of the home, our home at a glance. The impact was immediately felt.
हम लोग के यहाँ ज़मीन अच्छी नहीं रहती थी ना, तो बोलते थे कि ज़मीन खेलेगा का अच्छा नहीं है। हम लोग कैसे खेलते तो गिट्टी कर जाता है पैर में, तो हम लोग उसको साफ सफाई कराने के लिए बातचीत किया करते थे। हमारी बात को सुनी गई तो वो लोग मिट्टी और कुछ आने और पूरे मतलब पूरा फील्ड ग्राउंड को ग्राउंड में मिट्टी डाला गया और उसके बाद ग्राउंड ठीक है।
The success of this child-led participatory process of monitoring led to it being replicated in other homes in different cities across the country. It is continually practiced in our homes for a comprehensive appraisal of quality of care practices assessed by children themselves. As a first step, 10 to 12 child facilitators, both girls and boys, and young adults from the different homes in the city are selected. They discuss the 25 indicators so that the children get an understanding of the different parameters and tools to review a home.
हमारे होम्स जो है बच्चों की सुरक्षा के लिए बनाए गए हैं, है ना। तो सबसे अहम है बच्चों की ग्रोथ में उनकी सुरक्षा, उनके विकास में सबसे बड़ा सहभाग है। खाना पीना तो है ही, पर सुरक्षा होना बहुत ज़रूरी है। आपके कमरों में रहता है रात में बल्ब डॉर्मेट्री में छोटा वाला 0 वाला जो रहता है, तो ये इसीलिए कि पूरा अंधेरा ना हो और असुरक्षित आप ना महसूस करें।
Perhaps the most important aspect of childcare in an institution is protection. The factors discussed range from physical safety to emotional well-being and protection from neglect and abuse, and a thorough understanding of what to do in the case of any abuse. Once the facilitators are fully familiar with the concept of markers, they set out in groups and observe various sites in a home.
यहाँ पे लगता है कितने कैमरे हैं मनीषा?
This is the second stage of the participatory review and reflection process.
एक दिन बाहर का है और बाकी सब रूम के अंदर का है। अच्छा, आप लोग ये देखें, इसके बारे में बताइए।
इसमें बताया जाता है कि उनको टच बाय टच क्या है। जो सीपीसी के मेंबर बच्चों से बात करते हैं जब मीटिंग होता है तब
जब वो मीटिंग करते हैं तो उन्हें इस बात का डर रहता है कि अगर स्टाफ साथ रहेंगे तो वे खुलकर बातें नहीं कर पाएंगे, जो वो बातें कहना चाहते हैं या फिर वो अपनी बातें जो पूरी उनकी जो प्रॉब्लम है वो सामने रख नहीं पाएंगे। इसलिए वो हम लोग से पहले बातें करते हैं और वो स्टाफ्स को बाहर निकाल देते हैं कि स्पेशली सेपरेटली जो है बच्चों से बात करें और उनके प्रॉब्लम को और गहराई से जान सके और हम उनको खुलकर बता सकें।
पहले जब स्टार्ट हुआ कि होम रिव्यू करना है तो उतना कुछ खास जानकारी नहीं था। थोड़े थोड़े जब बताने लगे प्रोग्रामर्स कि जाना है, बच्चों से पूछना है, होम के बारे में जानकारी लेना है, तो एकदम अच्छा लगा। जैसे सीबीआई ग्रुप कहीं भी जाती है तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन करती है कि क्या है, अलग अलग चीज़ के बारे में। तो जैसे हो गया कि एजुकेशन से लेके तो स्टेशनरी हो गया और कि स्टेशनरी कैसे व्यवस्था है और आप क्या एजुकेशन में चाहते हैं। तो बच्चों में हमको टीचर चाहिए, कराटे के टीचर चाहिए। रिव्यू होने लगा तो बच्चों में समझदारी विकसित होने लगी।
Then comes the third stage, the final review, where the children from the home being reviewed argue and defend their positions while listening to the evaluation of the facilitators.
होम में कितना सुरक्षित महसूस करते हैं, इस पर आप लोग क्या बोलना चाहते हैं? या आप इसके कितना नंबर देंगे, आप बताइए।
हमारे पास लेडीज गार्ड नहीं थी, लेकिन अब है। और पहले हमारे दीवार छोटा हुआ करते थे जिसमें बहुत हम लोग ने क्वेश्चन उठाया, तो अब बॉर्डरिंग भी लग गया है, ग्रिल लग गया है। रात को ज़्यादा सेफ महसूस करने के लिए हम लोग के हमें कैमरा भी जगह जगह पे और बहुत जगह पर लाइट वगैरह भी लग गए जिससे कारण बच्चों को डर ना लगे। और हर कमरे में मम्मा दीदी सोती हैं।
क्या होता है हम लोग को भी पता, हमारे से जो छोटे बच्चे उनको भी
कुछ भी सकते हैं।
सुरक्षा से संबंधित आप लोगों को ट्रेनिंग मिलती है?
आग लग गया तो उसको मतलब हमें किस तरह से बुझाना चाहिए, इसके बारे में हम लोगों ने ट्रेनिंग सीखा। अब ऐसा अगर आग में लोग फंसे तो उसको वहाँ से किस तरह से निकलना है, उसका ट्रेनिंग हमने लिया।
सारे टीम्स पूछना चाहते हैं कि आप लोग इसके लिए कितना मार्क्स लेना चाहेंगे, बताइए।
7 सबका है।
अच्छा, देखिए 7 ले रहे हैं और आप कुछ बता। 5x निकला हुआ है, गंदा भी है। फर्स्ट सेकंड एक सीढ़ी टूटा हुआ है, यहाँ पर देखिए हैं।
एक और हम बोलना चाहते हैं, आप लोग बोले सजेशन बॉक्स है, वहाँ पे बॉक्स लगा हुआ बट उस पर लिखा हुआ नहीं है। कोई आएगा तो क्या समझे कि ऐसे रखा हुआ है।
बच्चा जो स्लाइड करने वाला उसके जस्ट बगल में ईटा निकला हुआ है। बताइए इस आधार पर आप कितना नंबर देना चाहते हैं?
नंबर हम लोग नहीं देंगे।
6
बहुत ज्यादा से
हम लोग 6 नहीं लेंगे, 7 बोले तो 7 लेंगे, क्योंकि हम लोग आपको बताए भी पहले से भी ज्यादा सेफ्टी हम लोग में है। पहले सेफ्टी नहीं था, अब है भैया।
7
बीच में मुश्किल हुआ था, बहुत हल्ला होता था, झगड़ा होता था पॉइंट को लेकर, नंबरिंग को लेकर।
बच्चे लोग नहीं हमको चाहिए तो चाहिए, हमारे होम में गलती नहीं है। फिर हम लोग समझाते थे कि अगर आप एक गलती को झाँप रहे हो तो वहीं पर रह जाएगा। जैसे कि सब बोलते थे कि मतलब हम लोग को कोचिंग बाहर कोचिंग जाना चाहिए, बट हम लोग कुछ बोले कि हम लोग इतने बच्चे को तो बाहर कोचिंग नहीं, हम लोग यही टीचर का व्यवस्था करा देते हैं, बाहर से लोग आए पढ़ाने, तो हमारा मतलब बेस्ट एजुकेशन हो सके, हर बच्चे को हर चीज़ आए, जानकारी हो, नॉलेज हो।
The participatory review and reflection program is empowering children in the Rainbow Homes to take charge of their own development by identifying and prioritizing their needs. It is giving them a voice and a chance to shape their own futures.
अगर जितने भी ये एक्टिविटीज़ होम में हो रहे हैं, जो मैं रिव्यू में अपना पार्टिसिपेशन की हूँ, कहीं ना कहीं मेरे फ्यूचर में ये चीज़ें काफ़ी कंट्रीब्यूट करेंगी।
होम का तो सुधार होगा ही, अपने अंदर भी एक लीडरशिप आ रही है, पार्टिसिपेंट्स जो होता है इक्वलिटी आ रही है, जैसे सब में बराबर ही हो रही है, अंडरस्टैंडिंग आ रही है कि हम क्या सोच रहे हैं या दूसरे हमसे क्या चाहते हैं।
लाइट बंद की थी, थोड़ा सा लाइट ऑन करते हैं। एक बार और जबरदस्त तालियां। So when we witnessed the whole process in a very short 10 minutes time, it was the filmmaker and the team tried to manage their best to present that how the whole process has gone from here to the practice. When we think only, we can implement good practices, we can change the whole perspective. Thinking is very important. Concern is very important. And the right concern is very important. And for that, now we are moving towards now for a panel discussion. I am requesting the panel members to kindly come on dais. First of all, I request Mr. Venkat Reddy, National Convener, MV Foundation, who has been involved in implementing capacities of youth volunteer, member of school education committees and Gram Panchayats, building an environment for total abolition of child labor and in favor of children's right to education. Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. And we have heard a lot about you, ma'am. Sudeshna ji, please come on, guys. You are currently chairperson in West Bengal, SC, PCR, and you all know by this time that you have a long history with the films, acting, directing, writing. Thanks, ma'am, to be here. I request David Raji also, please come on the dais. Senior Manager, Child Protection, CPRC, UNICEF. He is working on women and child protection, has worked in ActionAid, CRS International, and currently working for UNICEF almost 13 years. Thanks, sir. Thanks, you are here. Now I request Ma'am Anita ji, please come on the dais. You have traveled all the way from Pune to here. She is chairperson CWC, trainer in the field of child sexual abuse, health, HIV, AIDS, sexualities with NGOs and social work, colleges as well as school and college students. Friends, all our panel members, please give a big clap. So I have a very big bio, a very long journey, but because, yeah. Yeah, I request Mr. Devia, SCPCR member Telangana, please come and join us on the stage. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And in the end, I request from Chennai, Bhaskaran ji, please come join us. Social activists and lawyers. And now, sir, the stage is yours. You are chairing the session. Thank you, Pratiji. I request you to chair the session, and as we all know, that this whole process, this whole national convention is very, very special for everyone who is sitting in this room. So, from here we are starting the panel discussion, and we will try to, every one of us is eagerly waiting to listen and learn from all of you, from your great vast experience from different states. That's a great proud for us. Thank you.
सबको नमस्कार, अंदर नमस्ते। टाइम 20 मिनट्स में इतना बड़े शिक्षक के साथ चेयरपर्सन करना बहुत मुश्किल है, लेकिन आई एम वेरी हैप्पी टू लिसन द वॉइसेस ऑफ चिल्ड्रन। मुझे एक डाउट आ रहा कि बच्चे जब खुल के बात करते तो बड़ों और बड़ों का इंस्टीट्यूशन जो चलाते हैं, या स्कूल हो या सेक्रेटरीट हो या जो भी इंस्टीट्यूशन हो, दम है क्या सुनने के लिए? वो दम किसके पास है? वो बहुत $1,000,000 प्रश्न है, क्योंकि चाइल्ड पार्टिसिपेशन इज नॉट ए जोक। एक बार एक सीएम के पास 10 बच्चों को लेकर जाके उनके साथ हम बात करने के बाद सीएम ने कहा कि आपके लिए कुछ भी कर सकता हूँ मैं, आप बताइए। तो बच्चे ने पूछा सीएम को बताने से पहले यही बात पूछा, आपको रियली दम नहीं का सुनने की? सीएम बहुत परेशान हो गया कि इसके पीछे 10-12 गनमैन थे, ये थे, वो थे, पूरा बाहर जाने के बाद सुनने लगा। तो उतना आई एम सेइंग दिस फ्रॉम माय होल हार्टेड दैट children और प्लेइंग एंड उनके लिए ये कुछ पॉलिटिक्स नहीं है, उनके लिए अभी भी अपन में जैसे सेशंस में खुला ओपन और डरने का चीज नहीं है। तो दैट्स व्हाई आई थिंक यू आर डेमोक्रेटाइजिंग दिस प्रोसेस। अपना डेमोक्रेसी में जितना स्क्रीनिंग हो रहा है और इतना नेगेटिव था, ये हाल में आने के बाद आपका बात सुनने के बाद हमको ऐसा लगा कुछ होप है आपके साथ। तो आई रियली अप्रिशिएट एंड वन इम्पोर्टेंट पॉइंट मनीषा फ्रॉम पटना ने कहा, ये इवैल्यूएशन या ऑडिट दूसरे के लिए नहीं, हमारा रिस्पांसिबिलिटी बढ़ता है, हमारा स्किल्स बढ़ा है, हमारा पर्सनालिटी बढ़ा है और हमारे लिए इंस्पिरेशन है। ब्यूटीफुल these 4 things as a citizen, and it's not just policing, it's not just CBI, it's not just going there and seeing things, but we are internalizing the process of democracy and democratizing the system. That's I salute you all. It is my opening remarks. I won't take much time. I request Sudhenshu Rai ji, Chairperson, SCP sir, West Bengal, to come and take part. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And my thank you to all those who are on the dais. I'm not going through names, neither am I going through names here, because I have very short time and I want to share what I got today. My Hindi is not very good. I speak in Bengali, so I will use थोड़ा Hindi, लेकिन आप लोग हंसिएगा क्योंकि ये लेके सारी इंडिया में लोग हंसते हैं कि हम बंगाल के हैं, हम ठीक से हिंदी नहीं बोल पाते हैं। हम सबको ही हम लोग सब कुछ खाते हैं, पीते नहीं कुछ, तो ये मुश्किल मेरे लिए भी है। So, but what I liked today and what I believe in, even in West Bengal, we give a lot of importance to child participation, advocacy through your voices. आप जो कहेंगे वो हमें सुनना है, क्योंकि आप पॉलिटिक्स में, हमारा चेयरपर्सन इधर मॉडरेटर सर जो बोले हैं कि आप कोई पॉलिटिक्स नहीं कर रहे हैं, आप इंटरनलाइज कर रहे हैं, आप जो बोलना है आपको जो सही है वो आप बोल रहे हैं। जैसा आप लोग वो कहानी जानते हैं अबाउट द एम्परर्स न्यू क्लोथ्स, सो वैसा आप लोग ही बोल सकते हैं कि आप नंगा हो, हम नहीं बोल पाते हैं। हमारे पास बहुत रिस्ट्रिक्शंस है, हम बड़े होके हमारे पास बहुत कुछ है जो हम बोल नहीं पाते हैं। आप लोग बोल पाते हैं, आप लोग सीधा बोल पाते हैं क्या रॉन्ग है, लेकिन दैट इज नॉट इनफ, रॉन्ग हैज टू बी रेक्टिफाइड, वो भी आपको देखना है, एंड ऑल ऑफ यू आर डूइंग दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। मेरा भी काम है CCI घूमना और देखना सब सही है या नहीं। आप जो कह रहा था कि मेन्यू लिखा हुआ रहता है, बिकॉज दैट इज द रूल, ऑल द मेन्यूज आर देयर। हम लोग क्या करते हैं, हम सीधा किचन में जाते हैं, किचन सफा है, मेन्यू में जो लिखा है, अगर लिखा है कि फिश था या मटन था या चिकन था, हम लोग बोलते हैं डस्टबिन कहाँ है दिखाइए। डस्टबिन में तो दिखाई देगा,
सच है या नहीं? तो ये हम लोग करते हैं। आपके पास से हम एक नया चीज सीखा, which is when I go and talk to them, that little boy who told, I forget his name, I'm sorry, but the one who said, वो चिढ़ाते हैं उनको नीडल करते हैं, बोलते हैं कि हाँ ये तो खराब है, and then they come out with, people there, they come out with the truth, they support, because ये तो home है. The loyalty factor is also important of the children there. हम सब लोगों का homes are not the same. Basic चाहिए, लेकिन in a family when we live, तब भी तो सब कुछ neighbor के जैसा नहीं होता है हर वक्त. But to have pride in my home, to be fond of that home, that also is being inculcated. That is also being taught. That is also being processed. Important. And it is one of the most important things that I learned today. The loyalty. The unity in diversity. ये तो चलना है. That is my India. That is what is important. Not just saying that I'm Indian, I'm this, I'm that. No, working for my country. ये तो आप लोग कर रहे हैं. And it starts, अंग्रेजी में एक कहावत,
मतलब हम लोग ना सोशल वर्कर्स होते हैं ना, तो जब हम
कॉलेजेस में सीखते हैं तो हमको सिखाया जाता है कि ज्यादा सुनो, 2 कान दिए हैं और कम बोलो. लेकिन मैंने अक्सर देखा है कि हम सोशल वर्कर बहुत ज्यादा, जरूरत से बहुत ज्यादा बकबक करते हैं, बच्चों का नहीं सुनते. हमको लगता है बच्चों को कुछ नहीं पता, या तो हमको लगता है एडल्ट छोटे एडल्ट हम कभी नहीं समझना चाहते शायद इन प्रैक्टिस के जो ग्रोइंग फेज है वो कितना टर्बुलेंट हो सकता है हर एक के लिए अलग अलग. तो हमको लगता है कि हम दोनों तरफ से बोलते हैं ना, हम बोलते हैं अभी बड़ा तो हो गया, और फिर बोलते हैं तो मतलब उनको नहीं पता चलता. तो मैं सोशल वर्क के हिसाब से, सोशल वर्क लर्नर के हिसाब से बात करना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि ज़्यादा कुछ बोलने की बच्चों के बारे में ज़रूरत नहीं है. बच्चों को सिर्फ सुनो, बहुत कुछ समझ जाओगे. तो आज ना मुझे ये देख के, जैसे मैं 10 साल से चाइल्ड सेक्सुअल अब्यूज में ही काम कर रही हूँ, CWC तो अभी 1 साल हो रहा है, बस अभी विवाह भी नहीं. तो जब तुम बच्चों के साथ बच्चा हो के बात करोगे तो वो बोलेंगे, और अगर आप उनको वो स्पेस देते हो कि जहाँ उनको सेफ लगे कि ये जाके मेरी चुगली नहीं करने वाली है, ये मेरे अगेंस्ट काम नहीं करने वाली है, तो बच्चे बोलते हैं. और ऐसा नहीं है कि बच्चों को नहीं समझता, ऐसा नहीं है कि बच्चे निगोशिएट नहीं कर सकते, बस स्पेस देने की जरूरत है. तो वो अगर हम सब, मेरे भी साथ में भी बहुत बकबक करने वाली हूँ, तो हर टाइम अगर हम समझे कि थोड़ा यूज ऑफ साइलेंस भी करो, सिर्फ उपदेश 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 मत करो, तो उससे बहुत ज़्यादा फायदा होगा हमारा और बच्चों का। हमारा काम कम हो जाएगा और बच्चे खुद सॉल्व कर पाएंगे। तो थैंक यू वेरी मच मुझे बुलाया। मुझे वैसे भी यंग पीपल में रहना बहुत ज़्यादा पसंद है, और ये जो बच्चों ने उनको लगा कि मेरे लीडरशिप स्किल्स बढ़े सोशल ऑडिट करके। मैं निगोशिएट, कितना निगोशिएशन चल रहा था ना फिल्म में, तो वो सब जो है वो स्किल्स जिंदगी के स्किल्स है, वो बाहर जाके 18 साल के बाद तो भी यूज में आने वाले हैं। तो ये यहाँ से सीख रहे हो तो मुझे बहुत पसंद आया। और रेनबो होम्स ये बहुत डेयरिंग आइडिया है बच्चों में सोशल ऑडिट करने का। तो ये आप लोगों ने सिर्फ सोचा नहीं, कैरी आउट भी किया, तो आपके करेज को सलाम है। और बच्चों आप तो स्ट्रॉन्ग होगी। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
థ్యాంక్ యూ మ్యామ్. హైదరాబాద్ పిల్లలు తెలుగు వాళ్ళు అర్థమవుతుందారా? సగం సగమా అర్థమవుతుందా? మొత్తం అర్థమైన వాళ్ళు అర్థం కాని వాళ్ళకి చెప్పుర్రి అంతే. హైదరాబాద్ అర్థమైంది కదా మేడం అడుగుతున్నారు మళ్ళీ. పక్కకు అర్థం కాని వాళ్ళు గుసగుస పెట్టుండ్రు పక్కకు. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ అనితాజీ. Now I request SCPCR chairperson Mr. Deve, member garu. Panel members are really cooperating with me. Thank you, sir.
First of all, I would like to thank Rainbow Homes for giving me this opportunity to speak on. So, yes, of course, it is a children's participation. Children's participation बोलने से पहले मेरा एक 25 साल पुराने याद आया है. When I was working in Bombay with the UNICEF supported Street Children project, that time the child line came into the establishment. So I was the selection committee member by that time. उस वक्त क्या हुआ, जो भी नंबर सेलेक्ट करेंगे it should be children's participation, क्योंकि वो बच्चों का नंबर है, वो बच्चे ही चुनेंगे, वो बच्चों के लिए काम आएगा. सो रैंडमली हमने बहुत सारे स्लम्स, स्ट्रीट्स, रेलवे स्टेशन, बीचेस, उनके बहुत सारे टीम हम लोगों ने सर्वे किया है कि कौन सा नंबर चाहिए. तो हम लोग जहाँ जहाँ शाम के समय बच्चे इकट्ठा होते हैं वहाँ जाके उनके साथ चर्चा करते थे, बेटा ऐसा आपके लिए एक नंबर शुरू होने वाला है, आपका कौन सा पसंद नंबर. एक अलग अलग नंबर बोलते थे. तो उस वक्त बच्चे ने बहुत थ्रिल एक्साइटेड, हमारे लिए एक नंबर शुरू हो रहा है, हाँ ये नंबर सारे आपके जब भी मदद होंगे उस वक्त आप ये नंबर कॉल करेंगे तो आपका मदद मिलेगी. तो उस वक्त आपको कितना नंबर चाहिए, तो BSNL वाले ने एक स्ट्रिक्टली बोल दिया कि 4 डिजिट्स का नंबर चाहिए. तो बहुत मुश्किल हुआ. तो हम लोग बोला कि 1 से 10 तक कौन सा भी नंबर का चुन लो. तो 2 तेज 10 नंबरी फिल्म बहुत पॉपुलर था. तो चिल्ड्रन वांटेड टू बी हीरोइन, क्योंकि बॉलीवुड का बहुत उनके ऊपर इन्फ्लुएंस था. तो एक बच्चे ने सब में उठाया कि नहीं ये दुनिया 1 नंबर है तो मैं 10 नंबर ही, मेरा 10 नंबर ही लेना है, बाकी कुछ भी ले ले. तो हमने सब लोगों ने उसको वोटिंग किया कि यस 10 नंबर, लेकिन और 2 नंबर चाहिए. तो नंबर तो हम कम नहीं आएंगे, आगे बढ़ेंगे, क्योंकि 10 से हमको ज़्यादा चाहिए. कम है, अरे बेटा 10 से ज़्यादा नहीं जा सकते, नीचे का नंबर ले लो. तो ठीक है, एक नंबर 9 नंबर ले लो. तो
दूसरा ने बोला कि 8 नंबर, इसलिए इस वर्कआउट में 1098 नंबर फाइनली वो सेलेक्ट हुआ था. इट वाज इन 1995. सो दैट वाज द पार्टिसिपेटरी. दूसरा, यस, जैसा मैं रेनबो का नाम सुनते ही आई वेरी मच थ्रिल. ఎందుకంటే सॉरी, रेनबो नाम सुनते ही 6 नंबर या 6 कलर्स याद आ जाता है, क्योंकि बचपन में हमने पढ़े हैं रेनबो, हाउ ब्यूटीफुल इज द रेनबो. तो रेनबो में एक बिहाइंड दैट दे आर कवरिंग ऑल द 6 कलर्स. इट मीन्स अक्रॉस द कंट्री और हर तरीके के बच्चों को इनमें जोड़ लिया है. दे आर नॉट पर्टिकुलर वन कलर. सो इट इंडिकेट्स दे आर नो कास्ट, क्लास, इस तरीके से. जो रिलीजन है, बच्चों के लिए कोई रिलीजन नहीं होता है, कोई स्टेट का बाउंड्री नहीं होता है. वी नो इट. आप तेलंगाना में, हैदराबाद में देखोगे पूरा कंट्री के बच्चे यहाँ दिखाई देंगे. हर भाषा बोलने वाले बच्चे यहाँ तेलंगाना में आपको दिखाई देंगे. सो दैट इज द ब्यूटी ऑफ द रेनबो एज वेल एज ब्यूटी ऑफ द तेलंगाना. एंड तेलंगाना इज टेकिंग केयर ऑफ सो मेनी चिल्ड्रन. ऑफ कोर्स we are against the child labor. వెంకట రెడ్డి గారికి కోపం వస్తుంది చైల్డ్ లేబర్ ని ప్రమోట్ చేస్తున్నారని. बट एटलीस्ट दे आर कमिंग एंड सर्वाइविंग. एटलीस्ट यहाँ रोटी, कपड़ा और मकान तो मिल रहा है. तो बाकी का उसका राइट्स, वो सारे चीज बाद में बात करेंगे. एटलीस्ट दे आर कमिंग हियर एंड दे आर एबल टू गेट रोटी, कपड़ा और मकान. और दूसरी बात, सुबह उनके प्रेजेंटेशन में yes sir. No, I am quoting our principal secretary garu. He was telling कि हम लोगों ने ब्रिकलिन में बहुत सारे काम किया है. yes, वो 10 साल पुराने का स्टोरी है. जैसा लोग बदलते, जैसा ऑफिसर्स बदलते, जैसा पॉलिटिकल चेंज हो जाते हैं, जिस तरीके से चेंज होते रहे, जो उन्होंने जो एस्टेब्लिश किया है, हमने बहुत सरप्राइज. आफ्टर बिकमिंग द commission member, I wanted to see and went and saw that Ibrahimpatnam projects बहुत सारा मीडिया में पॉपुलर हुआ. When I went and saw, nothing was there. So क्या हुआ? मैंने I questioned महेश भागवत जी and what happened? अरे ऐसा हुआ है क्या? तो अभी तो I am too different. So ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. ये जो रेनबो है, रेनबो should always remain the children's lives, children's participatory, whatever. सो मैं ऐसा नेगेटिव नहीं बोलना चाहिए, लेकिन कुछ चीज़ें ऐसा है यहाँ बोलना पड़ता है, क्योंकि वी वांटेड टू लर्न फ्रॉम द मिस्टेक्स. और दूसरी बात ये है, आप लोगों ने 25 व्हाट इज दैट इंडिकेटर्स. तो इंडिकेटर्स में आई वुड लाइक टू सजेस्ट सम ऑफ द रिसोर्स पर्सन. इट वाज मिसिंग दैट लव एंड अफेक्शन. That they have missed it. Without love and affection, आप कितना भी फैसिलिटीज रखो, कितना भी ब्यूटीफुल स्ट्रक्चर रखो, I don't consider that is a home. Wherever there is a love and affection, you should see that the beauty of the children, their life, everything you can see that their growth, their development, everything comes in. बहुत सारे homes हमको complaint आया है कि रेनबो के खिलाफ we have received NCP shares letters आया कि please look into this thing. They are missing. They are not following the as per the form 46 हिसाब से नहीं है. But when I went and see that, when I went there, I saw that I don't want to see the physical structure, but children are so happy. They are healthy. That is the my best. That is the my first indicator is to cross everything. So I given the maximum marks and given my answer to the NCP sir. Look, children are so happy. They have no complaint. They are most taken care of everything. So that is the most. Now, according to me, that is the best first indicator. It covers all the 35 or whatever 25 indicator. And another thing is the participatory. They have chosen all the indicator. There is some special needy homes. It is that the indicator should be varies. It's depend on the children's need based. Suppose if you go to the disabled children, you should have a separate indicators, which are not found. There are some HIV children. They have this special needs and special services should be given to them, which is, please take a note from my being a కొంచెం వేరేగా అర్థం చేసుకోకుండా ఐఎమ్ నాట్ దేర్ టు ఫాల్ట్ ఫైండింగ్, బట్ జస్ట్ ఐఎమ్ మై ఇదో మైక్ ఇచ్చారు కాబట్టి మాట్లాడాలి కాబట్టి ఏదో 2 నిమిషాలు కొత్తగా మాట్లాడదామని చూస్తున్నా. ప్లీజ్ టేక్ ఇట్ యాజ్ ఎ నోట్ ఇఫ్ యూ ఫీల్ దట్. और इसमें बहुत सारे एडिशनल नीड्स की भी जरूरत है. पार्टिसिपेटरी, नॉट ओनली पार्टिसिपेटिंग विद द CWC, SCPCR और CSR, उनके साथ साथ अपने जुडिशियल सिस्टम और पुलिस सिस्टम, पंचायत राज, इन लोगों को भी साथ में लेके चलना बहुत जरूरी होता है. अगर उनको साथ में नहीं लोगे, आपको होम चलाना या NGO चलाना बहुत मुश्किल होता है. So we need to have their wishes and their support. They are bureaucrats. They are having lot of ego kind of. If you satisfy their ego, they will do anything for you. Please take it as a note that really if you serve the people, you need to have all kinds of blessings. So చాలా సార్లు నేను మా శ్యామలాదేవితో కొట్లాడేది. When I was a NGO representative, I used to fight with her every time because I was representing on behalf of the children. That madam was sitting in the bench and see, always I used to stand for them. Many times madam said ki Devaya, why you want to say anything, please come and meet personally and discuss. No, you come out and sit with the children and listen to them. But somehow, so some compromise, yes, many experiences.
Yes, sir, your time is up, sir.
So these things I would like to share these things. Okay, one other thing is, I learned this, though I am qualified MSW, but I learned the social work from Don Bosco in Bombay. The child participated the best practices I have seen in Bombay, Don Bosco. Really, I am thankful to them. With this, once again, I thank you very much, sir, and go home for giving me this opportunity. Thank you a lot.
Thank you, sir. Sorry for cutting you short because of organizers gave us very less time, but now I request. I will take questions. Yes, definitely. పిల్లలు చేయలేవచ్చు, మాట్లాడచ్చు. డెఫినెట్లీ అడుగుదాం పెద్ద మనుషులను. పెద్ద మనుషులను అడుగుదాం ఏం సంగతం. Now I request Mr. Bhaskaran garu, social activist from Chennai.
Good afternoon. I would like to talk only 3 points regarding this program. One is beneficiaries of Arun Rainbow Children's Home. If you see, last 30 years I have been visiting so many children's homes. After my MSW, I visited the homes for sponsoring for rice and other provisions also. During the time, I saw many incidents, but after seeing this Arun Rainbow, I realized what we have done earlier, what is going to be done in future. I have decided because nowadays generally all the homes, actually the children's home is not easy to run. Actually very tough. I was one of the board member of some of the homes also, but not easy to run. But nowadays even I was one of the member of the home. That home's team decided with safe in admission time they expect soft children. They admit soft children, educated children. From middle family, not from lower family, often or semi-often, no problem. But they have to give admission and run smoothly without any confusion problems. But after seeing these urban rainbow homes, I have entirely changed my this kind of attitude, because homeless children, confused children, problematic children, very hyperactive children, even don't know even read and write. They are from just like Adivasi, like that. I saw that so many children are in urban rainbow home in Chennai. They are taking care of very nice, very super actually. Because in addition, the children may be with attitude of different, they may have different attitude. But the team of Arun Rainbow in Chennai, they don't bother about the attitude of the children. Whoever may be, they can give admission, let them study, let them learn, let them change the attitude. They are teaching in Chennai very best. So we must appreciate this Arun Rainbow team in all over India. So this selection of the beneficiaries is very best. Another one, whenever I go to the home, we see the children. The leadership quality is very best, very super actually. Because whenever another children fallen down or moving differently, that time these Arunpur children help each other with like-minded, with full heart. I can see, many times I saw that. So that's what, the leadership and helping tendency are the team of Arun Rainbow staff, they developed very well. So we have to appreciate that team. Another one point I have learned now from these participated students here, they are giving more instruction, more guidelines to the how to run the homes. So here, one is I have learned how to run the very good homes from these children. Another one point to the Rainbow team chief, all the children, those who are studying in your homes, they are all having all the capacity to run the separate homes. So you can motivate them to run the homes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bhaskaran Garu. Now I request my friend David to give his comments.
I'll just say only 3 lines and I want to speak more because actually I came to listen to children. I don't want to talk. I want to listen more and understand because basically because I strongly believe the generation of this generation is way ahead of all of us. We keep on giving children a lot of suggestions. When I was a child, when I was like this doesn't matter anymore to children. The children are very advanced, they're very mature. One of the important things that I have learned today morning from these children is the way they have dealt with each other in looking at the gaps that are in the home. What I have a desire after listening to these children. I have a desire that every DIC in the country, every district inspection committee would learn from this children. If we learn, before they do an inspection, let them this kind of what is a very scalable and very much implementable thing. Second important thing that I wanted to place before your members of Rainbow Home is when you have come to a national level, you put a big yardstick for others, for other children. Now we can become international by following the OP3 protocol. OP3 protocol is another protocol that the government of India has signed to, just like UNCRC We are also a signatory to OP3 protocol, which talks about the procedures of communicating, how children should communicate with each other. So this is one of the wonderful international tool or international guidelines that we have, a treaty that India is signatory to. So I think if you can put before the government of India and ask them what have they done after signing the OP3 protocol, since the time they have signed the OP3 protocol. The third thing I just want to also wait, and I'm waiting till evening to listen to children how they have overcome bullying in their homes. One of the most important things, because I have been part of the state inspection committee, I've been part of a lot of state committees, district committees, and visit other states also. But I am waiting to listen to the children, how they have overcome bullying. I don't know whether that is carried part of the... It is? Okay. I am waiting, I want to listen, because you have only shared about how the audit is conducted. I also want to hear from children how they have overcome each obstacle, because that's a learning lesson for us as adults. And also the second thing, I also want to listen to children how they have welcome hyperactive or a very disturbed child. Because how much time it will take to welcome a child, and how much, because one of the important things that I have heard in the international circles, which now many psychologists are now pushing in our country, not pushing but which is also a need, is the whole area of trauma care. Trauma care is one of the most untouched areas in our country. And a lot of these children walk into our homes with trauma. But what I have seen in the film and the way that children are communicated is, through these activities, some of those children have dealt with their inner feelings. And I think that's a wonderful therapy which I learned from these children. Thank you, children. Can you clap for yourself?
Thank you so much. You've done a wonderful job, and that is a healing process. That's a wonderful healing process. No psychologists sometimes might take sessions to overcome. These children have healed themselves over a period of this leadership process, and I'm very thankful to Rainbow and all the panel members for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
That was a wonderful panel members. Thank you very much for taking very less time and giving a lot of inputs. I think one more thing, my सुझाव है, जो देश भर में जो रिसोर्स पर्सन्स उभर के आए, ये रिसोर्स पर्सन्स को देश भर में अगर not just CCIs, institutions dealing with children, can we have a national level inputs to the institutions or education institutions, residential schools. In Telangana there are 1,000 residential schools which are really not so child friendly. So I think that is one suggestion I had noted down. I think పిల్లలు ఎవరో చేయలేపారు, ఎవరో ఇద్దరు ముగ్గురికి పిల్లలకు ఛాన్స్ ఉంది ప్రశ్న అడగడానికి ప్యానెల్ మెంబర్కి, ఎందుకంటే అది లిసన్ టు చిల్డ్రన్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ కాబట్టి. Anybody, any 2-3 questions, quick question only, questions only, no comments, no speech. Yes ma'am, yes sir, anybody? Mic da mic ఎవరైనా ఇస్తారా? हाँ, anybody ready? Next person, anybody? Question है तो थोड़ा पूछ सकते. Question?
So
is it question?
Actually it's an answer. Sir gave us a question, I am giving an answer to sir.
Okay.
Actually sir
Yeah, okay, okay.
Yes sir, it's a good question sir.
Yeah.
Actually आपने बोला कि 25 indicators में ये love and affection miss हो रहा है, लेस टाइम था इसलिए किसी ने भी उसके बारे में बात नहीं की, बट इट ఈస్ దేర్, ఇట్స్ అ థర్డ్ ఇండికేటర్ అండ్ ఇట్స్ డెవలపింగ్ గుడ్ క్యారెక్టరిస్టిక్స్ ఇన్ చిల్డ్రన్. పిల్లల్లో మంచి లక్షణాలు అభివృద్ధి చేయడం.
థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. వన్ కరెక్షన్ ఏంటంటే సార్ చెప్పింది డిఫరెంట్లీ ఏబుల్డ్ హౌసెస్ ఉంటాయి కదా, దానికి కూడా ఈ పారామీటర్స్ ఉంటే బాగుంటుంది. లవ్ అండ్ ఎఫెక్షన్, హీ అప్రిషియేటెడ్ దట్ యాక్చువల్లీ. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. థ్యాంక్స్ టు
వి విల్ డూ
థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. నెక్స్ట్ పర్సన్ ప్లీజ్. నెక్స్ట్ ఎవరు వచ్చి ఇక్కడికి? ఎనీవన్? ఎస్ మ్యామ్, మీ పరిచయం కూడా చేసుకోండి. ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ యువర్ సెల్ఫ్ हिंदी में.
मेरा नाम आसमा है, आई एम फ्रॉम दिल्ली.
ओके.
और जैसे कि सर ने बुली वाला टॉपिक बताया था हमें, हाँ. तो ये टॉपिक हमारे
క్యారెక్టరిస్టిక్స్ ఇన్ చిల్డ్రన్, పిల్లల్లో మంచి లక్షణాలు
जैसे
కూడా ఈ పారామీటర్స్ ఉంటే బాగుంటుంది. లవ్ అండ్ ఎఫెక్షన్, హీ అప్రిషియేటెడ్ దట్ యాక్చువల్లీ. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. థ్యాంక్స్ టు
వి విల్ డూ
థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. నెక్స్ట్ పర్సన్ ప్లీజ్. నెక్స్ట్ ఎవరు వచ్చి ఇక్కడికి?
पर उनको अच्छा नहीं लगता.
ఎనీవన్?
So
yes ma'am, మీ పరిచయం కూడా చేసుకోండి. ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ యువర్ సెల్ఫ్
we have suggested that
हिंदी में.
ask first कि मेरा नाम आसमा है, आई एम फ्रॉम दिल्ली.
ओके.
और जैसे कि सर ने बुली वाला टॉपिक बताया था हमें,
हाँ.
तो ये टॉपिक हमारे
క్యారెక్టరిస్టిక్స్ ఇన్ చిల్డ్రన్, పిల్లల్లో మంచి లక్షణాలు
जैसे
కూడా ఈ పారామీటర్స్ ఉంటే బాగుంటుంది. లవ్ అండ్ ఎఫెక్షన్, హీ అప్రిషియేటెడ్ దట్ యాక్చువల్లీ. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. థ్యాంక్స్ టు
వి విల్ డూ
థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. నెక్స్ట్ పర్సన్ ప్లీజ్.
एज अ
నెక్స్ట్
फ्रेंड
ఎవరు
उनको
వచ్చి
निकनेम
ఇక్కడికి?
दे देते पर उनको अच्छा नहीं लगता.
ఎనీవన్?
So we
yes
have
ma'am,
suggested that
మీ పరిచయం కూడా చేసుకోండి. ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ యువర్ సెల్ఫ్
we have suggested that
हिंदी में.
ask first कि मेरा नाम आसमा है, आई एम फ्रॉम दिल्ली.
ओके.
और जैसे कि सर ने बुली वाला टॉपिक बताया था हमें,
हाँ.
तो ये टॉपिक हमारे
క్యారెక్టరిస్టిక్స్ ఇన్ చిల్డ్రన్, పిల్లల్లో మంచి లక్షణాలు
जैसे
కూడా ఈ పారామీటర్స్ ఉంటే బాగుంటుంది. లవ్ అండ్ ఎఫెక్షన్, హీ అప్రిషియేటెడ్ దట్ యాక్చువల్లీ. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. థ్యాంక్స్ టు
వి విల్ డూ
థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. నెక్స్ట్ పర్సన్ ప్లీజ్.
एज अ
నెక్స్ట్
फ्रेंड
ఎవరు
उनको
వచ్చి
निकनेम
ఇక్కడికి?
दे देते पर उनको अच्छा नहीं लगता.
ఎనీవన్?
So we
yes
have
ma'am,
suggested that
మీ పరిచయం కూడా చేసుకోండి. ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ యువర్ సెల్ఫ్
we have suggested that
हिंदी में.
ask first कि मेरा नाम आसमा है, आई एम फ्रॉम दिल्ली.
ओके.
और जैसे कि सर ने बुली वाला टॉपिक बताया था हमें,
हाँ.
तो ये टॉपिक हमारे
క్యారెక్టరిస్టిక్స్ ఇన్ చిల్డ్రన్, పిల్లల్లో మంచి లక్షణాలు
जैसे
కూడా ఈ పారామీటర్స్ ఉంటే బాగుంటుంది. లవ్ అండ్ ఎఫెక్షన్, హీ అప్రిషియేటెడ్ దట్ యాక్చువల్లీ. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. థ్యాంక్స్ టు
వి విల్ డూ
థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. నెక్స్ట్ పర్సన్ ప్లీజ్.
एज अ
నెక్స్ట్
फ्रेंड
ఎవరు
उनको
వచ్చి
निकनेम
ఇక్కడికి?
दे देते पर उनको अच्छा नहीं लगता.
ఎనీవన్?
So we
yes
have
ma'am,
suggested that
మీ పరిచయం కూడా చేసుకోండి. ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ యువర్ సెల్ఫ్
we have suggested that
He was telling to me, sharing with me, state.
ask first कि मेरा नाम आसमा है, आई एम फ्रॉम दिल्ली. और जैसे कि सर ने बुली वाला टॉपिक बताया था हमें, तो ये टॉपिक हमारे
క్యారెక్టరిస్టిక్స్ ఇన్ చిల్డ్రన్, పిల్లల్లో మంచి లక్షణాలు
जैसे
కూడా ఈ పారామీటర్స్ ఉంటే బాగుంటుంది. లవ్ అండ్ ఎఫెక్షన్, హీ అప్రిషియేటెడ్ దట్ యాక్చువల్లీ. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. థ్యాంక్స్ టు
వి విల్ డూ
థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. నెక్స్ట్ పర్సన్ ప్లీజ్.
एज अ
నెక్స్ట్
फ्रेंड
ఎవరు వచ్చి
उनको
ఇక్కడికి?
निकनेम दे देते पर उनको अच्छा नहीं लगता.
ఎనీవన్?
So we
yes
have
ma'am,
suggested that
మీ పరిచయం కూడా చేసుకోండి. ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ యువర్ సెల్ఫ్
we have suggested that
He was telling to me, sharing with me, state.
ask first कि मेरा नाम आसमा है, आई एम फ्रॉम दिल्ली. और जैसे कि सर ने बुली वाला टॉपिक बताया था हमें, तो ये टॉपिक हमारे
క్యారెక్టరిస్టిక్స్ ఇన్ చిల్డ్రన్, పిల్లల్లో మంచి లక్షణాలు
जैसे
కూడా ఈ పారామీటర్స్ ఉంటే బాగుంటుంది. లవ్ అండ్ ఎఫెక్షన్, హీ అప్రిషియేటెడ్ దట్ యాక్చువల్లీ. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. థ్యాంక్స్ టు
వి విల్ డూ
థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. నెక్స్ట్ పర్సన్ ప్లీజ్.
एज अ
నెక్స్ట్
फ्रेंड
ఎవరు వచ్చి
उनको
ఇక్కడికి?
निकनेम दे देते पर उनको अच्छा नहीं लगता.
ఎనీవన్?
So we
yes
have
ma'am,
suggested that
మీ పరిచయం కూడా చేసుకోండి. ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ యువర్ సెల్ఫ్
we have suggested that
He was telling to me, sharing with me, state.
ask first कि मेरा नाम आसमा है, आई एम फ्रॉम दिल्ली. और जैसे कि सर ने बुली वाला टॉपिक बताया था हमें, तो ये टॉपिक हमारे
క్యారెక్టరిస్టిక్స్ ఇన్ చిల్డ్రన్, పిల్లల్లో మంచి లక్షణాలు
जैसे
కూడా ఈ పారామీటర్స్ ఉంటే బాగుంటుంది. లవ్ అండ్ ఎఫెక్షన్, హీ అప్రిషియేటెడ్ దట్ యాక్చువల్లీ. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. థ్యాంక్స్ టు
వి విల్ డూ
థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. నెక్స్ట్ పర్సన్ ప్లీజ్.
एज अ
నెక్స్ట్
फ्रेंड
ఎవరు
उनको
వచ్చి
निकनेम
ఇక్కడికి?
दे देते पर उनको अच्छा नहीं लगता.
ఎనీవన్?
So we
yes
have
ma'am,
suggested that
మీ పరిచయం కూడా చేసుకోండి. ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ యువర్ సెల్ఫ్
we have suggested that
He was telling to me, sharing with me, state.
ask first कि मेरा नाम आसमा है,
Okay, then fine.
फ्रॉम दिल्ली. और जैसे कि सर ने बुली वाला टॉपिक बताया था हमें, तो ये टॉपिक हमारे
క్యారెక్టరిస్టిక్స్ ఇన్ చిల్డ్రన్, పిల్లల్లో మంచి లక్షణాలు
जैसे
కూడా ఈ పారామీటర్స్ ఉంటే బాగుంటుంది. లవ్ అండ్ ఎఫెక్షన్, హీ అప్రిషియేటెడ్ దట్ యాక్చువల్లీ. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. థ్యాంక్స్ టు
వి విల్ డూ
థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ
suggested that
He was telling to me, sharing with me, state.
ask first कि मेरा नाम आसमा है,
Okay, then fine.
फ्रॉम दिल्ली. और जैसे कि सर ने बुली పిల్లల్లో మంచి లక్షణాలు పిల్లల్లో మంచి లక్షణాలు పిల్లల్లో మంచి లక్షణాలు పిల్లల్లో మంచి లక్షణాలు పిల్లల్లో మంచి లక్షణాలు
All the drawings are from children only. All these paintings, please, big clap. And now I take the liberty to invite the next panel on the stage. I know it is, I should have waited for 5 minutes, but we are running short of time terribly. So now we are going for social audit members, presentation by social audit members. So first of all, I will request Shubhra Singh ji to come on the stage. She is from Delhi and Managing Trustee and Chief Executive Officer at Nand and Jeet Khemka Foundation and Nabha Foundation for last 9 years and working in the field of development from last 20 years. Please come on the stage. Shubhra Singh. Now I invite Gurmeet Reshma Chaudhary ji. She is right now coming from, I think, Jaipur. You are from Jaipur? No. You are from Delhi. Okay. No, in your bio it was given that you are Councillor Vivekanand Global University, Jaipur. Yeah. Yeah. I'm joined as a CWC member, 2019 to 2000. Yeah. Okay. And Shri Shailesh Singh. Right issues for more than 2 decades. And now I invite Vinay ji, who is Director Program, National Secretariat, Rainbow Homes. And now what we are going to listen that the social audit, how it happened. In brief, I know that we have almost, we are 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. So just if we can finish in 10 minutes the whole idea of the social audit, because we have one more panel before we go for lunch. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Bhasaji. I'll try to brief the objective of social audit in brief. Friends, when we say the word audit, it looks like it's a very, very technical job and financial, somebody expert, somebody auditor in finance, they will only do. But it's entirely different. Like Venkat Garu said that child participatory review reflection is a democratization, process of democratization. Sociology too is another step of democratization, and it addresses two fundamental principles of democratization, that is transparency and accountability. And even today, Government of India in most of the departments, including the rural development department, almost all the schemes of the rural development department have instituted social audits. And it is, I said, this is not a job of a technical person, not the expert person. The audit of the program, even the finance, is done by the persons who are in the society, the common persons, sometimes very expert person, from maybe all walk of life, sometimes even the parents of the beneficiaries themselves, they audit of the programs, just to ensure transparency and accountability. And especially the Rainbow Home, the child care institution, we have a multi-layered, multi-stakeholder accountability, and that's why even the JJ Act also mandates that all the homes should have social audit. Rainbow Home, even irrespective of the JJ Act, we have been doing this in the homes for so many years. In Patna, we have done a few years ago, and that was a very encouraging process, a very fruitful process. So in Delhi, we did this. There is a group of experts from many walks of their life. They are experts from their field, and they took this responsibility to audit the 3 Delhi homes. They not only process, the auditors will tell about the process, therefore I will tell that. As a Rainbow Home process of transparency and accountability, we took this process, and to fulfill the mandate of the JJ, we instituted, we commissioned this social audit in Delhi Home, and now they will present the details of the finding of the social audit.
Namaskar. Good afternoon, everyone. So, the bigger challenge that we have as a team here is matching up to the fantastic audit skills of the children. And we are all going to terribly fail. It is really a very high benchmark. बच्चों, आप लोगों ने बहुत ऊंचा बेंचमार्क सेट किया है. आपकी जो एक्सरसाइज है वो इतनी थॉरो है, इतनी ज़्यादा रोबस्ट है, बहुत मैं कहूँगी कि आपने कोई पक्ष को छोड़ा नहीं, आपने हर पक्ष पे टिप्पणी की है, हर पक्ष को देखा है, और ये बहुत कमेंडेबल है. और मुझे लगता है कि आपकी एक्सरसाइज अपने आप में काफ़ी कंप्लीट है, लेकिन फिर भी क्योंकि हमारी टीम, हम 6 लोगों की टीम है जिसको ये सोशल ऑडिट का ज़िम्मा दिया गया था. दिल्ली के जो होम्स हैं उसमें सोशल ऑडिट करने का ज़िम्मा 6 लोगों की टीम को दिया गया था. मेरे साथ यहाँ पर हम 4 लोग तो आपको मंच पर दिख रहे हैं, 2 और साथी हैं, अमिताभ बासु जी और अभिनव सूद, जो कि यहाँ हैदराबाद में उपस्थित नहीं हो पाए, लेकिन वो भी इस टीम का हिस्सा थे. सो you've heard the introduction, so I'm not repeating. Very briefly, I'll just begin with the process that we took, and then my colleague Shailesh ji, he will come and share the findings and the observations of the team. So as far as the process is concerned, जो प्रयास था हमारा, जो कोशिश थी, वो ये कि we should, of course, we began with the challenge of paucity of time. There was a sort of a tight time frame within which we had to conduct the exercise, and we had to also make sure that we do justice to this process and to the requirement, to the need. the advantage here was that all of us come from different backgrounds and we have our own, I would say, if I may dare to call it an area of expertise. So each one of us come from slightly different background, and therefore our own journeys, our own learning and our own areas of expertise were complementing the whole process in that sense. So that made it slightly easier. जहाँ तक होम्स को कैसे हमने पूरी प्रक्रिया कैसे ऑर्गेनाइज की, तो हमने बेसिकली ये कोशिश किया कि वी शुड बी एबल टू लुक एट ईच होम सेपरेटली, कॉम्प्रिहेंसिवली एंड इन टोटलिटी. एंड ऑफ कोर्स जैसे बच्चों ने किया, अ सेट ऑफ इंडिकेटर्स, एंड देन within each home trying to understand and observe against each of those set of indicators that how the home is faring and what are the strengths and weaknesses. That of course was done using the same set of indicators, similar, same तो नहीं कहेंगे but similar. कुछ थोड़े अलग भी हो सकते हैं जो कि थे, जैसे financial indicators and all that. So those were also included. लेकिन वो exercise तो हुई, but the more important part of the exercise was interacting with the stakeholders. Like sir, you were mentioning, it's extremely important first to get a feel of the home. You know, we were auditing the CCIs, but of course what struck us right at the entry point was that feeling of home. You know, that children immediately display in their behavior, in their interaction, in the happy vibe that exists in the homes that we visited and we observed. So that was the first thing. So basically we tried doing this, and then we had mapped the stakeholders who are associated with each of these homes in any capacity, whether it was in the capacity of CWC members, or it was the DCPO's office, or it was volunteers who on and off come and engage with the children on different areas, whether they are teaching over there or they are trying to impart some other skill. So we spoke to the volunteers. Very importantly, we spoke to the parents of these children. We had invited the parents and we had a group discussion with the parents trying to understand their perspective, and we have to our best capacity we've tried capturing that in the report. And lastly, the team members, of course, the RFI home team members, we interacted with them as well. So this was the exercise, and this was the canvas and the span of the exercise that we conducted. And rest, I think Shailesh ji will come and highlight the recommendations and the observations. Thank you so much.
धन्यवाद सुब्रा जी. बहुत मुश्किल सेशन दो ही होता है, एक तो खाना खाने के पहले वाला और एक खाना खाने के जस्ट बाद वाला. तो दोनों में हमारे पास ऑप्शन नहीं था. अगर आगे भी बढ़ा देते तो यही सिचुएशन होता. एनीवे, मैं ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लूँगा. मेरे पास बहुत छोटा सा प्रेजेंटेशन है, बस 20 स्लाइड का. चिंता मत करिए, मैं 20 स्लाइड पढ़ने नहीं जा रहा. अरवान प्लीज़. तो सुधा जी ने आपको बैकग्राउंड बता दिया, एंड व्हाट सोशल ऑडिट इज. एनीवे, विनय जी ने बता दिया. इज स्लाइटली डिफरेंट फ्रॉम the participatory monitoring that we are talking about. We had talked about, because social audit gives a mandate for not just to analyze it, but also to see that the things that have gone wrong, how it can be recovered, and who are the accountable for that. So to that extent, the social audit goes. The last part of it. So it's a process. And the first part that we have done it with 6 members from different walks of life. The first, what we did is that we combined the monitoring checklist of CWC and Rainbow Home program, and we brought it together and made a broader checklist which included all these 10 points. Based on this, we rated it. It was yes or no, like objective type, and this was the result. I don't know whether you will be able to see, this is not purposely, but there are three CCIs. Again, I would like to just clarify that CCI and homes are a bit different. As a social audit member, I must say this is not CCI. CCI, the difference lies between where the children are. It's an open gate policy that we liked of Rainbow Homes program. Let's say open gate. It's a non-custodial. They are not kept in the home for if they are not willing to. However, there are systems to protect them. So it's a bit different. But we did it 3 CCIs, and you see the total scores. There was one was Umeed. It got 93 out of 100. Kilkari got 89, and then Khushi 92. So on that part, on different the parameters, the homes or the CCIs were quite good, and we liked it. Next one. These are all, we just passed it, the legal strategy, the facilities. Facilities, again, I would like to say that normally that we see the facilities or that has been prescribed by under JJ Act or Rainbow Homes program. Sometimes it is not because of the existing resources. It's not, it cannot be met, or it's difficult to meet, rather I would say. And one thing because of that is the bringing together the other aspects of it. Like for instance, the homes are, it's a combination of Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan, at the same time also the JJ Act. So it's a, I mean, when we live in Samagra Shiksha, we need to, the home needs to use the buildings given by the Samagra Shiksha. So there are not much scope of bringing those things or the say that those standards, but how it is being used, that is of importance. We also met the DCPUs, and they were also liked it. They said that out of 10, 2 DCPUs, one said 8.5, they scored 8.5, other one 7 out of 10. Financial status, we had a person who is expert, financial expert, and he looked and said that it was a robust system, quite transparent. The systems were quite transparent. Yeah, please. We also met the parents, and most of the parents were they were either rag pickers or the beggars or working as a single parent. Most of the children had single parent, and they were there, and they were quite satisfied with the performance of the. They said that when we asked that why you want to say that it's good, they said that children are safe and secure, they get quality food on time, they have improved education, schooling and mental health there, they are protected from getting trapped into antisocial elements, are learning good manners, they are being disciplined, the staff is accessible and supportive, and the parents get homely feeling there. They also feel that when we go there, we feel very homely there. Now if we come for the recommendations, it was generally that there has to be a cross learning so that the standards could be shared, the experiences could be shared, or the interventions, the new things that is happening, it needs to be shared with each other. Your paramedical staff should be there. The monitoring system, the same system that we are talking, we saw the film on that needs to be promoted, and also in other institutions where we are working with children. We need to create SOPs for that, even the new systems that we are, or the innovative things that we are, we need to have a SOP so that it can be replicated in other places and adapted in other places. Finally, our sincere thanks, because it was a very good exercise that we were part of it. And finally, I would say that our experience was children and the parents were happy, The officials were satisfied, the school teachers were relaxed, and the Snesatis, the caregivers, they were a bit anxious because of the word audit. So though we told them that it's not a so-called audit, so don't worry about it, and we tried to capture all the different stakeholders in the process. So this is a very brief about what we learned. Risumaji, would you like to add, or Shakilji, would you like to add? If you have anything, any comments, any... No, if you want to say something.
इसमें था कि जो बच्चों को कि बच्चे जैसे 18 साल का उम्र होता है बच्चों का हमारे होम में रहने का, तो उसमें क्या है 18 के बाद हम उनका आफ्टर केयर या दूसरे होम्स में करते हैं। तो ये था कि उनको ज़्यादा फोकस जो होता है बच्चों को, कई बार एकदम 18 के हो जाते हैं तो कभी पता नहीं ICPs में इतने ज़्यादा नहीं होता है कि उनको आगे क्या करना है। उनको यही डर लग जाता है कि 18 ईयर्स के बाद हम चले जाएंगे और क्या होगा। और सारे जो कंसर्न होते हैं जैसे CWC मेंबर्स या दूसरे स्टेक होल्डर्स, तो वो भी कंसर्न होते हैं कि बच्चे आगे करेंगे क्या। तो उनको मेन फोकस जो ये था, ये उनको बोला गया कि आप 15 इयर्स का बच्चा हो जाएगा तो उसके इंटरेस्ट पूछिएगा और उसको उसकी लाइन में बच्चे को, क्योंकि बच्चा कई बार क्या होता है मैं ब्यूटी कल्चर भी कर लूँ, मैं शेफ़ का ट्रेनिंग भी कर लूँ, 3-4 ट्रेनिंग्स कर लेता है और वो कुछ भी नहीं करता फिर बाद में, मास्टर ऑफ नन। तो इसलिए फोकस है कि उसके इंटरेस्ट को देखते हुए बच्चे को उसी लाइन में आगे किया जाए जिससे अपना वो अपनी ज़िंदगी और अपना मेन स्ट्रीम में वो आगे वो अपना कामयाब हो और अपने रंग बिखेरे अपने उसमें जिसमें उसका टैलेंट है। लेकिन बच्चे को हिडन टैलेंट जो होता है उसको एक्सप्लोर करना इज़ वेरी 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 इंपॉर्टेंट। कि बच्चा कहता कुछ है लेकिन उसका इंटरेस्ट कुछ और होता है और वो फिर वो बाद में एंड में जाके कहते मुझे तो ये भी करना था। तो ये हमारी रिक्वेस्ट थी इंस्टीट्यूशन से, ये हम चाहते हैं कि वो बच्चे के टैलेंट को, बच्चे के इंटरेस्ट को एक्सप्लोर करें और बच्चे को उसी लाइन में आगे बढ़ावा दें, उसी ट्रेड्स में, वोकेशंस में, एजुकेशन, फर्दर एजुकेशन में, जिसमें भी है, जिससे बच्चा एक्सेल कर सके। ना कि 3-4 कोर्सेज, ये बहुत प्रैक्टिस है, बच्चा 3-4 कोर्सेज कर लेता है और उसके बाद पता नहीं होता उसको करना क्या है। तो बहुत ही कम बच्चे होते हैं हमारे कि जो बहुत हाईली एजुकेशन के वाइज बहुत हाईली होते हैं, जो हाई एजुकेशन में जाते हैं, लेकिन उनको ट्रेड सिखाना और उनको लाइवलीहुड अर्न करना, बाद में एक अच्छा सोसाइटी में कैसे मेंबर बनना, एक अच्छा मेंबर मेन स्ट्रीम में आना, तो ये इन पे फोकस करने का बहुत ज़रूरत है, जिससे बच्चा आगे जाके भटके नहीं और उसको डर नहीं लग जाए कि मैं 18 साल के बाद अब क्या करूँगा, व्हाट आई हैव टू डू, कहाँ जाऊँगा, क्या होगा मेरा। और पेरेंट्स को भी हो जाता है कि हमें सौंप देंगे 18 के बाद तो हमें कर देंगे, या फिर इनके आफ्टर केयर होम से जो इनके उसमें चले जाएंगे। ये मतलब एक सोल्यूशन नहीं है इसका। बच्चों को उसी इंटरेस्ट में, उसके इंटरेस्ट को देखते हुए उसी लाइन में उसको आगे बढ़ाना चाहिए, हमारा मेन फोकस भी होना चाहिए अलॉन्ग विद अदर फैक्टर्स।
Well, to be very precise, I was basically I was the odd one out in this group. Hello. Well, precisely I was the odd one out in this group, but I had an enormous learning in this, and much of has been told about this. Work which we have done, but I would like to give you a little more perspective on how these things have been happening. The enormous journey of RFI in nurturing the citizens in a long-term care. There has been a spate of inquiries and thorough inspection by various constitutional bodies as mandated by the law, finding it to be a very great opportunity. The organization took it to improve on the shortcomings and took it for their betterment, and they tried to improve upon that. and they have come up scratchlessly on those inquiries. And only because they have set up the pedestal above the legal pedestal which has all been given by the JJ Act. The standards which have been fixed by the organization is more above than the standards been given by the JJ Act. The organization stood to the test of the time at all means with the limited resources. Despite of many challenges and turbulences, they did not got deterred or withered away from their responsibilities. What has been observed from this past 3 years, so many inquiries and inspections made by the organization, made to the organizations more, it made the organization more capable and better manage the children and enable them to improve the standards and overcome the gaps and shortcomings. Each and every member of this organization has done a commendable job, and everyone stood and clinched to the cause and made the organization sail through the rough tides. Commendable job. The trust and the confidence the senior management repose in the team is highly appreciable. No one left the organization with a fear of performance. Rather, they took it as a challenge to improve the standards of care and protection and well-being of the children. This year, in the realm of the International Year of the Social Justice by the UN bodies, the children on the street and with less support systems were to be looked up to the constitutional bodies such as SCPCR, NCPCR, and all those bodies, whose mandate is to provide best care and protection and children's need in care and protection, and further render supports to the organizations and institution to get the best out of them, rather sabotage them in the name of inadequate infrastructure. We as a civil society and people with conscience must and should stand with the well-meaning organizations. Constitutional post shall not become a place of vindictive practices rather than performing their duties with utmost sincerity and integrity. Those posts which have been held by the people shall only work for the betterment of the children rather than to take out their enmities with other people. Thank you so much for being.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया.
Thank you for the patient hearing. One thing but we just missed it in the recommendation was one of the major strength of Rainbow Home program is that they are coming, there is a network which helps to sustain it. Like in the different organizations coming together, the partners coming together, the volunteers coming together, different CSOs coming together, different agencies coming together, different departments coming together. So this we thought that it's a very, it's a good strength that makes more strength and that strengthens the whole program. So with this, again congratulate Rainbow Homes program to continue the good work, and whatever we can do, we'll submit to do from the unity. Thank you very much.
आप लोगों का 2 मिनट समय और तमाम लोगों को जो ऑनरेबल पैनलिस्ट हैं उनको आप मेमेंटो दे दीजिए. अनुराधा आप भी आ जाएं. और इसके साथ हम अब लंच ब्रेक करते हैं. आधा घंटा लेट हैं हम. आप लोगों को सबको, मुझे भी भूख लगी हुई है. 2 बजे हमें ब्रेक लेना था. इस समय 2:30 बज रहा है. तो आधे घंटे आप लोगों ने काफ़ी धैर्य से सुना, लेकिन बहुत अहम सेशन था. सारे लोग इधर दिखा भी दीजिए जी. हम लंच ब्रेक 45 मिनट्स का ले रहे हैं. 45 मिनट का लंच ब्रेक है और हम ये चाहते हैं कि अभी हम अपने निर्धारित शेड्यूल से तकरीबन 45 मिनट पीछे हैं. आधा घंटा 45 मिनट पीछे हैं. तो वो हम लेकिन इस दौरान
big thanks to all the social audit team from Rainbow Homes program. Actually, they spent a lot of time and hard work, almost some 15 to 15 days they interacted with various stakeholders, and after that they wrote reports for so many days, and then finally today we saw we assure all the social audit team your recommendations will take it seriously and we will improve as well, like how children audit teams kaisa bataya, we also take your things also seriously, and thanks a lot for all these dignitaries. Thank you very much.
आप सारे लोग खाने के लिए निकले, और इस माफ़ी के साथ कि सबको काफ़ी देर तक भूखे पेट बैठना पड़ा, but I think everybody, the sessions were so meaningful. Thanks a lot. the auditors, with the child auditors, that we are able to come to Hyderabad on 6th April. So please, you have shown much patience from the morning. It has been very tough time. I know I have been very hard, but we have to come to the conclusion. We have to reach to our destination for which we are here. We have to announce our charter of command. We have to listen to our who have given us this privilege. They are very busy people working across the country on different issues. They have just come. Nobody else is going to help us. हिंदी में एक शब्द है स्वयं सिद्धा. We are स्वयं सिद्धा. We have established ourselves on hard work. एक मछली तभी तक जिंदा रहती है जब धारा के विरुद्ध बहती है. वेव के खिलाफ बहती है. Still that fish, still the fish is alive. But it flows against the wave. धारा के साथ बहते हुए मछली मर जाती है. ये हमसे भी लागू है. We are surviving because we are fighting, we are putting resistance and resilience. We are showing that we are alive and we live in democracy. Where we can guarantee. And hello friends, should we start our session? Everybody is ready? मौसम अच्छा है. चर्चा हम शुरू करते हैं अब. ठीक है, आप लोगों की परमिशन है? Okay, so now we are, ये हमें session, this session was supposed to be free lunch. So, in this I request the panelists to come on the dais. And I request Radha and the child consultant also to come. And I request Father Koshi also to come here. For the mementos that is in another way. But after the panelists give the mementos and do the inauguration. So there is a very important book, magazine, about which Anuradha will, I will request Anuradha to brief. So I'm just requesting our panelists to come. As a chairperson, I request Madam Sirmala Banerjee, who is the Board, Mumbai. Thank you. Clap everyone, please. I request Shri Y. Mahawani, ex-chairperson, State Board of Wildlife Rights, Karnataka, please come on dance. I request the fearless lady who has shown the way for the movement. Sandhya ji. Sandhya ji is here with us. Sandhya POW, please come on the dais. DCPU Ranchi, Jharkhand. And Kabina Sheikh ji, CWC member, Mumbai. Kabina Sheikh ji, please.
Yuvasati magazines, we share our learnings and experiences with outside world. And till now we have released so many things, books. Some of them are based on nutrition, how to our likes and dislikes. Now we are newly releasing one more magazine, that is social justice.
अपना पक्ष रख रहे थे, दैट इज अ गुड थिंग। मुझे ऐसा लगे कि मुझे कोई चीज चाहिए या कोई पसंद है तो वो concept से नहीं सोच सकते। बच्चे बता रहे हैं कि हमें इस तरह से चाहिए, जो पॉइंट्स रखे थे वो परफेक्ट था, लेकिन बहुत सारी चीजें हैं हम JJ एक्ट के हिसाब से हमें करना पड़ता है। मुंबई में इस तरह का जूनियर जस्टिस बोर्ड इसको अलाउ नहीं करेगा। बहुत सारे difficult बच्चों को भेजते हैं, so we have to take a permission also। आगे वाला प्रोसीजर करेगा। मेजर थिंग है यहाँ पर हर चीज के लिए परमिशन है, का सेफ्टी इम्पोर्टेंट होता है। तो ऑन दैट एस्पेक्ट बच्चे को सेफ्टी के हिसाब से वी हैव टू सेंड एन आस्क फॉर एंड बट इट इज अ वेरी गुड प्रैक्टिस। मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा। डेफिनेटली इसको प्रपोज करेंगे क्योंकि बच्चे जानते हैं कि बच्चों को क्या चाहिए, कैसे चाहिए, और उस हिसाब से होगा। तो आई थिंक इट विल मेक अ बेटर एनवायरनमेंट फॉर first I would like to appreciate Rainbow Homes. Where children from the streets, well protected education, also good future. The parameters, 25 parameters they have set, and now just I see this Delhi social audit. The concept itself बहुत अच्छा लग रहा, क्यों बोले तो सोशल ऑडिट खुद करना और ये ट्रांसपेरेंसी एंड रिस्पॉन्स ट्रांसपेरेंसी एंड answerability they have in this social audit. answerability है, ट्रांसपेरेंसी है एंड जिम्मेदारी भी ले रहे. एक्चुअली अभी ये देश में इन दिस कंट्री सिचुएशन ऐसा है, एनजीओस के लिए फ्यूचर नहीं है, एनजीओस के लिए सपोर्ट भी नहीं है. गवर्नमेंट जो करना है चिल्ड्रंस के लिए, 2005 में एक्ट आया, 2007 में कमीशन, they have set up everything, but for the last 25 years there is no progress by the government. वो लोग जो भी कर रहे हैं उतना तो नहीं कर रहे, मगर NGOs या like Rainbow and there are some different networks in each state, they are doing good work. इतना अच्छा काम करे. अभी हम यहाँ आने के बाद आज तो हम सुनने के लिए आए, बस क्या हो रहा है ये देश में, चिल्ड्रन के लिए इतना काम कर रहे हैं, क्या हो रहा है. बाद मेरा ख्याल में दो आई हैव 2 पॉइंट्स. एक है, एक कैसा पूरा कोलैबोरेशन से काम करना चाहिए. क्यों बोले तो policy makers are not serious in this content. They are not at all serious about the children protection, their food, livelihood, everything. And here actually I am associated with Rainbow Homes in Telangana. I know what they are doing in Corona period में क्या करे वो लोग, चिल्ड्रन को कैसा पाल रहे, कैसा देख रहे, कैसा what the measures they are taking, I know, and I hope everywhere it is going, it is happening like this. So ये होम्स में जो हो रहा चिल्ड्रंस के लिए क्या कर रहे वो लोग, ये पूरा गवर्नमेंट करना, गवर्नमेंट नहीं कर रहे. चिल्ड्रन को प्रोटेक्शन कहाँ करना, इधर है तो फैमिली में प्रोटेक्शन मिलना, नहीं तो गवर्नमेंट प्रोवाइड करना. मगर NGOs like Rainbow Homes, there are many institutions are providing all this. But now this is the high time to extend a support, because these homes are providing food, shelter, everything for children. But these institutions should be protected. This is high time, because there are ED raids are happening on them. They are sometimes isolated. They are sometimes harassed by some government institutions or government of India or something. So it is a right time to extend a good support, moral support, and all kinds of support for these kind of institutions. And this social audit aspect, it is very good. Everywhere it should be conducted, like Delhi, and in all states where Rainbow Homes are there, this social audit should be conducted. And I once again, from bottom of my heart, this is the real welfare measure and real developmental activities taking place, and everyone should appreciate, and government should really involve this kind of institutions for real to provide shelter and food, education for the children. But where they are not doing, and they are also creating some problems to institutions like Rainbow Homes, it should be
focused. That's it. Thank you.
थैंक यू सर आप सुन रहे हैं ना सर आपसे बोल रही हूँ उन्होंने जो कहा हाँ आपसे ही पूछ रही हूँ सर कि वी नीड सपोर्ट हमारी जो एनजीओज है उनको आपका सपोर्ट चाहिए गवर्नमेंट का क्योंकि मुझे पता है जब इंस्पेक्शन टीम जाती है ना ये लोग 100 में से 99% काम इनका बराबर अच्छा होता है वो जो 1% नहीं होता ना हम बस उसके ऊपर स्टक हो जाते ये क्यों नहीं किया है इसका मतलब आप ये भी नहीं करते ये होता है सर आई हैव सीन तो
और एक पॉइंट आई वुड लाइक टू
रिक्वेस्ट यू कि थोड़ा सा क्योंकि दिस इज फैक्ट आई हैव वर्किंग इन CWC एंड JJB तो क्या होता है कि इनके बिना हम कुछ नहीं है सर क्योंकि उतना सपोर्ट हमें गवर्नमेंट से ना स्टाफ मिल रहा है ना कुछ सामान टाइम पे मिल रहा है तो काफ़ी इनके तरफ से होम विजिट के लिए भी एनजीओज का हेल्प लगता है अभी जैसे बच्चों का प्रोटेक्शन वो लोग कर रहे हैं ये सब चीज़ें कर रहे हैं तो दे रियली नीड गवर्नमेंट सपोर्ट जैसे मैम ने कहा
और एक बात मैं
आई रिक्वेस्ट यू टू सपोर्ट सच ऑर्गेनाइजेशन
और एक बात मैं बोलना चाहती हूँ फिर एक बार वेल कोलैबोरेशन रहना चाहिए ये सब चीज़ होना बोले तो कोलैबोरेशन चाहिए कोलैबोरेशन से करना पड़ेगा कोलैबोरेशन के लिए क्या करना कैसा कोलैबोरेट करना एक अच्छा नेटवर्किंग नेशनल लेवल भी रहना
Thank you. You are asking the government support. See, SCP sir is the monitoring authority. I would not say that we are the supreme. We can enter whatever the child rights issues के ऊपर पूरा we have the authority to question the government to see that all the stakeholders should function properly. JJ Act को 100% implement करने के लिए monitoring करने के लिए we are like a empire. कोई भी हो even the collector हो या principal secretary हो whoever. But in Telangana we are doing our best. But you can come and see every 6 months हर 6 महीने में हर 3 महीने में we conduct reviews with all the CWCs, JJBs, all the DCPO units, all the stakeholders we conduct a review virtually and physically. If anything goes wrong we hold them responsible. There won't be any problem in Telangana. But I would say whatever you say I have some experience in Maharashtra. Maharashtra you should know many languages because being a CWC member in Bombay most of the South Indian and North Indian children come to you except Maharashtra. आपको मराठी बोलने को चांस नहीं मिलता है ज़्यादा तेलुगु कन्नड़ तमिल और बंगाली भोजपुरी ये सारे चीज़ being a member you should learn all these things.
Yes sir, sure, I'll keep this in mind.
And another thing you are saying is social audit. Instead of using that social audit you should use social integration. Because we have to integrate with the society. Social audit means you are not, there is the benchmark to see what are the changes. But here we are missing it. We have to make them the part of the society. Always the children have to go back and their concrete, their productive age, their contribution to the society and family. Yes. So that we should always use that social, how we can integrate with the values, with the ethics, with the moral, family bond, social bond. These things are we need to take care of that. Thank you.
Thank you. मैंने तो आपके बिहाफ पे ही सर को रिक्वेस्ट कर दिया. Okay, I'll just Yes sir, sure. मुझे पहले बताया गया था आप नहीं बात करने वाले थे, but I'm happy कि आपको बात करनी है. So श्री वाई मरीस्वामी, ex-chairperson, State Commission for Protection of Children Rights, Karnataka. So I'll request sir कि सर आपका व्यू आप बता दीजिए.
I thank organizers for giving me an opportunity to participate in this meaningful national level consultation. There is a saying everybody knows that school is the safest place for the children. There is no doubt about that. But for the street children, for the children who are in distress, for them home is the first safest place, then school comes. So this is what today I learned. And I want to thank the child resource persons. So they are actually the real leaders now. They have grown up as a leaders in this entire process.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Now they can become TOTs.
Yes.
So that is their caliber and capacity. So in the present context, system is not willing to extend its motherly love and care to the children in need. So during my tenure in this one Karnataka State Child AIDS Commission, we built a strong network between SCPCR, Child Welfare Committee and NGOs. We worked as a family. We used to have regular reviews, meetings and visits. For every program of the SCPCR, compulsorily, we used to invite the chairperson and members of the Child Welfare Committee and the local NGOs which are working for the rights of the children. So we need such kind of bondage between the various stakeholders who are working for the child rights. When our child rights resource persons were sharing their experience, and when they are mentioning about the 25 parameters, so I remembered at that time, so my visit to the various child care institutions run by the government as well as run by the private parties. More or less, out of 25 parameters as per my observation, I think hardly they may get 10 or 12 marks. They are lagging behind when it comes to the matter of safety, segregation of the children as per their age group, safety mechanism, adoption of child protection policy, and they are totally missing the counseling. Likewise, there are number of challenges or issues are till today existing in regard with the child care institutions. And moreover, so in spite of all the challenges and troubles, if there is a right person in the right place, he can combat all the challenges and problems, and they can bring the changes in the lives of the children. This is so my personal understanding and my way of dealing the things. And whenever we are going to ditch with the state, then they will try to weaken us. They will cut down in the budget allocation. They will not provide required human resource. And even they will not provide any statutory benefits for the SCPCR members. Likewise, there will be several issues and challenges. But it is very clear that building the children is building the nation. So children are our treasure. We should be ready to sacrifice everything for the growth of the children and for the growth of this country. Thank you very much.
Very well said. Growth of the children is growth of the nation. Absolutely right, sir. And Rainbow Home is doing that. Thank you for that. I just wanted to say that Mumbai इट लाइक ड्रीम सिटी. यहाँ से काफ़ी बच्चे पूरे इंडिया से वहाँ पे आते हैं. चाइल्ड लेबर में काफ़ी बच्चे वहाँ पे मिलते हैं. वो एक प्रॉब्लम है हमारे लिए. 60 लास्ट सर्वे जो हुआ था 62,000 बच्चे इनविजिबल है जो है वहाँ पे, लेकिन वो दिख नहीं रहे, स्ट्रीट पे है. और काफ़ी सारा काम. यस सर, प्लीज.
Actually, so this model should be given wider publicity, and we can have the interaction or dialogue with the child welfare committees, SCPCRs and like-minded NGOs, we can pressurize the government to adopt this methodology for the social audit of all the child care institutions. It may be run by the government or it may be run by the private NGOs. It is need of the hour. So it very clearly, it focuses on the empowerment of the child care institutions. And I want to thank all the dignitaries who are involved in this process. They all are professionals, committed, and even they are like child rights activists.
थैंक यू सर। सिर्फ एक ही एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करूँगी। आज क्योंकि पहले मैं CWC मेंबर थी, अभी JJ बोर्ड पे हूँ, जुवेनाइल जस्टिस बोर्ड। व्हाट आई हैव सीन, 100 में से 10 बच्चे पहले मेरे पास प्रेजेंट हुए थे एज अ CNCP व्हेन आई वाज इन CWC, और वो 10 बच्चे, क्योंकि कहीं तो हम फेल है इसमें ऐसे मुझे लगता है, आज CCL बन के वापस जुवेनाइल जस्टिस बोर्ड में मेरे सामने आ रहे हैं। तो ये एज अ सिस्टम हम फेल हो गए कि जब वो बच्चा CNCP था, हमने उसके ऊपर प्रॉपर काम नहीं किया, तो बेचारा वो बच्चा भी CCL बन के मेरे सामने प्रेजेंट हुआ है और अभी वो ऑब्जर्वेशन होम में अंडर कस्टडी है, उसके ऊपर FIR दाखिल है। सो इट्स सिंसियर रिक्वेस्ट कि आपके पास जो CNCP थे उन पे इस एंगल से भी काम कीजिए कि ये जो कन्वर्जन रेट है ये कम होना चाहिए या तो ये ज़ीरो होना चाहिए। CNCP से CCL बच्चा हो जाता है तो हम बहुत रिस्पॉन्सिबल है इस सब चीज़ के लिए, ऐसे मुझे लगता है। सो थैंक यू टू द पैनल डिस्कशन एंड थैंक यू ऑडिट टीम, आपने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है और बहुत थरो काम किया है। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर दैट। या प्लीज़ उनके लिए ताली बजाइए। और जैसे सर ने कहा, आपने जिस तरह से किया है ये ऑल ओवर शायद इंडिया भी ये पूरा इस तरह से होना चाहिए सोशल ऑडिट। आई थैंक मिस बबीना शेख, चाइल्ड वेलफेयर कमेटी मेंबर मुंबई सिटी, संध्या मैम एंड श्री वाई मरीस्वामी सर फॉर ये पैनल डिस्कशन में पार्टिसिपेट करने के लिए, एंड थैंक यू फादर कौशी फॉर गिविंग अस ब्लेसिंग। थैंक यू।
Before we close, just a minute, I request 2 minutes of you. I request K. Anuradha to come and give a quick reflections. Many policy issues, many interventions have been asked. If she can give, as a head of the organization, some policy interventions, so it will be good.
Friends, and thank you, and this panel really, Urmila ji, you done wonderfully, and all the dignitaries, you have given us right suggestions, and definitely we keep those things in mind, and we'll keep in our functioning also. We'll include all these things, and special thanks to all social audit team done, and we promise that we'll take up and we'll continue this work in other cities like Sandhya cautioned us. Not only in one city, we will also take this best practice in other places. I would like to just share in the morning, I thought in the beginning May, but then I don't want to take too much time in the morning. And here, when Burmlaji told CNCP children becoming, again coming before JJB, or just now Devaya sir, our SCPCR esteemed member, he was also telling when he recently visited one of the adult jail, most of those people in the jails were earlier in observation homes, and earlier they were in the JJB, before JJB, or they were in the observation homes, or some. This is very, very sad part, which we all agree. So actually, sometimes in our organization, we were also reflecting when Nirbhaya case happened, that boy who came from UP and he became monster, big, and organizations like us could not reach him. Now we have wonderful youngsters before us who really spoke. Can I take your name, Kumar? Yeah, Kumar here, our wonderful young adult. Now he got a seat in Ashoka University, right? And then he achieved Balasri Award of 25,000 at the age of 15 as a child, and in poetry there and then instantly he wrote, and he got he's a college first in his intermediate. And the boy did not have both parents, and he joined us when he was a small boy. I'm not saying it is our greatness, it is also his strength, talent, and we only created an environment where his interests are nurtured, his interests are carried. I can't even take that nurtured word also. His interests were carried away. And he's first in state first in commerce also, and he got a lot of cash prizes also. So that is the kind of boy we are having. We are so much. And yesterday I was just heard one girl, again without both parents, she got a seat in US free of cost pay. And there are so many, here we saw so many Delhi children and then Patna children, the kind of experiences they share with us. I mean, unka survival strengths dekhe we are very much amazed. It was amazing. And most of these third party evaluations, one of the UNICEF evaluation, UNICEF did an evaluation by Anita Kaul, who is Secretary Education earlier. Strengths dekhe we are very much told. She cautioned us 8 years ago, you should keep the strengths of the children in mind. The amazing survival strengths, they are there. So please try to nurture on that. Don't think that they can't do. That was the one thing they have given us suggestion. And even today, all our team members, we all always admire the children, and from there we are moving on. So that's the bonding we are having. Like it is giving us lot of strengths also. So that is one thing. When Nirbhaya case comes, we always felt, all our Delhi team felt, why couldn't we reach them? If we reach them, that must have not done. If that did not happen, JJ Act criminalization of the youngsters must have not happened. Right? Now heinous crimes, non-heinous crimes, 16 years, 18 years, all these become debates, and now legal statutes changed. They are not in tune with the child's need. Those are all from the adults and the crime world. So children are criminalized. Youngsters are criminalized. As civil society organizations, we understood alone we can't do so much work. So that is why Rainbow program, we have decided we do with only partners. We do together. Right now we have 21 NGOs. We all together as a network, we are voicing these child-centered approach. Child-centric approach, we proudly say our children don't scare at us. Our children, it is a completely non-custodial approach there. So that is what that's our core principle. But now we are understanding the collaborations are this networking, linkages, which is a very much part of the JJ Act 21 section 5 clause and 8 subclause talks about linkages and networks with the government, non-governmental, civil society organizations, corporates and community-based organizations, and parents, guardians, children, they are all partners. So if we do that, then only we can run any child care intervention. It may be a residential care, or it may be a community-based care, or it may be the older child and the young adults care. So, and until when we started, we also thought 18 years stuck we can take care. But we changed our approach. We understood 18 ke baad mein, if a girl, she goes there, already her skill set of living in difficult circumstances, she already moved out of that. Now she has to have a different kind of support system. So she can't live without a toilet, she can't live without minimum protection part. So that is one thing. Earlier their strengths are different, now their strengths are different. So we have to be with them. Likewise the boy also. Boys are also much more vulnerable if we leave them just like that. So this is the thing which made us to increase the age group 23. Now we are till 23, whereas Juvenile Justice Act tells 21. And there is aftercare. A clause is there. But what is the budget allocations in that aftercare? So that is another thing. And then if we go to some any corporate or somebody with an expectation to support these young adults, they are all 18 plus, no. So why don't they become workforce? And what kind of workforces people are expecting from this? Again, fourth class, or again the workforce to help their services kind, and their own interest won't be definitely matched with. So these are real issues. So we as an organization alone can't work. So different people have different strengths. They have to come together, and then we match each other's expertise and each other's support systems, networks, and we have to build our strategic interventions, love and affection, learning best practices, and the money to reach the children. And in this forum, I want to tell you, we spend almost per child per annum in all the cities, average may 62,000 per child per annum. It is a very cost effective. I can watch for that. And somebody do some cost related survey or study, I'm sure we are the cost effective organization at this moment. I don't say in the country, there may be some more good organizations, definitely, but at this moment we understood ours is a modest kind of thing. Whereas in Delhi, the national capital, we are spending almost 90,000 rupees, and average 62,000 rupees in all other cities. I am openly talking about these budgets. And in the social audit, there is one wonderful person, Mr. Abhinav Sood, who is a chartered accountant and leading a big company, finances and then audits. He is also part of that team, and he also looked into the matters. This, thanks to social audit team, they did not leave that element, that point also. So now when it comes to the finances, we are doing in scale in 10 cities. Scale is small scale in our mind. We thought we should reach 25,000, 30,000. But then now we are reaching only 5,000 at this moment. 5,154 children are now we are able to connect. So, but then our interest is more. But then collaborations, raising resources, bringing and then managing, transparently managing, these are all very important. General comment of UNCRC 21. Recently, means in 2017, there is a special general comment 21 added to the UNCRC. That comment, it is there in your folders. I request dignitaries, please have a look afterwards also. Today you must have not find time. That speaks about the every nuance of this care. That talks about protection of children. That talks about special budgeting allocations, responsibility by the state governments, local governments. From the UN bolte local governments, so local, our national government and state government. So, and flexi funding for the child specific need based flexi budgeting, and then flexi budgeting but scheming by the government, schemes development. So these are the, and then auditing. And at most they said it is numbers of children who are there on the streets. That is not there with the government. There is no single NP for data collection. Then they are not even numbers for us. We don't even know how much. But then with we Rainbow Homes program, from 2016 onwards, we done various studies by joining hands with the international organizations, because we do not have money with our own to do the studies or surveys. So Save the Children and DFID, they have supported. And in Pune, government of, municipal corporations wanted us to do that. Then we understood In Hyderabad, 28,000 children. In Patna, in the small city, 23,000 children. In Mumbai, other organizations done Action Aid and other people, 1 lakh children. More in Delhi also there are. So, and in Pune, 10,000 children. Actually, in Pune Municipal Commissioner, he was asking us, do you think in our city 2 to 3,000 children will be there? But we said, no sir, as per your population, minimum 10,000 hoga, because 0.1% in the urban scenarios, as per our experience, they are the street children. 0.1%. That means these are all invisible children. We don't even know they are existing. Civil society, human rights groups, or women's rights group, or Dalit rights groups, or other marginalized groups have to still not yet given any. We did not reach them because we are too much into our own things only. We did not even tell them to make them advocate. Friends, please look at this category. They are also equally in this kind of thing, and they are going to be criminalized in no time. So this is what now, what is recent times, some of the strategy people are saying, corporates ke paas jaane ke time pe, I don't know, we purposefully stopped ourselves. Sometimes we have to tell, no, why do you support after 15 years? You have to put them in somewhere, occasional training. If they are not interested, if they put, these guys are very strong, they can take a call within no time. But they become, there is a chance for antisocial elements capturing them. So that there they wanted us, to do that. Then, but I can't tell them that these children will become criminals, so let us support them. That's not the perspective. I don't want to do that. We have to do that. These are our children, our citizens. So let us do that. So in that context, I urge all of you, this general comment part is not so popular at this moment, especially all CWC teams, SCPCR team members, and highly lifelong child rights पे काम करने वाला लोग बहुत here, at least 20-30 years of child right defenders are here. We request to keep these street children on street situations. I don't even want to use the word street children. Children in street situations, homeless children, children in vulnerable situations. They have to be part in our thing. And then let us, in the last session, we would like all of you think, give us some charter of the demands. How do we go together? So that is what we request. The general comment 21 part also, maybe SCPCRs and CWCC, if you organize some further studying on those discussions, there we can get some possible solutions further. And lastly, we would like to say from Rainbow Homes programs and other friends also wanted to have a larger network to just understand these children issues at different level, street children issues, and networks also discuss. It's not that any leadership issues here. We together handle those things, and that we are recently launched a campaign called People's Campaign for Protection of Child Rights. So that campaign also, we also wanted to bring it to your notice and how we go about. We request your guidance also in the last session. Thanks a lot, Basha, for giving me this chance. From here, we will go to the next sessions. That's why I took this time. Thanks a lot.
आप सबका बहुत बहुत दिल से शुक्रिया. अब हमारा दूसरा सेशन शुरू होने वाला है. मैं खाली ये कहूँगी, अनुराधा को सुनते हुए मुझे मजूर सुल्तानपुरी का एक शेर याद आ रहा था. मैं अकेला ही चला था, मैं अकेला ही चला था जानिबे मंजिल बगर, लोग साथ आते गए और कारवां बनता गया. So I think this is the spirit of Rainbow Homes. We started our journey alone, and now we are at national level, having the national consultation with 9 states and the participation at our own. I think this selfless crusade is very important. ये जो हम खुद अपने को आगे रखकर, अपने केयर को आगे रख के, अपने सारे डायमेंशंस को आगे रख के, बच्चों को केंद्र में रख के न्यूक्लियस बनाकर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। यही एक ऐसी जमीन है जो रेनबो होम्स को बिल्कुल अलग जगह ले जाती है। और अब मैं गुजारिश करूंगी अपनी दोस्त चंदना जी से, चंदना आए और आगे के जो 2 सेशंस हैं, हमारे पास समय कम है, उनके पास बहुत मुश्किल दौर है। एक आखिरी शेर और चंदना जी के और अनुराधा के नाम। इन्हीं पत्थरों पे चलकर अगर आ सको तो आओ, इन्हीं पत्थरों पर चल के आ सको तो आओ, मेरे घर का रास्ता कोई कहकशा नहीं है। इट्स अ डिफिकल्ट पाथ, इफ यू कैन कम, माई पाथ इज नॉट बेड ऑफ रोजेस, it's full of stones and tumbles, so if you can come, only then you can walk along with me. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया भाषा. Friends, I was hoping to be able to start my session soon after lunch, and I was afraid that the first session after lunch I would have the most difficult task of keeping you all awake. But I'm now happy because I think your sleep time is over. So I hope all of you are awake. It's been a very, very, lovely experience the whole day, because I think all of us are will be going home this evening with a lot of takeaways that we have got from the large number of experts that we got to hear, both adults and children. Secondly, I think this was a very unique day because very often you do not get an event like this where children and adults participate together on the same footing. And thank you, children, for bringing down the average age of this hall drastically. I'm feeling very young, and I'm sure a lot of my friends are also. There has been a lot of talk about the number of languages that are spoken within the 4 walls of this hall. And I was sitting there and just counting, and I quickly did a count. I think more than a dozen languages are spoken just within the number of people who are sitting in this hall. And I think that's a great thing. So big clap for our diversity, which we hope we will protect. Speaking about language, Sudeshna Roy said that she was a Bengali, so she can't speak Hindi properly, that Bengalis log sab khate hain, kuch peete nahi hain, etc. etc. तो मैं भी बंगाली हूँ, मुझे भी हिंदी ठीक से नहीं आता है, और बंगाली होने के नाते हम लोग स्त्रीलिंग और पुल्लिंग का डिफरेंस नहीं समझते हैं. तो हमें बंगाली होने के नाते लैला दिखता है और मजनू दिखती है. So I will not speak in Hindi either. నాకు తెలుగు కొద్దిగా వస్తుంది, అంత బాగా రాదు. నేను తెలుగులో మాట్లాడితే ఇది కామెడీ షో అయిపోతుంది, అందుకనే నేను తెలుగులో మాట్లాడా. Is that so? So therefore I will stick to English, friends, and I hope you will forgive me for that. Now, without much ado, I would like to invite all our guests for the next panel discussion to the dais. Unfortunately, Mr. Anjanelu is not with us, and Mr. Francis Thambi had to go away because he had to take a train. So therefore, I request all our other dignitaries to come to the stage. Shri A.K. Tiwari from Salam Balak Trust, may I invite you to the stage. He will talk to us about child participation perspectives from SBT. Then we have we have Sushant Ashaji, coordinator, ARC Child Rights Network from Pune. And she will let us know about child participation in networking. We have Jayalakshmi ji. She Prime Minister, Children's Parliament, Hyderabad, and She's an expert on child leaders' own experience in participatory processes. And we have Mukapati Sumitra Garu. May I request you to come to the stage? She's a women and children's activist from Ankuram. And finally, may I also invite our panel convener, Sajaya Kakarla. All of you in Hyderabad know her. She's a very well-known activist, a writer, and recently she won the Kendriya Sahitya Academy Award for translating a book that was in Telugu, that was written by Bhasha. So we're very glad to have both of them with us this afternoon. So in this panel, I'm sure we'll have a lot of takeaways, things to ponder on, because we will be receiving the collective experience of all these experts with us. And with these few words, I hand over the mic to Sajaya to conduct the proceedings of this panel. Thank you, Sajaya.
Hi everybody. Namaste. Andarki. I don't know what to say about it. A little bit unwell. It's the session of child participation in care from the lens of interventions. So I think all these people have lot of experience in child care issues. It's not just 1 or 2 years, it's a decades of work they have done, and I would like to, it's very much important. మీకు అందరికీ తెలుసు చైల్డ్ కేర్ మీద పని చేయటము, పిల్లల గురించి పని చేయటము అనేటటువంటిది ఎంత ముఖ్యమైనటువంటిది, అట్లానే ఎంత కష్టమైనటువంటి పని. ఇట్స్ వెరీ డిఫికల్ట్ వర్క్. ఇట్స్ నాట్ దట్ ఈజీ టు వర్క్ విత్ చిల్డ్రన్. So I request will you talk? I request A.K. Tiwari ji to from Salam Balak Trust, Delhi, to give his opinion about this. Thank you. I request, I request Sister Lizzie to come. Yeah, please. Thank you, Tiwari ji.
सबको नमस्ते। मेरा नाम अंजनी तिवारी है। मैं सलाम बालक ट्रस्ट के साथ काम करता हूं और रेम्बो होम के साथ भी बहुत कनेक्शन है हमारा, बहुत सालों का, कम से कम 10-15 साल का तो हमारा कोलैबोरेशन है ही। कुछ न कुछ कारण से हम मिलते रहते हैं और इस तरह के कंसल्टेशन में एक तो करना आजकल बहुत कम हो गया है कोरोना के बाद से, और आपने बुलाया, आपने किया, ये बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। बहुत सारे लोगों की ओपिनियन, 9 स्टेट्स, 10 सिटीज, मोर देन 400-500 पार्टिसिपेंट, ये बहुत खुश करने वाला है कि सिविल सोसाइटी जिस तरह से इस देश में सिविल सोसाइटी को हटाने की कोशिश हो रही है हर जगह से, और ऐसे समय में आपने इतना बड़ा स्टेप लिया, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद रेम्बो टीम को, अनुराधा जी को। दूसरी चीज, जिस तरह से बच्चों का पार्टिसिपेशन के बारे में आपने बहुत ट्रांसपेरेंटली बच्चों के द्वारा कराया और यहाँ पे सबके सामने बच्चों के द्वारा पेश कराया, वाकई में बहुत अच्छा लगा। मैं तो ये इस आइडिया को ही अप्रिशिएट करता हूँ कि कैसे आपने इतना दूर तक सोच लिया। रियली आज के युग में हमारे जैसे जो एनजीओ हैं, होम चलाते हैं, उनके ऊपर बहुत बड़ा एक रिस्क है, और इस रिस्क को ऐसे ही दूर किया जा सकता है कि सारी चीज़ों को ट्रांसपेरेंटली सामने लाया जाए, जो बेनिफिशियरी है उनको लाया जाए। और उन बच्चों को मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं, बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं कि आपने इतना अच्छी तरीके से प्रेजेंट किया। और मेरे दिमाग में भी आया कि शायद हम अपनी संस्था में लागू कर सकते हैं, इस तरह की चीज़ों को शुरुआत कर सकते हैं। वैसे मुझे ये बताया गया कि हमारी संस्था में क्या अच्छी प्रैक्टिस है, तो मैं मैडम आपको बता दूं कि इस तरह की इतनी अच्छी प्रैक्टिस तो हमारे पास नहीं है, लेकिन कुछ चूँकि 35 ईयर ओल्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है तो बहुत सारी चीज़ों को इनोवेट किया है। खास तौर से जो जुवेनाइल जस्टिस एक्ट के जो रूल है और जो एक्ट है उसके हिसाब से चिल्ड्रन कमेटी और मैनेजमेंट कमेटी दिल्ली जैसे शहर में रेगुलरली होता है, जिसके लिए बहुत अच्छी प्रैक्टिस है। और उसको हमने उससे आगे ले जाकर के करने की कोशिश की है, ताकि बच्चों को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा पार्टिसिपेशन मिले, उनकी ओपिनियन लिया जा सके ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा चीज़ों पे, हर चीज़ पे, चाहे खाना हो, कपड़ा हो, कहीं घूमने जाना हो, पढ़ना हो, वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग करना हो या जॉब चुनना हो, उन सारी चीज़ों में हम चाहते हैं कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा उनकी राय ली जाए। दूसरा चीज़ एक हम अनोखा करते हैं जो अभी कोई नहीं करता, कि बहुत सारे बच्चों के हम स्ट्रीट प्ले बनाते हैं और उन बच्चों की स्टोरी को आगे ले आकर के उन्हीं के द्वारा जो एक्ट किया जाता है, डायरेक्ट किया जाता है और स्टोरी राइट किया जाता है, और उनको बड़ा स्टेज देते हैं, जिससे कि उनका कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़े और ओनरशिप भी बढ़ती है और रियलिटी से वो परसीव करते हैं। तीसरी चीज मुझे पता है मैं और तीसरी जो चीज है, एक हमने नया चीज शुरू किया, चूंकि हमारे होम्स में कई होम्स में बहुत सारे स्पेशल बच्चे हैं और उनके साथ ही जो दूसरे बच्चे हैं वो भी रहते हैं, तो कई बार बुलिंग के लिए ऐसा होता था कि कई बार उनको इस तरह का शिकार हो जाते थे दूसरे बच्चों द्वारा। लेकिन अभी हमने मेंटरशिप प्रोग्राम शुरू किया उन्हीं बच्चों के साथ, स्पेशल बच्चों के लिए, ताकि उनको एक ओनरशिप आए, उनको लगे कि नहीं उन्हीं के बीच में है, वो भी उन्हीं जैसा है, और इस तरह से मोटिवेट करके ताकि उनको जो भी हेल्प करना हो, जो भी करना हो हेल्प करे, बुलिंग ना करे। तो इसके लिए अलग से हमने प्रोग्राम शुरू किया हुआ है। बस इतना ही है, काफ़ी बहुत सारा, और जब कभी फोरम मिलेगा तो जरूर बताएंगे। थैंक यू वेरी मच रेम्बो टीम।
Thank you, Tiwari ji. Now, Sister Lizzie, who is working with domestic workers and migrant workers also. She has a lot of experience with their families and children. Please.
Good afternoon. Children, good afternoon. Sri Lakshmi is not here, Jay Lakshmi is not here, but then I said the concept of children's parliament is also an equal important subject that we need to understand. Almost 30 to 35% of the families live in slums, and their children becomes our concern. And these families who provide subsidized service to the society are equally at risk. These children who do not have safe environment, right to education, protection of their rights, all these are a major concern. And where are these children going? They go to the regular government schools where their rights are not respected again. Just give you one example. One day I was traveling and suddenly I saw one group of children on the top of the building. They were having class. And the teacher is telling, why don't you jump down and die? I mean, how could you hear those words were terrible to hear. In another school, children were sent to get the tea and coffee and whatever needs the teachers had. I am almost 35, 40 years I had been working with the children, so I had lots of experience. I initiated the lives of children in domestic work within the homes, bringing them out from there to help them enjoy childhood. So it had been a necessity for us to ensure that every child has protection, and also we create a child-friendly society along with how these children can enjoy their child rights. So the Children's Parliament concept with the neighborhood concept has been initiated to help children to be involved in the decisions that affect their life. So it could be at home when decisions are made with regard to the children's right, that they have a voice to make. Similarly in the school, it may be in the school, there is no toilet, there is no water, there is no basic provision. So children learn to experience their rights and then protest and go to the right person and say, we need this. Similarly within the community, there is no place for playground, there is drainage, there is mosquitoes, there is no place for study, they cannot sleep, there is alcoholism, there is abuse. So children need to become sensitive and tell this, we do not want this. So how will these children get to know that? So through the Children's Parliament, we initiated the rights of the children. First of all, to help them to understand what their rights are. Then through them, help other children. When we were running schools for the children, we were running 35 schools for the migrants children and the construction labor, rag pickers, domestic child labor, different categories of children. So we were running schools in those small huts, bringing children who were out of school for regular education. So we need to ensure that they had basic rights. So that is how, and there were so many other children who were involved in work. How will they, when we go to the homes, we will not say, children, when surveys are done, parents are told the children, don't tell that there is a domestic child labor. So who would speak for them? It was these children who were sensitized speaking for the other children. So that was the best example that how children can also speak and protect the rights of other children. I'm almost done with my time. So I really appreciate the Rainbow Homes, all the organizers and the children who are here. You are doing wonderfully well. Thank you. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. I really count on, and we will continue to work together. We are always there. Thank you.
Thank you, Lizzie. It's such an important aspect because now everybody from government, everybody is saying there is no if we can go to suburbans and some parts of Hyderabad we may not see domestic child labor, but in high-tech city and industrial areas and what is that called and all these suburban areas, all these elite places are having domestic child labor, girl child labor particularly. Very silently it is increasing, and those children are wearing saris now. They are 12 years old, they are wearing saris to work. That is the, we cannot see that kind of exploitation. It cannot be visible, but we have to work on that. And I request Sumitra, and Sumitra has a lot of experience in child rights. Last 30 years she is fighting for children. She born for children actually.
Thank you, Sajya. Thank you, organizers, for inviting me here. It is wonderful to be with you all, and it is wonderful to be among these children as well as young adults and the child rights activists, women activists and writers. Me as Sumitra, founder of Ankuram, a women and child development society, worked for children in distress, children rape victims and child labor and victims of various forms of violence. We run a home for child victims for almost 15 years, and having been worked with children and also having my heart and soul for child welfare and well-being, I want to share my experiences as far as child participation is concerned here. When we are supposed to speak on the issues of children in street situations, Per se, it might not be shown that number of children on streets might not be very visible. But as Sajay already mentioned, in the post-COVID scenario, where the difference between rich and poor is increasing so badly in our Indian context, we need to focus our attention for the welfare of children in different angles. Here, SCPCR members are there, child welfare committees are there, and all statutory bodies which are dealing with children are here. And as child-centered organizations or child welfare organizations, at ground level there are umpteen number of problems being faced by our organizations, and there is so much of gap between these statutory bodies, and the ego clashes that are happening among these statutory bodies is also increasing the burden of child welfare organizations working directly with the children. I think we need to work on that aspect. And we means who again? See, the people who are sitting in power, they need to come down and sit with the organizations which are facing the difficulties and be with them. And be with these organizations means be with the children who are in need of your services, help and assistance. This is one thing we need to understand, and we need to work with them, statutory bodies. And second thing is, as others mentioned already, we need to have collaborations among our own elements, organizations working at grassroots level. We might be at a different level working with the children, different understanding capacities, different financial sources. We need to understand these gaps also and find out the ways how best we can collaborate among ourselves, keeping aside all the differences, if at all they have cropped up in the earlier or present or anyway. I mean, we need to open up for the possibilities to come together among the organizations working. And secondly, yes, beautiful laws are there. Things are very beautifully put up. Thanks to international organizations, covenants and conventions, we have brought in so many good legislations, but implementation part, as usual, there are so many different things coming up from time to time. Very many challenges are coming up, and we need to understand where all we stand and how best we can cope up with the situations and overcome these challenges. And thirdly, finally, our children in shelters, they do face challenges even within the shelters, and the psychosocial care of the children living in the shelters needs to be given much importance, on par with the food care and the cleanliness that we are providing with. Psychosocial care, of course, our own staff may not be cope up with the situation. We need to collaborate with the professional agencies, academical institutions, universities, and those institutions which are professionally vibrant, and we need to collaborate, means that we need to sensitize them. We need to bring them to our places and get their collaboration and help. And secondly, these from research angle also. See, we are cooking food, we are cleaning the places, we are taking care of the children, we are sending the school, we are planning the future. All we only doing, just like a mother and father in the home. See, and our staff. See, how much can we do? See, we need to understand we need collaborations from other agencies. Not only the immediate stakeholders like SCPC or CWC, but academical institutions and other agencies which can be part with our this thing. And within the shelter context, children, అమ్మాయిలు మీరు అందరికీ తెలుగు వచ్చు కాబట్టి నేను తెలుగులో కూడా చెప్తాను, వినండి. Participation of children is utmost important aspect as far as child growth is concerned. And yes, food, cleanliness or education, we are giving much importance. But as far as the social problems that these children are facing while they are growing, whether it is within the school premises or outside the school. Sorry. This is the one single thing that we need to give extra importance, I feel. Because I'll just give one small example. Thank you so much. When Ankuram children were having a small house in Ramnagar area in the beginning in 1999, they used to clean the things and throw the dust outside the shelter home, nearby shelter home area. It seems one fellow, early in the morning, he used to come and make himself nude to terrorize the child, whoever comes, because he knew that a particular time these children will come and throw the dust there. So on that particular aspect, children were so terrified and did not want to go out and throw the dust. So one day we sat with the children and found out what the problem is exactly. So one small girl revealed the fact. One fellow is coming every morning whenever we throw the dust and showing his nude body. We got so terrified. Then we did not give them, the children, any of our opinion or any of our thoughts how to deal with the thing. We all asked the children in the children assembly, so this is a problem, how to deal with this, you suggest. Then they thought and thought that the older girls could not do, could not suggest, but the younger ones gave one suggestion. If we gave the freedom to them only and come up with the solution. So everybody was saying something, but they realized that it is not the right solution. One girl came up and said, if I go next time and the fellow comes there, whatever the piece of cloth he is wearing on his buttocks, I will pull off that cloth and come back running to the shelter. So that's it was so fun, as well as the kind of energy that the children got, you know. So it got them so much of courage. Yes, we can face this problem. It's a problem, it is not for only me, it is everybody's problem. That kind of collective decision, collective involvement will definitely give the children so much strength to face the challenges even in their lives, personally or collectively. So though we give very little time, that really give them so much of courage to face the challenges in the future. That is child participation's importance, I feel. And the second thing, there are potential number of children on streets is going to increase because the domestic violence aspect is increasing in almost many underprivileged families as well as privileged families also. So any child who is exposed to severe forms of violence within the family context is going to be a potential child on the street. A child who is stressed out in the school or the studies is also going to be the potential child on the street. And a child being abused within the family or within the school is going to be the potential child on the streets. So these are the things we need to keep in mind, especially people in power positions, and see that they be helpful to the organizations which are really withering away because of the kind of pressure that the state is giving on the kind of work the organizations are doing. So that the people who are sitting in the positions must be much more sensitive enough with the organizations and help them, assist them to grow and continue their services with the children. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sumitra. Such a wonderful narration of that child. I think we need that kind of locally organic solutions also. It's very important. Now I request Shushant ji from ARC Child Rights Network, Pune.
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू रेनबो फाउंडेशन कि मुझे यहाँ पे आज अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली यहाँ पे, और मैं सभी बाल साथियों का बाल साथियों का शुक्रिया भी करना चाहता हूँ और उनको कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन भी देना चाहता हूँ कि उन्होंने इस प्रकार चाइल्ड पार्टिसिपेशन प्रोसेस में सहभाग लिया। और मैं चाहता हूँ कि सारे मेरे जो बाल साथी हैं वो अपना खुद का स्वागत तालियां बजा के करें, थोड़ा नींद उठ जाएगा। आई होप मेरा हिंदी समझ रहा हो आपको। सो जैसे चाइल्ड पार्टिसिपेशन की बात चल रही है हमारे यहाँ, तो मैं ऑब्जर्व करता हूँ कि हमारा पुणे में नेटवर्क है, तो काफ़ी संस्थाओं से मैं जुड़ा हूँ। तो मैं हमेशा ऑब्जर्व करता हूँ कि हमारे यहाँ जो भी चाइल्ड राइट एक्टिविस्ट है, जो भी कार्यकर्ता है हमारा, कि हम सब चाइल्ड प्रोटेक्शन को लेके बहुत सेंसिटिव रहते हैं, बट लेकिन उस तरह चाइल्ड पार्टिसिपेशन के लिए उतना सेंसिटिविटी हमारे पास नहीं रहता। और ये मैं सबसे अनुरोध करना चाहता हूँ कि बगैर चाइल्ड पार्टिसिपेशन चाइल्ड प्रोटेक्शन सिस्टम ये स्ट्रेंथन हो नहीं सकता। तो चाइल्ड पार्टिसिपेशन ये बहुत ही ज़रूरी हिस्सा है। जैसे मैम ने भी हमें बताया था कि UNCRCA का कमिट में, जनरल कमिट में ये कितना इम्पोर्टेंस है। तो मैं अपना इंट्रोडक्शन देता हूँ कि हमारे पुणे में 35 ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का एक नेटवर्क है जिसका नाम आर्क है, एक्शन फॉर राइट्स ऑफ द चाइल्ड। सो ऑल और ये जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है ये सब हम चाइल्ड राइट्स के लिए काम करते हैं। तो हमने ये एक काम किया इसमें कि बच्चों का पार्टिसिपेशन कैसे बढ़ा जाए। तो हमने इन सारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के बच्चों को इकट्ठा लाने की कोशिश की। सो जोग्राफिकली पुणे सिटी ये बहुत बड़ा है। सो वी हैव 15 वार्ड्स इन पुणे। तो हमने क्या किया कि 15 वार्ड्स का 4 पार्टिसिपेशन किया, 4 एरिया में डिवाइड किए, और हम लोग हर वो जो 4 पार्ट में डिवाइड किया है उसका हम एरिया वाइज मीटिंग्स रखते हैं हर यूथ का। तो उसमें सारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के बच्चे उस मीटिंग में वहाँ पे पार्टिसिपेट करते हैं। तो उससे ये होता है कि जैसे कि बहुत सारे बच्चों को हम पहले से ही ठप्पा लगाते हैं, ये X ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का बच्चा है, ये Y ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का बच्चा है, ये Z ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का बच्चा है। हालांकि बच्चा होता है, उसके पास बहुत क्रिएटिविटी होती है और उसको खाली अपॉर्चुनिटी की ज़रूरत होती है। तो इस नेटवर्क की वजह से हम एक इस तरह पहुंच जाते हैं कि बच्चों को जब एक साथ आते हैं, बच्चे अलग अलग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के एक साथ आते हैं, तो बच्चों का एहसास होता है कि अरे नहीं, ये इस तरह जो इशू है जो मैं फेस कर रहा हूँ, मैं मेरे एरिया में ये इशू फेस कर रहा हूँ, तो इसके ये एरिया में भी इसके साथ भी ये सेम हो रहा है। तो बच्चे वो इशू को लेके एक साथ आ रहे हैं, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो वी जस्ट क्रिएट कि उनको एक प्लेटफॉर्म किया है हमने आर्क जूनियर्स का। अभी वो कन्वर्ट हुआ है आर्क यूथ में, क्योंकि अभी वो हमारे बच्चे बड़े हुए, तो हमने उनको अभी आर्क यूथ ग्रुप नाम दिया है उसका। सो थ्रू दिस यूथ ग्रुप तो हमने खाली प्लेटफॉर्म दिया कि बाबा ये अपने सिविल इश्यूज़ है, अपने खुद के इश्यूज़ है, हम इसको सॉल्व कैसे कर सकते हैं। तो जैसे ही ये मीटिंग्स में आते हैं तो बच्चे से ये बच्चे कहते हैं कि हमारे यहाँ ये प्रॉब्लम हुआ है, तो दूसरा यूथ बोलता है नहीं, ये करने से तो हमें यहाँ पे हमें मोर्चा करना पड़ेगा, यहाँ पे हमें कंप्लेंट देने पड़ती। तो बच्चे अभी इस तरह स्ट्रेंथ हुए कि कल ये 2 दिन पहले की बात है, एक कम्युनिटी में हडपसर का एरिया है, वहाँ पे 2-3 से पानी नहीं आ रहा था। तो बच्चे अपना हंडा बोलते हैं ना, जो पानी का कलसी लेते, वो के रास्ते पे उठे और कॉर्पोरेशन वार्ड ऑफिस में चले गए और बोले हमें पानी पीने का अधिकार है, हमें पानी दो। तो इट्स अ टाइप ऑफ पार्टिसिपेशन है कि बहुत सारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के एक साथ आते हैं चिल्ड्रन, एंड वी हैव 35 ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इन आवर नेटवर्क। सो नॉलेज शेयरिंग बहुत होता है उनमें, तो बच्चों को अलग अलग पार्टिसिपेशन का मौका मिल जाता है। तो जैसे कि अगर हमने ये पुणे में अगर देखा जाए तो हमारे यूथ ने रिसेंटली बहुत सारे आउट ऑफ स्कूल बच्चों का खुद ने सर्वे किया, यानी बच्चों ने ढूंढ लिया कि मेरे कम्युनिटी में स्कूल के बाहर कौन है, और वो डाटा बच्चों ने पास के स्कूल को दिया। हालांकि उसे हमने ऑफिशियली मीडिया में नहीं दिया, क्योंकि थोड़ा हम बच्चों के काम को मतलब प्रमोट करना जरूर चाहते हैं, लेकिन उनको कोई पॉलिटिकल थ्रेट नहीं देना चाहिए, तो इसलिए हमने उसे ज़्यादा पब्लिसिटी नहीं दिया। लेकिन वो 25 बच्चे अभी स्कूल जाने लगे। तो ये सारी मेहनत बच्चों ने की है उस हिसाब से। तो ऐसे बहुत सारे काम हमारे नेटवर्क की तरफ होते हैं, और समय कम है, बहुत सारी प्रैक्टिसेस है इसमें। तो मैं जो हमारा जो आर्क यूथ ग्रुप का एक जो पेज है हमारा, उसको मैं आपको सबसे शेयर करूंगा। एक फिल्म भी है, वो भी आपसे शेयर करूंगा। एंड थैंक यू सो मच यहाँ पे आने मुझे अपॉर्चुनिटी देने के लिए। थैंक यू।
Thank you. Thank you, Shushan. One important point he has brought out, that is networking on the issue. It's not only just issue. I think in these troubled situations, troubled political situations, I think beyond the borders, we have to network with each other. It's not individual thing. It's not just one organization or one person. It is beyond the. It's like child right activist organizations, women organizations, like what Lizzie said about trade unions. All these organizations come together and talk about each and every issue. It's not just only children's issue. It's not a charitable issue. People think they used to ask me, we want to give food. Any orphanage is nearby. So whenever people say that, I want to oppose them. But sometimes I will give addresses. But that is the concept of people's mind. It's a one care center means it's a one day charitable work, one philanthropic work. No, it's not just charity and it's not just philanthropy work. It's a rights work. It's their children's life. They are part of the society. They are the part of the society. That concept should be promoted from each and every aspect. That is very much important. Otherwise, what will happen? People are in such a kind of anger. Immediately they will react like suppose in Nirbhaya case, one child accused person also there in that. So immediately society talks about entirely on children and crime, but they are not thinking about, they haven't think about the opportunities. What opportunities these children are having. That is the important thing. Otherwise, people will go for instant justice, and in that instant justice, ultimately, poor sections, vulnerable sections are the victims. And these children are also going to be victims. So I think we have to develop those kind of networks beyond the borders and think more and especially not only for care centers. Care centers are important, but children are not only in care centers. They are in different kind of care centers by government, by different religion organizations, and they are on streets, they are in families, they are in companies. As a labor force, they are in companies. So all these aspects we have to think together and work together. That's thank you.
Thank you very much, Sajaya, and may I thank every one of you on this panel for this for sharing your extremely invaluable experiences, and I only wish we had more time, because I'm sure we could have gone on listening to your experiences and learnt a lot from you. But I'm sure we'll have many more sessions in future, and you will do us the honor of coming here and gracing the occasion. And before you go away, may I request you to kindly accept a small token of gratitude from Rainbow Homes. These are all artworks by children of the Rainbow Homes, and I'm sure you'll enjoy seeing them. And now, friends, we go on to the next session. Thank you very much for your indulgence, and I promise we'll try to keep it within the limit of the time that's been given to us. Our next session is child participation in care, academic implications, and change makers of tomorrow. And to this panel, I'd like to invite Dr. K. Satyamurthy from Madras School of Social Work, Dr. Aman Kumar from Chanakya Law College, Patna, Professor Niranjan Sahu from XISS Ranchi, Dr. Sriram from Rhoda Mystery School of Social Work, and Padmaja Shaw to chair this session. May I also invite Mr. Ved Prakash Tiwari, District Child Protection Officer from Ranchi in Jharkhand. Kindly join us on the stage. I think Dr. Satyamurthy has a flight to catch, so we will request him to give the first talk. But before that, may I hand over the panel to the able hands of Padmaja.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. So I see that a lot of impatience now to get going, and I think Dr. Satyamurthy has to actually catch a flight, so I would request you to speak right away.
Good evening. Good evening, one and all present here. It is a great privilege to come here all the way from Chennai and sit almost after 7 years. I'm coming out and coming for sessions with a busy academic schedule. We know as a controller of examination heading the department, that too in celebrating 70 years of present social work education in India, Madras School of Social Work having pride of collaborating with Rainbow Homes for several instances. I think this year is very happy year for us, because we have invited Mehta Patkar ji for our international conference, where we are able to connect with a lot of things. I see one more future Mehta Patkar madam is sitting in front of us, Anuradha madam. I request everyone to kindly request everyone to give a long applause for madam's contribution, because you never knew as an academician, I know that. If you ask anything about it, K. Anuradha ma'am has answer for it. That network, you talk about network, you talked about collaboration, you talked about several things, because I am from an institution where I was groomed from Sacred Arts, where you had our own keynote speaker, Kosi, Father Kosi came in, spoke about it. I come from a college, Madras School of Social Work is a mother institution for me. My father institution is my Sacred Heart College. Father Kosi has trained, helped ma'am to come to the stage. So why I'm just talking about, I never seen this kind of beautiful model across India for the last 30 years. Very importantly, I taught about the very important community participation models by PRA, PLA we are talking about. And we are talking about the social audit model, which very eminent, the very basic mode of social work, that's called social work, which we always teach our children for a post-graduation level, self-help or help others to help themselves, which means, so making individuals to be a sustainable, and we are talking about best interest of the child. Everything is happening here, and why I am talking about is that as a social work institution, how we can collaborate. Previous panel, Sumita ma'am told about academic institution has to network and have collaboration. Already we started, there are several organizations sitting here. I think Ranchi sir has already started working with Rainbow and going to conduct several training program. And same way, and we are also going to collaborate. There are 3 ways of collaboration for an academic institution which we are looking for. As a social work institution, one is that we are looking for collaborating with Rainbow Homes in terms of field work. Our students will get trained, because in science subjects we have laboratories. But social work subjects, we don't have laboratories. These are our laboratories. The NGOs, the projects or labs for our children or our postgraduates to learn about it. They get trained about it. You talked about the models. In community development, we talked about Marthandam model. But I am talking about social model by K. Anuradha madam for a social work students to learn about it. What is a social audit model? How the children are doing this model? That has to be documented. That has to be kept in the syllabus of social work education in community organization subject. Why I am just talking about? Because we are talking about indigenous practice of social work, which is indigenous is happening here, but still we are following the Western concepts. And there are indigeneity which is happening in India, like this model, like Mehta Patkar model, like Gandhiji model. These models has to be documented. That has to be converted into textbooks, converted into reading materials. That material has to come in. That has to be copy pasted in Western organization. There is a Bethlehem model of teaching in social work education. I am going through very beautiful model. And there is a Israel model of social work education where we can replicate very beautiful model. One is the Howard Gardner's multiple intelligence model, where we can inculcate especially for these children. Because why I am just talking about it, I myself and the present DGP of Tamil Nadu worked together in one organization. And I quit the job of that civil service and I came into teaching. So where we are asked to do a small study called a pre-adjudication intervention program for juvenile delinquencies in reformatory schools. Across the country we visited and we went and we see the several situations, how reforms are happened in the children below 18 years. And we gave suggestions. Open air prisons came in, Pullal jails and came in. But all these are not for the cup of soup of mine. What I was giving a suggestion, there are 3 suggestions which I gave as a social worker there. One is that how these resources have been utilized inside the reformation. This reformation is how it has been utilized. Is that schooling, is that skilling, or is that knowledge based? And when we go back and look at it, this is today happening as we are talking about today from the morning. And last 7 or 8 years, I am looking at the rainbow's growth or rainbow's intervention in the children. That's a real intervention. That's a real development, child development. That is what the so-called Elizabeth Erlach's development task talking about it. So we are supposed to work on this kind of linking. Why I am talking about? There are fieldwork components. The first component which I was talking about, there most of the social work institutions across India, we have 600 plus institutions offering social work degree. These social work institutions can collaborate with 9 states, become several states. There are 5,000 children will become 25,000 children. 62,000 per annum per child is not a big deal, and social work institutions, other social science institutions in a transdisciplinary approach. We do, and the children in a best place. The children will be in a space, a safe custody. So that is our primary motto. 1950, we said all 14 years, below 14 years children should be in a school, free and compulsory education. But still today we are talking about child labor. But we got independence after 75 years, we'll today talking about it. What the academic institutions contributed, what others as an individual I have contributed. So that is the takeaway for us. So apart from field work, we have research. We have the research in terms of UG to postdoc, and the networking can happen for a kind of training. So we are willing to invite all the KIs, knowledge partners, all the TOTs, trainers of trainer. All these children can come to Chennai and they can come and train all the other children. Even my social students ready to learn from the children. It is a very open statement. Why I am just talking about knowledge is everywhere. We have to acquire the knowledge where it is available. The knowledge I learned from my son who is 8 years of age. The technology has given a lot of knowledge. So it's better to learn. I'm always open to learn about it. So whenever it is possible, I was talking to Preeti ma'am. So Madras School of Social Work is always ready to do any kind of activity. Because we are pioneer in India, we are the best in India, we are also best in several networking also. We are ready to do that. We have collaborated with several organizations in India. If you name it any organization in India and across globe, we have our alumni working in the organization. And we are very proud to call ourselves very pride institution because our alumni is our strength. So now, apart from alumni, as Sumita ma'am said, we have a lot of network with our non-government organizations and government organizations. So in Andhra, I have my own student becoming an IAS officer working as a deputy collector. So, and Delhi, there is one under secretary is working as a deputy collector. Even administration we have. Why we are talking about these social workers are change agent. And this change agent has to make this children very fruitful environment. We talk about person in environment. So that we will be able to create. With that, I will just, for a great opportunity, I thank the organizers. I always owe you, ma'am, because I always owe you my father, because he's a freedom fighter. After Abdul Kalam sir, after Mehta Bhatkar ma'am, I see Anuradha ma'am is the next person who's can take the children a different level, because I mean it what I say. Because I produced 14 PhDs. I did that because this is not 1 day or 2 days I'm talking about. I'm following ma'am for last 7 years. I'm reading about all the activity. You talk about community model. You talk about any model, I'm just reading about it, ma'am. I'm learning about it. Even my students want to learn about it. I definitely, through Preeti, ma'am, I talk to you, and we'll continue our relationship. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that open-hearted offer to collaborate in social audit and field work and all the other issues that arise. I request the organizers to present a memento to Dr. Satyamurthy. Thank you, sir, for gracing the occasion. So first of all, I would like to actually congratulate all the children who are here, who participated in the morning and spoke so well about what they have done, and actually it was a very enlightening session in the morning, and very exciting to hear the kind of transformation both internally and otherwise that one could actually see in their participation. It was a great education for people like us also. One of the things that actually struck me while listening to the children was there is a crisis of democracy in the country, and the crisis is in families, inside families, where there is absence of democracy. And it suddenly struck me that when within a community so much of democratic spirit can be generated, and this deep understanding, ingrained understanding of what democracy means that came across was really very impressive. And I would like to really congratulate the children for showing how it is practiced, how on the ground it can be practiced. And I congratulate, of course, Rainbow Homes for mentoring, guiding, and bringing them to this point. Before I take up too much time, I would like to invite Shri Ramji, for Rodham, who works for Rodham History College of Social Work in Hyderabad.
Good evening. Pillalu పడుకురా పడుకోలే కదా okay. So today I'm thankful to Rainbow Homes as an academic institution. We are already in partnership with Rainbow Homes for past 1 year. We have been doing training programs for our young adults. 2 trainings we have conducted. Of them 55 students have been trained on various life skills and soft skills and legal aspects, because it is not just for them to know, it is not just about participation in the home, but when they go beyond, after 18, what are the challenges? When they go to the real life world, what are the challenges they are going to face? So, in this context, Rainbow Home has come up with this idea that we will do the job readiness training program and life readiness training program. So, under this training program, we have it's a 6-day module where we are as an educational institution, we have developed these modules with the different resource persons, where we will be dealing with life skills, soft skills, along with that how they can take up different relationship issues, family level and at work level, like how to attend an interview, how to write a resume, how to deal with different situations in their life. So it is more of a participatory learning, and I would like to appreciate the students, the young adults who have participated in these programs, and most of them are girls, and they are very confident, and they say that these are the things which we need to learn to deal with our life, because we don't know where we are going to go, what kind of profession we are going to get into, what kind of life situation we are going to get into. So these are the questions which they are trying to explore. So here we have a individual development plan where each individual student will develop their plan. They identify what are the interests they have and how they can build upon them. So we have and their participation in this 6-day training program was amazing, because we as an education institution, we found that they are able to spend 8 hours every day for 6 days without any break. So, and they are able to learn and they are able to participate in all these activities. We are hopeful that they will get all the support, and we have some students, Tirpatamma, she was talking about how she is able to visualize that what are the challenges she is going to get, and why we need to have these learnings, because this is the time we need to decide what kind of path we need to take. So we are very thankful. We are already we have done 2 training programs, and hopefully we'll try and do more collaboration and work on this. Thank you for giving this opportunity to Rainbow Homes. Thank you, madam.
Madam Chairperson, may I have your permission to just add one more distinguished
Please.
speaker to your panel?
Go ahead.
May I invite Mr. Varun Pathak, Chairperson of Bench of Magistrates, Child Welfare Committee, Government of NCT, Delhi, to come and join us on the dais. Yes. And with this invitation, a small request to you: when you speak to us, we'd like you to speak about what we expect from academic institutions. If you could throw some light on that. Thank you. Over to you, Padmaja.
Yeah, thank you. I now invite Dr. Niranjan Sahu from Xavier Institute, Ranchi. He's a professor of rural management.
Good evening. And children, before I start, I'm equally delighted and to be part of this important and beautiful and educative the national consultation program on street children. So I'm very much thankful to the Rainbow Homes, and so the children they may belong to the rich family or they belong to the poor family. So all children are equally important. They are future of the country. अमीर हो सकता है और गरीब भी. Do you know, very, very important, a rich person of our country, once upon a time, he was orphan. Who is he? Can you say? I'm not asking the children only, I'm asking other participants as well, resource persons. The important person, very richest of the country, he was orphan. He's a Ratan Tata, none other than Ratan Tata. So, name films also, Salam Bombay, Mira Salam Bombay, talks about the children, street children, orphan children. You know, the film Lion, Saru Brierly, based on the Calcutta street. Saru was adopted by, he was orphan, adopted by an Australian couple. Now he is one of the richest person in Australia. So there are many examples. And my talk is, and I was asked by Miss Priti to address academically, so academic perspective. I am not addressing now it academically. I am motivative. Not only academic, I am motivation perspective also. I am telling to each and everyone. So children are not, maybe as I said, no, they may belong to the rich family or poor family. So they are really the truly citizen of our country and future of our country. So now I have lots of questions in our mind about this street children. So one is, what happens when children, they are at care home till the age of 18, before they attain the age of 18, so they were children, they were at the living care, they were living the care home. When they leave the care home, that means when they depart the care home, there are two stages, living in care home, leaving the care home. So there are two stages of life. And what happens to when in India, when the children, orphan children, attain the age of 18? There is a big question. Have you thought about it? But according to our government rules and regulations, they cannot stay in the orphan home, care home. So what will do they? Where will go they? And what about their education? What about their healthcare support? What about their protection, safety, and other aspects as well? Most importantly, psychological mindset. So there are many children, if you have a study, and many studies have already revealed, they are psychologically down after they left the care home. So what are the impacts of the caregivers, young home livers, those are leaving the home? What are the impacts? Many impacts. Immediate income. One important impact is immediate income. They don't have immediate income. So employment. Then next is the house, home. Today they have home, tomorrow they will not. Where will go they? Where will stay? So there is a question. What about the protection again? So there are healthcare support, no healthcare support, no protection, no even also psychological supports. How will they survive? Our SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, if you look at, there are many Sustainable Development Goal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 13 and 16A. Almost 7-8 sustainable goals are addressing the rights of the children, relating to the rights of the children, protection of the children, and many other issues relating to the children. This is the one of the children issues broadly covered with the Sustainable Development Goal, which other areas are not covered. So this is very important. Children issues are very important issue, needs to be addressed by, not by us only, not by government only, everyone. So we should be very sensitive towards this issue. And then if you look at there are different stages. When the child was at a home, care home, he was requiring he was requiring the care. Then again, the supervision. When he or she became the youth, after attaining the age of 18, and youth, then needs independence. Rather, the care, not care, needs independence. Doesn't need supervision, needs responsibility, because child is having responsibility. So care to independence, and supervision to responsibility. So the different stages, because then and the development and the growth, everything is required for the child. And as you say, children are having invisible skills, invisible powers, invisible energy. And that has to be, all the power and, power, energy, skill has to be, again, brushed up. They have invisible. We do not know. As you know, there is the egg. When egg is broken by the outside force, a life ends. When egg is broken by inside force, life begins. एक अंडा जब अंदर से बाहर से टूटता है ना, एक जिंदगी खत्म हो जाता है. एक अंडा अगर अंदर से टूटता है, एक जिंदगी का शुरुआत होती है. इसका कहने का मतलब क्या है ना, तो इनविजिबल स्किल, इनविजिबल पावर, इनविजिबल एनर्जी द चिल्ड्रन आर हैविंग. So need to be that has to be very, because if you do not have inherent skills, nothing can be done. You should have because the children are having inherent skills, but that has to be taken care of by us. There should be made realize, children should be made realize that they are having invisible power and energy. So that is what I am trying to say you. So you should try on that issue. And now if you look at the approaches academically, because of many educational institutions, universities and research institutions, and they are having some approaches. There are two kind of approaches. One is inclusive approach. What is the inclusive approach? Because all the children, they should be included in the policy measures. Government has very giving focuses on development and growth of the children, but it should be given more again. Inclusive. So then other approaches also should be structural approaches. Structural approach, inclusive approach. So you should have that one. And thank you so much, because I am given some warning to finish up my talk. So I thank you and wish you all the best for this and for your career growth and specifically the children. And I thank Rainbow Foundation very much for giving me this opportunity to be here. So thank you so much. Okay, thank you.
My apologies, sir. Since we are running short on time, my apologies. Now I invite Dr. Aman Kumar. He's from National Law School, Patna.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, dignitaries. Thank you, Rainbow Home, for giving me this opportunity to express my attitude, express my experiences in the front of children, CSOs and other stakeholders. मैं मैक्सिमम हिंदी में ही जाऊंगा क्योंकि यहाँ बच्चे हैं. और बच्चा पार्टी कैसे हो आप लोग? लग रहा सुबह से बैठे बैठे आप लोग पूरी तरीके से डिस्चार्ज हो गए हो. हाउ इज द जोश? हाउ इज द जोश? अभी भी आवाज नहीं आ रही. हाउ इज द जोश? चलो बढ़िया. हम पीपीटी शुरू करना चाहेंगे. पीपीटी से ज़्यादा हम नहीं लेंगे क्योंकि मैक्सिमम चीज़ें आप लोग जो यहाँ के रिसोर्स पर्सन थे, डिग्निटरीज थे, उन लोगों ने शेयर कर दिया आप लोगों से. लेकिन फिर भी कुछ चीज़ें मैं उसमें से लेते हुए जाऊँगा. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज़. इसमें जो कंटेंट्स हैं मेरे पीपीटी में, इसमें है डेफिनेशन और टर्म्स. आफ्टर केयर किसे कहते हैं, होम्स किसे कहते हैं, इस तरह के डिफरेंट जो आर्टिकल्स हैं उनके वर्ड्स हैं. जो होम्स के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में उसके डेफिनेशन क्या है. उसके बाद डिफरेंट सेक्शन विद इन जे एक्ट इन कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ कि हम बच्चे को कैसे उनके पार्टिसिपेशन के साथ उनको हम कोरिलेट कर सकते हैं, ये हमारे नेक्स्ट ऑप्शन में. और डिफरेंट जो प्रिंसिपल्स हैं जे एक्ट के अंडर में बच्चों के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में, वो चीज़ें हैं कुछ रिफ्लेक्ट करेंगे. और फंडामेंटल प्रिंसिपल्स है उसके कॉन्टेक्स्ट में हम करेंगे. लेकिन मैक्सिमम हम चीज़ें जो मेरे एक्सपीरियंसेस है इस फील्ड में वर्क करते हुए, वो चीज़ें हम आप लोगों से डिस्कस करेंगे. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज़. जैसे आफ्टर केयर, बेस्ट इंटरेस्ट ऑफ चाइल्ड, चाइल्ड इन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट विथ लॉ, चाइल्ड फ्रेंडली, ये सारे टर्म्स ऑलमोस्ट सारे लोग अवेयर हैं. नेक्स्ट, फिट फैसिलिटी क्या होते हैं, ऑब्जर्वेशन होम्स क्या होते हैं, स्पेशल होम्स क्या होते हैं, ये सारी चीज़ें भी आप लोग हैं. और ये हमारे अगर हम जे एक्ट देखेंगे उसके चैप्टर 2 में सेक्शन 3 के अंडर में, तो हम देखेंगे उसके क्या क्या मेन प्रिंसिपल है. प्रिंसिपल ऑफ पार्टिसिपेशन हम देखेंगे 3rd रैंक पे. इसका ऑलमोस्ट यही चीज़ होता है कि बच्चों के पार्टिसिपेशन हमारे डिफरेंट जे एक्ट्स में कहाँ कहाँ कैसे कैसे होने चाहिए. इस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में डिफरेंट कमिटीज़ भी बनाए गए हैं जे एक्ट्स के अंडर में. और उसके पहले हम ये जानना चाहेंगे, आप लोगों से डिस्कस करेंगे कि ये बच्चों के पार्टिसिपेशन इतना इम्पोर्टेंट क्यों है, वाई चिल्ड्रन पार्टिसिपेशन इज इम्पोर्टेंट। जैसे कि ये चीज़ें खुद सुबह से जो डिफरेंट डिफरेंट एक्टिविटीज़ बच्चों ने शेयर किया, उससे साफ रिफ्लेक्ट होकर आ रहा है कि बच्चों को पार्टिसिपेशन किस लिए होम्स में ज़रूरत है। जिस तरीके से कॉन्फिडेंटली बच्चों ने यहाँ पे प्रेजेंट किया, किसी एक नॉर्मल कॉन्वेंट स्कूल के बच्चों से कम नहीं थी। ये बहुत ही कॉन्फिडेंटली इन्होंने अच्छे से अपनी बातों को प्रेजेंट किया। इसलिए हम एक ही लाइन में कह सकते हैं कि हाँ, देयर इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट नीड ऑफ पार्टिसिपेशन ऑफ चिल्ड्रेन, पार्टिसिपेशन इन द राइट्स। इवन अगर हम देखें यूएनसीआरसी के आर्टिकल्स को भी अगर हम देखें तो हाँ, ये बच्चों का एक वन ऑफ द राइट्स है कि हाँ, राइट्स टू पार्टिसिपेशन। ईच एंड एवरी एक्टिविटी में उनका पार्टिसिपेशन बहुत बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है। नेक्स्ट, इम्पॉर्टेंस ऑफ चाइल्ड पार्टिसिपेशन, जैसे अभी हमने डिस्कस किया कि कैसे उनके इंगेजमेंट बढ़ते हैं, उनके डिफरेंट कोऑर्डिनेशन डिफरेंट बच्चों के साथ बढ़ते हैं, उनके डिफरेंट जैसे उनके जो एक्टिविटीज़ होते हैं वहाँ पर। और इसमें भी देख एज पर द 40 ऑफ द जेजे एक्ट मॉडल रूल 2016, कैसे उसमें वन ऑफ द बच्चे का भी एक इन्वॉल्वमेंट चाहिए जब वहाँ पर उनके कमिटीज़ बनते हैं इंस्पेक्शन के लिए। नेक्स्ट, बेनिफिट्स क्या हैं? बेनिफिट्स सुबह से हम लोग जब देख रहे हैं बच्चों के इंगेजमेंट इस प्रोग्राम में, वो साफ रिफ्लेक्ट होकर आ रहा है कि उनका क्या कैसे क्या इंगेजमेंट है। रोल ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशनल केयर एंड अकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन, हम इसमें आते हैं। ये मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट है कि एज एन अकेडमिशियन, जस्ट आई एम एन असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर एंड ऑल्सो अ डायरेक्टर ऑफ चाइल्ड राइट सेंटर चाणक्य नेशनल लॉ यूनिवर्सिटी पटना, कि एक अकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन का क्या इंपॉर्टेंस है होम्स के कॉन्टेस्ट में और राइट्स टू पार्टिसिपेशन के कॉन्टेस्ट में बच्चों के लिए। तो एज अ सेंटर हम लोगों ने डिफरेंट अपने सेंटर में इनिशिएटिव स्टार्ट किया है कि अपने जो यूनिवर्सिटी के बच्चों, मेरे जो यूनिवर्सिटी के बच्चे हैं, उनको आसपास के जो प्राइमरी स्कूल के बच्चे जहां पढ़ते हैं उनके साथ हम लोगों ने इंगेजमेंट किया और उनको टाइम टू टाइम वहां पर एक्सपोजर विजिट करते हैं। और फर्स्ट फेज़ में बच्चे, हमारे यूनिवर्सिटी के बच्चे उस स्कूल में जाते हैं, तो उनको देखकर जो गवर्नमेंट स्कूल के बच्चे, उनके अंदर एक अलग सा एक एनर्जी आता है कि हमें भी कल उस डेट में वहाँ पे पहुँचना है। इस तरह की एनर्जी उनके अंदर आती है। और दूसरे फेज़ में हम उस स्कूल के बच्चों को अपने यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में विजिट कराते हैं कि आपको कल नहीं तो आपको इसी तरह के डिफरेंट इंस्टीट्यूशन में आपको हायर स्टडीज़ के लिए जाने हैं। एक मोटिवेशन उनके अंदर जनरेट करने का काम हम लोग करते हैं। और दूसरा एक बात ये भी बोले कि रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट के कॉन्टेस्ट में, जैसे हमारा सेंटर अभी रिसेंट, जैसे अभी जो सर थे उन्होंने डिस्कस किया कि एज अ सोर्स स्टेट बिहार, यूपी और वेस्ट बंगाल से बहुत बच्चे इधर आते हैं, तो वो भी एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज होता है कि उनके रिहैबिलिटेशन रिपैट्रिएशन के प्रोसेस को देखते हुए। तो उस कॉन्टेस्ट को देखते हुए रिटायर्ड आईपीएस पीएम नायर सर एंड रिटायर्ड आईपीएस उमापति सर के गाइडेंस के अंडर में हमने एक एसओपी ड्राफ्ट किया हुआ है, जो कि आज के डेट में लेबर कमिश्नर बिहार के साथ ही उनको भी प्रेजेंट किया गया। और बहुत ही जल्द वो स्टडी हम आप लोगों से भी शेयर करेंगे, जिसमें सारे गवर्नमेंट स्टेक होल्डर्स के अकाउंटेबिलिटी सेट की गई है कि अगर इनकेस कोई बच्चा कहाँ कैसे मिलता है तो उसे नेक्स्ट लेवल पे हमें कैसे किस गवर्नमेंट को अप्रोच करना है। दूसरी स्टडी अभी रिसेंट हम लोगों ने ऑनलाइन चाइल्ड सेक्सुअल अब्यूज़ पे कंप्लीट किया, जो कि चाइल्ड राइट्स एंड ड्यू के द्वारा फंडेड था। जो कोविड के दौरान जिस तरीके से ऑनलाइन चाइल्ड सेक्सुअल अब्यूज़ के केसेस बढ़े, वो नेशनल लेवल स्टडी था। हमने 4 स्टेट में उसके सर्वे किया, जिसमें एक मध्य प्रदेश था, महाराष्ट्र था, कर्नाटका था, वेस्ट बंगाल था, और 1000 सैंपल्स हम लोगों ने कलेक्ट किया। और उसको कैसे हम, और ऑनलाइन चाइल्ड सेक्सुअल अब्यूज़ के कॉन्टेस्ट में पॉक्सो एक्ट जो 10 ईयर्स के ऊपर बहुत सारे स्टडीज़ कराया गया, उसको कैसे स्ट्रेंथन किया गया, उसको डेसिमिनेट किया गया in the presence of Ministry of Women and Child Development on the 18th of January at Indian Habitat Center, New Delhi। तो थर्ड एक स्टडी हम लोगों ने अभी रिसेंट कंप्लीट किया CICL के कॉन्टेस्ट में, कि किस तरीके से CICL के बच्चों को बड़े लोगों के साथ प्रिजन में रखते हैं। बिहार के कुछ हम लोगों ने जेल्स को सर्वे करके उसकी स्टडी को कंडक्ट किया। तो अगर हम CICL के कॉन्टेस्ट में देखें तो एक मूवी आई थी विजय मास्टर, देखा है किसी ने इसमें से विजय मास्टर? बहुत अच्छी मूवी है, आप लोग जरूर देखिएगा। उसमें किस तरीके से बच्चों को डिफरेंट क्राइम के लिए यूज़ किया जाता है, और उसमें एक मेंटर का क्या रोल होता है, एक टीचर का क्या रोल होता है, कैसे उस बच्चों को सही ट्रैक पर लाने के लिए। वो एक मूवी है विजय मास्टर, वो आई थी मूवी। उस कॉन्टेस्ट में। तो रोल ऑफ अ टीचर इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू ब्रिंगिंग अ चाइल्ड ऑन द राइट ट्रैक। ये बहुत ही एक इम्पॉर्टेंट है CICL के कॉन्टेस्ट में। उसी के साथ ही एक मूवी आई थी RRR लोगों ने भी, सारे लोगों ने देखा होगा। उसमें सबसे बड़ा एक ही इंसिडेंट दिखा गया, वर्नरेबिलिटी गर्ल्स के कॉन्टेस्ट में। प्रीवियसली गर्ल्स को उस मूवी में दिखाया गया कि उस लड़की को एज फॉर द इंटरटेनमेंट जो लोग उठाकर उसको अपने हवेली में रखते हैं। चीज़ें वही हैं, सिनेरियो बिल्कुल कन्वर्ट हो गया, चेंज हो गया, आज भी वही हो रहा है। यहाँ पर हम मैक्सिमम देख रहे हैं कि लड़कियाँ हैं, गर्ल्स हैं। क्यों? ये चीज़ अपने आप से पूछने की बहुत ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि हम सुबह से देख रहे हैं कि यहाँ पे डिफरेंट एक्टिविटीज़ भी हुई, और इवन हम पटना के भी डिफरेंट होम से विजिट करते हैं। नंबर ऑफ द गर्ल्स आर वेरी मच। और जैसे अभी इसके पहले वाले पैनल में एक लोगों ने डिस्कस किया चाइल्ड डोमेस्टिक लेबर के कॉन्टेस्ट में, ये भी एक बहुत ही बड़ा इशू है, लेकिन इसके ऊपर आज के डेट में कोई स्टडी करने के लिए एग्री नहीं है, क्योंकि वो एलिट क्लास, वो एलिट ग्रुप कहीं ना कहीं एक हायर गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर्स भी हैं, जिस वजह से हम वहाँ से इनपुट हमें नहीं मिल पाएगा। तीसरा हमें एक डिफरेंट अप्रोच भी जनरेट करने की ज़रूरत है इन कॉन्टेस्ट की। हम चाइल्ड फ्रेंडली स्कूल की बात करते हैं, चाइल्ड फ्रेंडली ऑफ सोसाइटीज़ की बात करते हैं, तो चाइल्ड फ्रेंडली ऑफिसर्स की भी बात करने की ज़रूरत है। अभी जैसे जो अभी सर थे, IAS सर थे, जिस तरीके से इतना कॉर्डली बच्चों के साथ खड़े होकर उन्होंने बात किया, नो डाउट ये मेरे सामने, ये पहले बार एक ऐसा शख्स हमने देखा कि जो बच्चों के साथ मिलकर उन्होंने फ़ोटो खींचा और इतने समय उन बच्चों के साथ दिया। तो चाइल्ड फ्रेंडली ऑफिसर्स के कॉन्टेस्ट में भी हमें एक अलग से मुहिम स्टार्ट करने की तो ज़रूरत है कि जो डिफरेंट ऑफिसर्स बच्चों के कॉन्टेस्ट में काम कर रहे हैं। ठीक है, CWC JJB 3 साल के लिए आते हैं, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं वो भी एक फेज़ में जाके सैचुरेट हो जाते हैं। ये सैचुरेशन बहुत बड़ा एक मेजर इशू है। हम ऐसे CWC और JJB को भी देखें। एक मेरे साथ एक केस हुआ, एक नेपाल की बच्ची थी जो कि रेस्क्यू हुई बिहार में ही, वो बोल नहीं पा रही थी, 1 दिन 2 दिन 3 दिन 4 दिन 5 दिन तक इस तरीके से थी। तो हम एक बार गए वहाँ पे, तो उन्होंने ये बोला कि ये बच्ची बोलना नहीं चाहती, गूंगी है। हम बोले ऐसे कैसे आप कह सकते हैं कि गूंगी है? उसको समय दीजिए। उनके साथ फिर एक काउंसलर को लगाया गया, धीरे धीरे उनके साथ। तो उन लड़की के साथ इशू ये था कि उसे हिंदी नहीं आता था, उसे नेपाली आता था। अब वो कैसे बोलेगी हिंदी, उसे जब समझ में नहीं आता था। लेकिन समय दिया गया उसको, उसके दिमागों को रीड करने के लिए एज ए काउंसलर उसे रखा गया एक वहाँ पर। अल्टीमेटली फिर रिजल्ट सामने आया, वो लड़की रिपेट्रिएट हुई, अपने घर गई। तो इतनी जल्दीबाजी क्यों गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर्स में है? सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम ये है कि इतनी जल्दीबाजी क्यों? तो सैनिटाइजेशन ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर्स टाइम टू टाइम फॉर द कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग, ये भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। और ये 3 साल का जो फेज़ है JJB और CWC के लिए, ये सैचुरेशन वाला फेज से भी बचने की बहुत ज़रूरत है। अरे आप सिंपल उस बच्चे को, अपने बच्चे को देखिए, और अल्टीमेटली और डिफरेंट बहुत सारे कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग के प्रोग्राम्स होंगे, बहुत सारे सैनिटाइजेशन के प्रोग्राम होंगे, लंच हो गए, ब्रेकफास्ट डिनर सब होगा, अल्टीमेटली शाम को सब खत्म हो जाएगा। इस टेम्परामेंट को बनाए रखने की ज़रूरत है। ये चीज़ हो गया। और दूसरा एक है कि जिस तरीके से ये रेनबो होम ने ये मल्टी सेक्टोरल कंसल्टेशन ऑर्गेनाइज किया, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। हम बिहार में भी डिफरेंट कंसल्टेशंस अटेंड करते हैं, लेकिन वहाँ पर एक ये चीज़ हम देखा, लॉबी CSOs है तो केवल CSOs रहेंगे, देयर इज नो इन्वॉल्वमेंट ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स और द एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस। इट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, देयर शुड बी अ मल्टी सेक्टोरल अप्रोच, क्योंकि अगर कोई मल्टी सेक्टोरल अप्रोच में एक ये चीज़ रिफ्लेक्ट होकर आएगा कि अकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन अगर किसी टॉपिक पे देख रहा है एज ए रिसर्चर्स, तो उसमें किस तरीके हमें इनपुट्स मिलेंगे। CSOs देख रहा है तो CSOs कैसे उस चीज़ों को देख रहा है। अगर गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर्स के अपने क्या क्या लूप होल्स है, क्या क्या वीकनेस है, कैसे अकेडमिशियन, कैसे CSOs, कैसे ऐसे रिसोर्स पर्सन उस चीज़ को फुलफिल करने की कोशिश करेगा। मल्टी सेक्टोरल अप्रोच आज के डेट में बहुत बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। अभी हमारे एक भाई ने बोला कि नेटवर्किंग बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है आज के डेट में। नेटवर्किंग विदाउट नेटवर्किंग for any activities for the social cause is definitely is going to be fail। एक ये है। और चाइल्ड फ्रेंडली ऑफिसर्स के बारे में जैसे हमने बात किया, और होम से अक्सर हम लोग ये भी सुनने को आते हैं कि इतने बच्चे होम से भाग गए, क्यों भाग गए? ये भी एक बहुत बड़ा क्वेश्चन है आजकल के होम से, जो गवर्नमेंट होम्स इस तरीके के। तो जिस तरीके से आज बच्चों के पार्टिसिपेटरी रिसर्च निकल कर आए हैं, इस तरह के एटीट्यूड, इस तरह के टेम्परामेंट, इस तरह के बिहेवियर्स अलग अलग डिफरेंट होम्स में भी रहने की ज़रूरत है। और ये एक बहुत बड़ी बात है रेनबो होम्स के लिए कि ये ऑडिट बच्चों ने खुद अपने इंस्टीट्यूशन के लिए किया। अगर आज के डेट में हमको बोला जाए कि आप अपने यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए ऑडिट करिए, तो हम केवल अच्छी चीज़ें ही बोलेंगे, ख़राब चीज़ें बोलेंगे तो शायद कल के डेट में रजिस्ट्रार वाइस चांसलर के नज़र में आ जाएंगे। लेकिन यहाँ पर एक ये बहुत ही बड़ा काम किया रेनबो होम ने कि अपने ही बच्चों के साथ उस चीज़ों को एक्सट्रैक्ट करने की कोशिश किया कि वो वीकनेस क्या और स्ट्रेंथ क्या, फिर उसके बाद उस चीज़ को फुलफिल करने का वो लोग काम एज अ फर्दर रिसर्च करेंगे। और हम जब इनका प्रेजेंटेशन देख रहे थे तो इनकी नज़र सजेशन बॉक्स, उस पर सजेशन बॉक्स नहीं लिखा था, हम भी देखे लेकिन हमने नोटिस नहीं किया। इस तरीके से उनकी पैनी नज़र की हम भी सोचे कि वाकई इन लोगों ने बहुत ही डीपली इस चीज़ों को बच्चों ने देखा है। कल के फ्यूचर की होप्स वो जरूर रिसर्चर है। और जिस तरीके से उनका जो एटीट्यूड है, बिल्कुल। और तो और हम अनवर भाई को ये भी बोलेंगे कि आप जो पटना के होम्स के बच्चे हैं, एक बार जरूर हमारे यूनिवर्सिटी में उनको एक्सपोजर विजिट कराइए, क्योंकि उनके अंदर एक अलग सा जोश आएगा कि 10th 12th करने के बाद जो डिफरेंट आज के डेट में गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम्स भी हैं जिन्हें उन्हें स्कॉलरशिप भी मिल जाएगा, कैसे हम लॉ, BA, LLB डिफरेंट कोर्सेज कर सकते हैं। तो इस तरह के अगर एक्सपोजर विजिट हमारे बच्चों को डिफरेंट इंस्टीट्यूशन से किया जाएगा तो उनके अंदर भी एक अलग सा जोश आएगा कि केवल हम यहीं तक नहीं है, दुनिया भी बहुत बड़ी है। दैट्स इट, थैंक यू।
Thank you very much, sir. It was very heartening to hear you speak about the need for multilateral approach, attitude of the state officers, and networking, emphasizing all these things. In the earlier sessions also I heard some kind of critical voices talking about the state agencies and their interventions in this kind of thing. One of the things that needs to be right away flagged is that a child in distress or in street situation is basically a consequence of the larger policies of the state. If you create unemployment, if you create displacement, if you are not allowing people to earn their living and stay where they are in a sustainable way, that's where these issues come out. Children migrate, children displaced, parents are no longer able to look after them. Sometimes in some parts of Telangana they sell children. So this kind of situation is also a consequence of state policy. The second thing is most of the state agencies work within a framework almost which sounds like policing. They do not see themselves as facilitators, but they see themselves as the policing agencies. So regulation is not policing. And in that attitude, what happens is some of the best organizations are hounded for when they're doing good work and come into limelight. And some of the really heinous crimes that happen in some organizations are just not even noticed. We've had horrific incidents of rape and abuse from some privately run homes here, where regular inspections were on the books happening, but the child was abused for a long time and also died. The case of recently Aminpur case that we were talking about. So somehow the regulators miss those things and actually go after people who are doing serious work. So this kind of thing is also an extremely unhealthy thing that is happening. Commitment to work and commitment to doing some of these things and putting in place excellent systems is an extraordinarily meticulous and a long-term thing that people do. People who are committed are doing this with great care. And the state must learn not to be a policing structure, but to be a facilitator to do better, and not to. And also, after decades of experience, I hear interesting comments that about confusion between accepting child labor, whether child labor is all right, and if you are within the institutional structure of the state, you have to be committed to saying that child labor is not right. And if you have ambiguity about it, then we have a problem on our hands. because this, as an implementing state agency, you're not, as an implementing agency from the state, you yourself is not committed to the idea, and it is a problematic thing to have those kind of ambiguities as a regulator in your own mind. I think some of these things, while hearing these sessions, earlier sessions, were a little disturbing for me, and I thought after Sir raised some very important issues, I thought that I would pitch in and flag it a bit. And now I would like to, sorry sir, I would like to invite you, Professor Varun Pathak, to speak. Sorry. As an academic, I call him.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Good evening. Namaskar. Sat Sri Akal. Salam alaikum. देव छोड़। आई नो कि शायद मेरा लास्ट सेशन है और बहुत मुश्किल होता है, बट विल ट्राई कि कुछ चीज़ों पर हम लोग डिस्कस करें और कुछ फ्यू पॉइंट्स मैं आपके सामने रखना चाह रहा हूँ। आज ये जो एक्ट जिसको हम इतने सालों से फॉलो कर रहे हैं, इसको मैं साइड रख रहा हूँ और प्रैक्टिकल कुछ चीज़ों पर डिस्कस करना चाहता हूँ। प्लीज़ एक तो थैंक यू सो मच अनुराधा मैम, अफसर भाई, अनवर भाई, प्रीति जी, पूरा जिस डेडिकेशन के साथ आपने सबको इतने स्टेट और सबको एक साथ लेकर आए हैं। वो इंस्टीट्यूशन जो कब से हमारे दिमाग में चल रहा था कि इंस्टीट्यूशन, खासतौर से एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन, उनका कितना इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है रिसर्च में, ऑडिट में, चीज़ों को समझने में और कैसे हम बेहतर कर सकते हैं सिस्टम को, स्ट्रक्चर को, अपने होम को, और इन सारे इश्यूज़ को कैसे हम सामने ला सकते हैं। बाकी आप देखें कि हमारे न्यूज़पेपर, मीडिया, पॉलिटिकल, क्राइम, इन सब न्यूज़ से भरे रहते हैं। वो रिसर्च बेस या इम्प्रूवमेंट या वेलफेयर वाली चीज़ें बहुत पीछे रह जाती हैं हमारे न्यूज़ या हमारी पूरी सोसाइटी में। शायद हम सब लोग देखना ही नहीं चाहते हैं, उसके बारे में सोचना ही नहीं चाहते हैं। कुछ छोटी छोटी चीज़ें जो मुझे याद हैं, 2005 में ना हर्ष सर ने एक बार हमसे कहा था कि जब कोई बच्चा इंस्टीट्यूट में होता है, किसी होम में होता है, और उसके 18 बर्थडे पर जो उसको गिफ्ट मिलता है वो उसकी पूरी लाइफ को बदल देता है कि आज आप 18 साल के हुए हैं, कल से आपकी दुनिया बदल जाएगी। वो एक सोच और उस सबके साथ कुछ होम दिल्ली में स्टार्ट करने की कोशिश की थी और इतना संघर्ष था उनको शुरू करने में, और आज देख के खुशी होती है कि उस सफ़र कहाँ तक पहुँच चुका है कि देश के लगभग हर कोने में वहाँ होम और सारी चीज़ें हैं और फ्यूचर हमारे सामने बैठा हुआ है। मगर कुछ छोटी छोटी चीज़ें जो अभी फील हो रही है चाइल्ड वेलफेयर कमेटी में, हमें दिख रहा है। आप में से कुछ लोग होंगे, अगर उन्होंने मीडिया में देखा होगा, एक बच्चा है, अभी वो बच्चा नहीं है, उसका नाम है विशाल मृदुल मंडल। एक स्ट्रीट चिल्ड्रन था, वेस्ट बंगाल से दिल्ली आया, प्लेटफॉर्म पर मिला, किसी होम में रहा, फिर दूसरे होम में रहा, फिर फैमिली ले गई, फिर वापस स्ट्रीट पर आया, फिर एक होम में, फिर दूसरे होम में, फिर 18 ईयर कब कंप्लीट हो गए उसके, वो वापस सड़क पर आ गया। फिर उसके बाद उसने स्ट्रगल किए और धीरे धीरे ताज होटल में पहुंचा, लॉन्ड्री और उस सब में उसने काम किया, डांस बहुत अच्छा कर रहा था, उसको इंटरनेशनल ग्रुप के साथ जुड़ा, मौका मिला कंट्री से बाहर जाने का। मगर फिर वो इशू जो लगभग हमारे हर बच्चे के साथ होता है, पहचान का इशू, उसकी आइडेंटिटी का इशू, उसके पास पासपोर्ट का इशू, उसके पास बर्थ सर्टिफिकेट का इशू, आधार, वोटर आईडी कार्ड, ये बेसिक छोटी छोटी चीज़ें शायद बहुत बार हम लोग नहीं समझ पाते हैं। मगर कुछ भी वो नया करना चाहे, लाइफ में कुछ शुरू करना चाहे, वो ड्राइवर भी बनना चाहे, तो उसके पास ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस नहीं है, कोई गारंटी देने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, बैंक अकाउंट नहीं है, अगर कुछ अर्निंग कर ले तो कहाँ सेविंग करेगा, क्या करेगा। तो वो छोटी छोटी चीज़ें थी जो उस CWC ज्वाइन करते ही मैंने देखा, उसका बहुत सारे मेल आए थे जो सेंट्रल मिनिस्ट्री से लेकर स्टेट मिनिस्ट्री, DM, सारे कमीशन स्टेट और नेशनल कमीशन को भेजे हुए थे, और मगर कोई रेस्पॉन्स नहीं था। मैंने देखा उसने जो लास्ट मेल मार्क किया है CC में, मुझे और बहुत सारे लोगों को रखा था उसमें, उन्होंने MCD के ऑफिसर्स को, हेल्थ और बर्थ रजिस्ट्रेशन के जो ऑफिसर हैं उनको मार्क किया था। पहले मैंने थोड़ा सा मैटर समझा कब से क्या चल रहा है, एक सम्मन जो पावर है कमेटी के पास, उनको भेजा और उनको बुलाया, जो हमारे पास एक पुलिस ऑफिसर है उनके थ्रू। पहले थोड़ा सा इग्नोर किया, फिर वो कॉपी उनके कमिश्नर को की, उनको CC मार्क करके जब उनको बुलाया गया, तो जब तक वो आए हमने नेक्स्ट वीक का उनको टाइम दिया, उससे पहले उस बच्चे का बर्थ सर्टिफिकेट आ चुका था और पूरी लिस्ट और सारी चीज़ों के साथ लेकर आए, और उन्होंने कहा सर हम आपके सारे होम को बताएंगे कैसे करना है, क्या करना है, ऑनलाइन प्रोसेस है, बहुत ईजी हम कर लेंगे। ईजी था तो इतने टाइम से पेंडिंग क्यों था। दूसरा एक और इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ हुई है, दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट में एक नोटिफिकेशन आया है कि विद इन 15 डेज अगर किसी का बर्थ होता है, बर्थ रजिस्ट्रेशन में, तो हॉस्पिटल करता है। 1 ईयर होता है तो एमसीडी म्यूनसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन करती है। 1 ईयर के बाद डिले होता है तो आपको कंसर्न डीएम या एसडीएम से उसके लिए एक लेटर इशू कराना होता है, कॉज ऑफ डिले क्या है, क्यों आपने रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं कराया। दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट में वो पावर जुवेनाइल जस्टिस बोर्ड के प्रिंसिपल मजिस्ट्रेट और चाइल्ड वेलफेयर कमेटी के चेयरपर्सन को दे दी गई है, क्योंकि कुछ चीज़ें स्पीड अप हो जाए। उनको पता है कि इंस्टीट्यूशन में बच्चों का इशू आ रहा है, ताकि वो इशू कर सकें। तो ये कुछ प्रैक्टिस अभी चल रही है। आई होप कि हमारे जब भी बच्चे वहाँ से सीसीआई से अपने पैरों पे खड़े होकर बाहर निकलें, तो जो पहचान की चीज़ें हैं, उनका जो बर्थ है, आधार है, स्कूल में जब एडमिशन हो रहा है, बैंक अकाउंट है जो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है आज के टाइम में, अगर ज़रूरत है तो पासपोर्ट भी, ये थोड़ा सा हम लोगों को ध्यान देना होगा। बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ें हैं कि आगे उसको नई लाइफ शुरू करने के लिए। तो खैर बर्थ सर्टिफिकेट उसका हो गया, उसके बाद वापस वो गया अप्लाई करने के लिए। उसने फिर मुंबई में पासपोर्ट के लिए अप्लाई किया, पता चला आपका नेटिव वेस्ट बंगाल है, वहाँ जाइए। वेस्ट बंगाल में डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से लेकर उसने सीएम तक सब जगह अप्रोच किया, नहीं बना। फाइनली फिर वो वापस दिल्ली आया, दिल्ली से उसने किया अप्लाई, और उसके बाद उसमें भी हमें एमईए को लिखना पड़ा, कंसर्न पुलिस ऑफिसर्स को लिखना पड़ा जो इंक्वायरी पेंडिंग चल रही थी, और फाइनली थोड़ा 1-2 कॉल के बाद वो प्रोसेस भी हो गया और उसका फाइनली पासपोर्ट भी उसको रिसीव हुआ। तो अभी वो अपनी लाइफ को दोबारा से शुरू कर रहे हैं। मगर ये एक बच्चे ने स्ट्रगल किया तब जाके चीज़ें हुई, और ये बहुत सारे सैकड़ों बच्चों की कहानी है। तो अभी दिल्ली में कैंपेन चला है बर्थ रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए, जो भी बच्चों का नहीं हुआ है, होम में है, तो लगातार ये प्रोसेस किया जा रहा है। एक तो ये इशू था जो मुझे लग रहा था। दूसरा जो हमारे कुछ सेशन में आया, नेटवर्किंग। जिस तरह से सर ने पुणे का एग्जाम्पल दिया, जिस तरह से सर ने चेन्नई बुलाया, जिस तरह से हैदराबाद में हो रहा है, इस तरह से दिल्ली की कुछ ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस ने भी अपना ग्रुप बनाया है जो बच्चों को इश्यूज़ को साथ लेकर आ रहे हैं, और जो बच्चे 18+ हो गए हैं उनको भी उन्होंने साथ में जोड़ा है। वो खुद मोटिवेटर भी हैं और बाकी बच्चों को सपोर्ट भी कर रहे हैं। तो क्यों वो पुणे, मुंबई, हैदराबाद, चेन्नई और दिल्ली में अलग अलग क्यों हैं? वो नेशनल लेवल पर, इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे बच्चों का स्ट्रॉन्ग ग्रुप क्यों नहीं है? वो नेटवर्किंग हमारे पास वो क्यों नहीं है? हम छोटी छोटी वॉइस एक अलग अलग जोन में क्यों उठ रही है? वो एक साथ नेशनल लेवल पर क्यों नहीं आ रही हैं? तो वो मुझे लगता है कि उसके लिए भी थोड़ा सा वर्क करें। और एक स्ट्रॉन्ग वॉइस जब आएगी ना, एक्चुअली हम सब कहते हैं ना वॉइसलेस है हमारे बच्चे, वॉइस बनने का मौका तो हम सब लोगों को देना है उनको, तभी कुछ चीज़ें आगे हो पाएंगी। और जिस तरह से एक और डिस्कशन में मैंने सुना, जिस तरह से मुंबई में अभी था कि मल्टीपल लैंग्वेज के बच्चे वहाँ पहुँच रहे हैं, सेम सिचुएशन दिल्ली में भी है। मेट्रो सिटीज़ का अट्रैक्शन है और इतनी बड़ी बड़ी चीज़ें, सबके वहाँ पीएम बैठते हैं, मेट्रो है, कुतुब मीनार है, रेड फोर्ट है, और क्या क्या है ऐसी मुंबई में हीरो बनने के लिए। हैदराबाद, चेन्नई, लगातार बच्चे मूव कर रहे हैं। और हमारी बेंच से 90% रिस्टोरेशन या केस जो है वो अदर स्टेट से, नॉर्थ इंडिया से, खासतौर से दिल्ली टू हावड़ा रेलवे ट्रैक से आ रहे हैं। उस चीज़ को हम लंबे समय से देख और समझ रहे थे। रेलवे अथॉरिटीज़ की जो एसओपी मिनिस्ट्री और रेलवे की आई है, उसमें हम लगातार देख रहे थे कहाँ कहाँ क्या गैप आ रहे हैं। तो पिछले 2 साल से लगातार जीएम को, डीआरएम को, रेलवे बोर्ड को लगातार जहाँ भी हमको गैप दिखाई देता था हम लिख रहे थे। एक बच्ची जो 2 दिन का सफ़र आसाम टू दिल्ली राजधानी से करके, बिना टिकट, बिना खाना, बिना पानी के अकेले उसने किया। टीटी भी हैं उसमें और बाकी सिक्योरिटी फोर्स भी हैं, वहाँ क्लीनिंग स्टाफ भी है, पेंटी गार्ड भी है। किसी ने नहीं पूछा कि पानी पिया, खाना खाया, नहीं खाया। तो उसमें जब हमने जीएम वगैरह को सम्मन किया और पूछा, और बहुत सारे केसेस में लगातार 2 साल तक चीज़ें चलती रहीं। फिर वो एसओपी और बाकी सारी चीज़ों पर आया कि इम्प्लीमेंटेशन और गैप कहाँ हो रहा है। तो फिर वो प्रोसेस शुरू हुआ। उसका एक रिजल्ट है कि खुद रेलवे अथॉरिटीज़ आगे आई हैं। और नॉर्दर्न रेलवे ने अभी लास्ट वीक जो हमारे इस मंडे ख़त्म हुआ है, 7 डेज़ 24 आवर्स के एक स्टडी की, एक सर्वे किया, आउटरीच रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन, जिसको हमने ज्वाइंट किया। और पहली बार, जो 10 साल पहले रेलवे ने खुद मुझसे कहा था कि प्लेटफॉर्म पर एंट्री करना है तो प्लेटफॉर्म टिकट लेना होगा, हम कमर्शियल हैं, वहाँ बच्चों को रहने का, रुकने का, खाने का, काउंसलिंग का पूरा अरेंजमेंट रेलवे ने किया। रेलवे डायरेक्टर, जो स्टेशन डायरेक्टर नोडल बनाया, आरपीएफ जीआरपी के नोडल ऑफिसर, पूरी टीम, लगभग हमारी 3 ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, अजय तिवारी सर यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, उनकी पूरी टीम, साथी की टीम, प्रयास की टीम, चाइल्डलाइन की टीम, और अराउंड 100 के आसपास पुलिस ऑफिसर उन्होंने प्रोवाइड किए। और राउंड द क्लॉक एक एक चीज़ को उन्होंने बारीकी किया। फिर भी मुझे लगता है काफ़ी पार्ट छूट गया, जिसमें कुछ बच्चे नेपाल के, कुछ बांग्लादेश और आगे पार्ट के मिले। बहुत सारे इश्यूज वहाँ निकल कर आए हैं। इमीडिएटली उस टाइम रिजल्ट आया था। रिजल्ट के बाद काफ़ी बच्चे घर से निकले थे, और ऐसा नहीं लोअर उससे मिडिल क्लास के बच्चे, एक बच्चा जो दिल्ली के टॉप स्कूल से का था और उसके 90% मार्क्स आए थे, इतना फैमिली का प्रेशर था कि वो घर से 25,000 लिया और स्टेशन आ गया, ट्रेन पकड़ के कहीं जा रहा था। उसके पापा दिल्ली में एक पुलिस ऑफिसर्स हैं, फिर वो आए और प्रोसेस करके उनको लेकर गए। लगातार फेसबुक पे फ्रेंडशिप हुई, बच्ची ने देखा नहीं है, झारखंड से बच्ची चली और हरियाणा जा रही है, स्टेशन पे रास्ते में उसको रेस्क्यू किया, लगातार ये चीज़ें आ रही हैं और फिर बच्चे अनसेफ हैंड में जा रहे हैं। तो सिस्टम ऐसा नहीं है कि हमें होम पर काम नहीं करना है, मगर होम के साथ जो इश्यूज़ हैं सोसाइटी के, समाज के, उनको भी, और सिर्फ बच्चे को नहीं पूरी फैमिली को रिहैब करने की कोशिश करना है। जिस तरह से एक छोटा सा एग्जाम्पल मैं लास्टली देना चाहूँगा, जो स्ट्रीट चिल्ड्रन की SOP आई है, गवर्नमेंट NCPC और बाकी सारे लोग उसको कर रहे हैं, दिल्ली में कुछ अच्छा एग्जाम्पल लिया, और कुछ इम्प्लीमेंटेशन तब हो पाता है कि कोई ना कोई उसको लीडरशिप ले और तब चीज़ें आगे बढ़े। जैसे दिल्ली में स्टेट कमीशन और कुछ DM ने इनिशिएटिव लिया है, और वहाँ हम देख रहे हैं कि जहाँ पर एजुकेशन ऑफिसर, डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफिसर मीटिंग में कह रहे हैं, सभी डिपार्टमेंट्स को एक साथ बुलाया और वहाँ पर वो कह रहे हैं कि नहीं जी, अब सेशन का लास्ट चल रहा है, एडमिशन नहीं हो सकता। तो वहाँ डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट और वो कहते हैं कि ठीक है, इनका नोट करो, नोटिस निकालो, अगर 2 दिन में 60 बच्चों का एडमिशन नहीं हुआ तो नोटिस निकालो। तो इमीडिएटली 2 दिन के अंदर सैटरडे संडे आधार सेंटर और बाकी पूरा प्रोसेस हो रहा है, DM ऑफिस खुला हुआ है, SDM ड्यूटी पर लगे हुए हैं, जहाँ पर DCPO या फील्ड वर्क जाके घर नहीं मिल रहा है, वहाँ पर वो पुलिस और पटवारी को भेज रहे हैं कि 2 दिन के अंदर विजिट करके और लेकर आओ। स्पॉन्सरशिप मिलनी है तो अभी दो। अच्छा ठीक है, उन्होंने शादी कर ली है तो हमारा तो 6 महीने से नहीं गया है स्पॉन्सरशिप, जिस डेट तक शादी की है उस मंथ तक का तो आप दो। तो लीडरशिप बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, वो मोटिवेट होने चाहिए ऑफिसर कि ताकि ग्राउंड में चीज़ें हो सके और कुछ हो पाए। मतलब बहुत सारे एग्जाम्पल, बहुत सारी चीज़ें वहाँ हैं जो नए नई चीज़ें हुई हैं और पूरी फैमिली को सपोर्ट किया जा रहा है, उनके आधार से लेकर स्कूल तक, स्कॉलरशिप तक, और जो भी चीज़ें हो पा रही हैं, कोशिश है कि अपने अपने डिवीज़न में, अपने उसमें हम लोग कर सकें और फैमिली और बच्चों दोनों को सपोर्ट करें, ताकि इंस्टीट्यूशन नहीं है कि सब बच्चे इंस्टीट्यूशन में आए, फैमिली के साथ भी अगर सपोर्ट मिल सकता है और फैमिली केयर दे सकती है तो वो हमारी प्रायोरिटी है कि अभी हम वो दें। और जितने बच्चे हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशन में हैं, हम सब लोगों की रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है तो वो एक बेस्ट सिटीज़न बनकर बाहर निकलें तो शायद ज़्यादा बेहतर होगा। ऑलरेडी सबको पता है कि अभी जो बच्चा नेग्लेक्टेड फैमिली में, जो सर्वे में भी हमने देखा स्टेशन वाले में, कि हमारे पास 50% बच्चे ऐसे थे जिनके सिंगल पेरेंट्स थे, या मदर घर पर थी या फादर घर पर थे, सिंगल थे, फादर मुंबई, चेन्नई, सूरत, अहमदाबाद, लुधियाना कहीं बाहर काम कर रहे थे, और वो बच्चे सबसे ज़्यादा बाहर निकल कर आए। 80% बच्चे ऐसे थे जिनका एजुकेशन लेवल 8th क्लास से कम था। बहुत सारी फैक्ट फाइंडिंग निकल कर आई हैं, अभी इसकी रिपोर्ट जब हम लोग पब्लिश करेंगे तो काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें जो हम लोगों के लिए भी नहीं है कि क्या क्या चल रहा है और क्या क्या हो रहा है। इसीलिए स्टडी रिसर्च की बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है, नई पॉलिसी प्लानिंग के लिए कुछ लर्निंग और कुछ रिकमेंडेशन भी हम सेंट्रल, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट और रेलवे को इसके बाद दे रहे हैं। सभी संस्थाओं ने जितना आगे बढ़ के इसमें योगदान दिया है, मुझे लग रहा है वो जो कोऑर्डिनेशन और नेटवर्किंग है ना, वो पूरे देश में बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है, जिसको हम कर पाएँ। बहुत सारी बातें करने को हैं, बट अभी ये समय कम है, मुझे पता है लास्ट टाइम में हम बैठे हैं। मैं थैंक यू सो मच। कोई और सवाल होगा तो आई एम अवेलेबल और हम फिर डिस्कस कर सकते हैं। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, Varun ji, for emphasizing the need for network and expanding the work to the issues of larger society. And I thank all the panelists who have participated and for their brilliant suggestions and the open offers for academic and research collaboration that has come out of this panel. I hand over to Chandana.
Thank you, Padmaja. Thank you, everyone on the stage. And may I request you to kindly hold on for a minute till we give you a small token of our gratitude. Thank you very much. And friends, thank you so much for your indulgence. You all have been extremely patient. And we would just request you for a few minutes more. Our job will not be complete today after all these conversations that we've had, sharing of experiences that we've had, if we do not round it off with a charter of recommendations. Because finally, that's what we want to take this forward. What is it that we need to do? Where are we headed, and what should be our recommendations? So initially this was planned to be a panel, but I know we have strained you a lot through the day. So what we are going to do right now is request Anuradha to come and read out a few recommendations that we think should be followed up. And all of this has been collected through everything that we've done so far, including today. And then we hope that over the next few days, we will collect a lot more advice and recommendations from all of you, and then prepare a consolidated one. With this, I hand over the mic to Anuradha. What is our charter of demands or charter of recommendations?
Thank you, Chandra. I know all of you must be very tired by this time, but then in this national consultation, after so much of deliberations, definitely a lot of things are happening in our minds and hearts, and what is the takeaway from this thing? That's the one thing which we are also morning and was discussing. Some points we just listed out. Again, these are all the points are again whatever we heard from various dignitaries. Those things are all here. So we will just have a point. I'll read one point and my colleague and we together read this for you. We won't bore you much fastly. And then we will, if you all have any other ideas also, please share it. If you don't agree with that, please don't hesitate. And then if you agree, yes, little bit hands raising. Then anything else is there, we'll again document. And so many recommendations have come that we could not capture everything immediately. Our notes, we took up notes, many of our colleagues. So we'll come back to you again. Yeah. So the first point.
Yeah, friends. So there are around 10 recommendations. So first is the children should be recognized as a rights holder, not just like a subject or at the receiving end. So the demand or recommendation is children should be developed to claim their rights as rights holders. There should be guidelines that the child's agency is built towards understanding, demanding, and exercising the rights. The capacity of the duty bearers should be developed to understand the rights-based approach in care, protection, and development programs of state children. That is one.
This particular point is in tune with JJ Act and also UNCRC. And from today morning onwards, when we are saying it is the right of the child, so there is no, I'm sure there won't be any opposition for this point. But then generally it is all, we should not think we are giving. It's a child rights-based approach. The child has a right to get all these entitlements. So that's what we are again reiterating in that. Yeah. And I request Satya to join us here. Please join. So the first thing is it's a rights-based. Street child also has a right. Child living on the street situations also has a right. Definitely it's a rights-based to ask about their all this to have all the 4 rights: survival, protection, then development and participation. To clear all those things, that's the rights-based approach we are proposing. And when we see the child on the street, it is the responsibility of not only the state But civil society also should take acknowledge the child's thing, and then I request larger groups also to include this perspective in their rights statements, child rights statement also.
Yeah, the most,
And then we all know that the kind of child rights street children के लिए the budgets and all those things also worry in us. So those points will come later.
So next point is child participation. The whole theme of today's consultation is based on that only, child participation. So our demand or the recommendation is participation of children should be ensured at all levels, such as needs assessment, planning, management of child care programs, including the children's homes. Child participatory review and reflections should be institutionalized in the child care home.
Yeah, not only in the child care homes, we also say these days community care, family-based care, foster care, this kind of various care approaches also we are talking, and there also the child participation is important. So there also how do we bring SOPs on that aspect also. It's not only the children's care in the residential care or CCIs, but the other approaches also. So child participation at every level, that also we have to see. And definitely this care, residential care, non-negotiably this thing has to be happen. For that we request all and we also together join hands to scale up this idea or to make people exposed to the idea. I'm sure many people who are connected with the child with wholeheartedly, they definitely like this kind of participation of the child. So I request all the CWCs and SCPCRs especially take this idea. So shall we agree? Are we agreeing? Yes. Yeah,
Yes,
please.
big demand.
Yeah.
Next is data collection research. We have been, even in the government and the civil society level, we have been struggling for their authentic and realistic data on the state children. So our demand is participant children should be ensured at, data collection. The need of authentic data on the state children is always felt. Therefore, special measures should be taken to enumerate the children on the streets. CSO services should be taken in the survey and need assessment of the children. Even the children participants will be ensured in the survey and enumeration of the children, state children.
In 2011 survey, homeless communities are part of the thing, but then special note of the children is not there. And then that also it is not done with a professionally. That's what we understood after that. But then in the larger surveys of the country, census, this issue is not at all a matter so far, and that also commissions can look into that. And then at local level, data collection is easy. It's not that tough. I don't say it is easy, but we done 28,000 children by name. We could manage to handle it in this digital world. We can do that. It's not a problem. So we can do it. So all of us, let us also take this. How many children are there? It is static. It's not static. It's dynamic children number. So that means some frequency we have to look at it. Data is also once for all is not one thing. And this is the responsibility of the state only. Otherwise, if we do as a NGO, you done, nobody take it seriously. So government only has to do that. For that, shall we ask, shall we do this demand? Are we agreeing? Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, so last I will read
Yes.
this one. That's what I will read. So the another one is very, very important. We children in streets and even children in the homes already taken care of. Those are also facing this problem. So our demand or recommendation is that children in the street situations often face problem accessing basic entitlement documents such as identity documents, caste certificates, etc. Even the children living in the children's homes face the same problem. They should be supported proactively to obtain legal entity documents. Innovative solutions should be adopted to overcome the challenges. They are highly mobile and often lack of the means to keep physical entity documents safe without losing it, having it damaged or stolen. In some places, there are some mechanism and best practices which are helping the street children in accessing entity documents. This should be studied and implemented across.
Actually, that's what now Varun Patak ji, CWC chair from Delhi, already said, and many other speakers also mentioned today. The legal documents, ID documents are very important. Actually, that is a must for the children. Otherwise, the identity, the visibility is a question. Actually, we are not ready to see them, or are they not bringing their visibility documents? That's one thing. Devegaru, our SPCR member, also speaking in a. So, where is that lens? So, but anyhow, whatever lens we see, whatever look we see, identity document in this country is must to prove our nationality and the other accessibility. So let us also, shall we agree for this? In this context, actually in certain states, they have some systems, and many states there is no process. For example, in Telangana, we have 2 to 2% reservation. Then that time government also allowed to do this kind of things. Yeah, quickly we don't read fully. Reservations for orphans. Reservations for orphans. Correct. Correct. Iske saath reservations aspect. So we will now just we don't read it fully. Commitment to adequate resources wala. This is, we have taken this particular point from the CRC. That is the thing. There they have mentioned nicely, there should be flexible funding hona hai, child rights approach should be there, and also additional money has to be, government has to provide us.
Allocation for the state children.
Allocation.
And as per their core obligation of the government, at least they should ensure that much.
It is a immediate and minimum core obligation. Government can't say that they can't comply with the core obligation. So that's it, because number is higher. So this is one thing which we would like to, this is already, we will also share with you. This core obligation is the thing. And to develop a long-term program for comprehensive care, and government should increase their budget allocations. Right now, just for that, one information we from Delhi, they brought the research report. There they have already said that it is 0.04 is the child care budget, 0.4. So this is how long the number is increasing, but that is static in the last 3-4 years. So this thing we have to, from national scenario they get. So these things we have to, shall we agree, commitment to adequate resources? Yes. The capacity building point, I really want our colleague who is dedicated for this thing, for this whole program. I want Satya to talk about that point.
Yeah, this demand is about child protection committees being formed and trained and made functional to address abuse, such as all the 3 different kinds of abuse, and child protection system should be strengthened to prevent abuse as well. So additional in-depth training on child rights approach is required for professionals working with children in street situations. Basic specialized trainings, care, protection and education of children, and also on attitudinal and behavioral change to ensure social accountability. Social audits should be enforced in child care homes. Yeah, so this of course, as we all know, is a very, very important aspect of child care, because protection is really at the core of all the interventions that we do with the children. And we find that there is a lot of gap in understanding of how protection can be extended to children, how we can ensure it. The practical aspects to be understood by those who are actually implementing it, the frontline workers as well as those who are making the policies, at all levels, be it teachers, school teachers, policy makers, a whole lot of people, police, who have to deal with children on the street. So at various levels, protection is something that needs to be understood thoroughly and deeply by all those who are providing care at various levels.
So the capacity building part, various aspects are there. Shall we agree? Now we can list down and then prioritize इसके लिए. And the last 2-3 things only, we will just stop it here. Child-centric interventions, already all of you said, that is only be, then some
special measures.
some special measures also like justice, sports, culture, and then parents, supporting parents at times, because the parents are okay to do, but they do not have something. Minimum things also make their lives better. So those kind of things. Then last one we are saying civil society collaboration, and this we actually, whatever you all said, that we have included here. CSO collaborations should be ensured in all aspects of the development of children on the streets. Experience and expertise of CSOs should be availed in the areas of social mobilization, needs assessment, planning and implementation, those kind of things. And last, the provisions of collaboration, linkages and networking with CSOs have also been child rights and children in street situations under the general comments of JJ Act and JJ Act 2009 and 15. These things should be, collaboration things have to be recognized and encouraged, actually. That's what Act says. We are reiterating what was said in the Act. CSOs should be supported. Like how Sumitra said, now many organizations are actually not allowed to collaborate also. So those kind of things we have to really look at it, where unconsciously it is happening. People are not thinking that they are stopping collaborations. But then if you keep on questioning, people say, okay, let me do my own bit, only for 5 children I do. I don't go beyond 5 children or 10 children, maximum 20 children. But then number of children are more in that. So if we start having a collaborative effort, then only the scale we can do it. So in that context, and the public places, those are also we are suggesting from our Rainbow Homes program experience, collaborations of these 21 organizations and many more state governments, that is really giving us strength and high level of commitment and encouragement and motivation to move on from one phase to another phase. So this is the collaboration interest which we are talking about. Are we for this? Civil society collaborations. Yes. And then any other things which immediately if gets to your mind, those are our Urmila ma'am, Nandita ji, Varun ji, I'm just even Sailesh, Rishma ji, Shakil.
Any demand to be added?
National network, yeah. But then, we like how he already said. Okay, this national network part also should be encouraged by the state, that's what we say, but we as CSOs, we come forward to do that. Shakil. Okay, this is a good idea. When you say researchers and then support by government should be there. Otherwise, again, we should not say that we are wanted to undermine Indian government's activities and other things are more. That should not come. But then, with the government's with the states' support, we have to do this kind of studies. Pardon? Sure, correct.
we can take the collaboration of the institution, so that institution, when it's a government institution, then it a part of the, we can be that research can be done on that.
That's
Yeah.
what you are saying. Some research institutions nationally recognized. Correct. Okay, nationally yeah, there we go. Nationally renowned institutions to join hands for this research. That's what you are saying.
Yeah, I have some suggestion. Maybe if you all agree, there should be some coordination among the institutionalized children and non-institutionalized children, because that peer influence is always, it's a great impact. Children who have left from the home and they are living in the society, so they should have the good collaboration and coordination with the home institutional children and non-institutional. So they are learning whatever they are learning outside the home in the society. They come back and they become the resource children to the institutional children. Yeah, change makers.
Saying collaboration among residential care and non-residential care. Children in non-residential.
Those who have lived in the institution and left
Correct. Changes in aspects.
Reintegrated children.
Yeah. Yeah. This community-based, actually reintegrated children also should be supported, and children in these institutions can also be linked there. That's right. Very good idea, sir. I have noted down. Then national research by reputed institutions on these issues, and then maybe once did this data collection and all that also eventually we can do through their guideline के साथ. Thank you. And anybody else? Children, from children, any suggestion? Rishma ji.
उसका टिकट जो है वो फ्री देता है रेलवे डिपार्टमेंट. बाकी फैसिलिटी बाकी स्टेट्स में ऐसा है कि रेलवे डिपार्टमेंट जो है वो ये बच्चा जो रेस्टोर होता है या कहीं जाता है दूसरे उसमें उसका 3 टायर AC का टिकट फ्री देता है. प्लीज़ ये हमने जब मैं CWC मेंबर थी, हमारी बेंच ने एफर्ट किया था और रेलवे ने मतलब 4 साल 5 साल पहले रेलवे ने अग्री किया था और एक परफॉर्मा बना था. वो परफॉर्मा हम देते हैं रेलवे में जाके, वो जैसे ही देते हैं तो उस बच्चे का जो है वो किराया जो फ्री होता है वो 3 टायर AC. तो प्लीज़ आप भी एफर्ट करिएगा. बाकी जो स्टेट्स हैं तो रेलवे बड़ा, जैसे वरुण जी ने भी बोला है, बहुत कोऑपरेट करता है, वो बहुत कोऑपरेट करता है. तो आप दूसरे जो हैं स्टेट्स वो भी कर सकते हैं इसमें. परफॉर्मा मैं बोलूँगी, मैं बोलूँगी रज़िया या मैं बोलूँ, बिकॉज आई एम नो मोर CWC मेंबर, तो मैं आपको अवेलेबल करवा दूँगी. आप थोड़ा कोऑर्डिनेट करिए, राब्ता कायम करिए आप रेलवे एजेंसी से, तो वो कर देंगे. हाँ, थैंक यू. बोलना चाहिए प्लीज.
Rishma ji, what Varun ji is saying, this one thing first we start, when the demand is there, railway board should accept this kind of thing. Correct.
आज जो भी डिलीवरेशंस हुए उससे लगता है कि बहुत सी अच्छी चीज़ें बहुत जगह पे हो रही है, लेकिन दूसरों को पता नहीं चलता है. तो एक ऐसा कोई एफर्ट अगर वो स्टेट की तरफ से हो तो ज़्यादा अच्छा है कि ऐसा एक जगह आए. जैसे ये फॉर एग्जांपल ये हमारा जो ये है रेनबो साथी जो भाषा जी का है, तो इस तरह का एफर्ट नेशनल लेवल पे अगर स्टेट की तरफ से होता है तो वो ज़्यादा ऑथेंटिक भी होगा और ज़्यादा तो उसका सर्कुलेशन भी होगा. तो वो बहुत बढ़िया है.
encouraged. Children feel encouraged that we are listening their voices. So maybe we can think about magazines at city level or whatever level, residential care level. It should be must, so that at least the caregivers also understand the voice of the children is going out. Maybe that can become a participatory way of discussions. I don't use the word monitoring. Then they write only 1 or 2 children only may write limit. Though there are other inherent issues hoga, but the writing is always good. Maybe we can't stop the enthusiasm or any truth for so many days. So that's a good idea, I think. Shall we agree? Rainbow Sati Jaisa, magazines, children voices. From the this residential care to begin with, then non-residential maybe we can go. Then sharing of good and best practices, you said, through children magazines. Okay. Then anything else? Please, sir. Mike.
Ma'am, government of India should come with one provision. Provision is what is that? No, 135 section under section is 135 under section 135 of Companies New Companies Act 2013. So under that, that is 2% the profit of the company has to earmark for the development activities, CSR activities. Again, my point is here, again out of 2%, substantial amount should be earmarked or allocated for the development of orphan children. So that is my point, that can be added. Substantial percentage of total 2% of annual profit of any company.
Suggestion, sir. Actually, ये भी हम बार-बार जाके CSR लोगों को पूछते रहते हैं. But then
I just want to add कि this is possible at the state level. So far, given the condition, it's easy if we can put pressure on the state level for this kind of compliances and this kind of things. At least then we can start and we can think something will happen.
This is saying CSR Act is there, the 2% norm is there. Within the 2% should, beyond 2% also can go to children. We can ask at least 10% because all are also happy for the education and children care part. But then the idea, thought is good. We can start from the state governments and then we can move to the next level.
Yeah, ma'am. CSR पॉलिसीज़ जो है ना, CSR पॉलिसीज़ में चिल्ड्रंस फर्स्ट की पॉलिसी अपनाई जाए. जितने भी CSR कोई भी कंपनी कोई भी गवर्नमेंट करती हो, उसमें चाइल्ड फर्स्ट का अगर ये मिलेगा तो हमारा परसेंटेज हाई हो जाएगा. एक्चुअली क्या होता है, किसी भी CSR के लिए हम लोग जाते हैं तो सबसे फर्स्ट होता है हमने PMRY में दे दिया, हमने उसमें दे दिया, हमने उसमें दे दिया. लेकिन बच्चों के लिए वहाँ CSR के लिए कोई डिफाइंड पॉलिसी नहीं है. अगर जैसे CSR की पॉलिसी बनी है उसमें चाइल्ड फर्स्ट की अगर पॉलिसी बन जाए तो जितने भी CSR होंगे उसमें कुछ ना कुछ परसेंटेज बच्चों के लिए अलग से मिलेगा और फिर हम लोगों के लिए CSR आसान हो जाएगा.
Is that not linking with that same point? The CSR policy में any friends from young adults and children from various states, you have any point? Government ki what demand we can make, or what recommendation we can give, or what activity we can take it as an advocacy point. बच्चे, हम गवर्नमेंट को क्या पूछ सकते? क्या जी, आपको वोट हक नहीं है इसलिए बात नहीं कर रहे करके बोल रहे थे। बच्चों के लिए क्या कर सकते, ये बताइए।
इस प्रोसेस को हम लोग लागू कर सकते हैं, मतलब यस मैम।
अच्छा, यू मीन चाइल्ड पार्टिसिपेटरी रिव्यू रिफ्लेक्शन लागू करना है इन आधा, ये सब एग्री किया इसके बारे में, या स्पेसिफिकली लिखेंगे, आपका रिकमेंडेशन आया, वी विल राइट इट। और
हम लोग को जो हायर एजुकेशन है वो फ्री में मिलना चाहिए। नेक्स्ट जो 11-12 के बाद जो होगा वो फ्री में थोड़ा सा।
yes, higher education, people who are in the child care institution or others, free after care services you are saying, home बाहर जाने के बाद भी, यही है ना?
We can demand for the entitlements for orphans.
Huh?
Entitlements for orphan children.
Entitlement documents you mean?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that has come already. Aftercare support and allocation of budgets and free education, free higher education. Yeah, you are right. For many years we fought for RTI, आ गया। अभी हायर एजुकेशन के लिए भी हम फाइट शुरू करके करें तो आ जाएगा, आफ्टर सम टाइम ज़रूर करना है। सर,
Government of Telangana, Women and Child Welfare Department has made a provision that all the orphan children who have passed 10th standard, they should directly get the admission in Polytechnic without appearing any entrance test. So whoever it is across the state, just 10th पास हुआ तो बस हो गए, सीधा उनको पॉलिटेक्निक ट्रिपल आईटी में यहाँ तेलंगाना में एडमिशन हो रहा है उनका, और फ्री एजुकेशन, फ्री बोर्डिंग, लॉजिंग, एवरीथिंग till they complete their education, and after the education also they are making the this thing job provision also, till they are get the jobs also. You can stay in the aftercare services. Government of Telangana is providing that, all 10th passed across the state. Orphan children, no, in Telangana state.
नाइन्थ क्लास के बाद बच्चों का फीस बहुत ज़्यादा है, तो उसके लिए भी हम लोग ये करेंगे। 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, तो स्कूल में फ़ीस बहुत ज़्यादा है।
Yeah, actually one request is our partners and others, maybe CWC and then SCPCR soche, so you can find the right organizations to understand the existing policies at this moment, and then we can build on the next our asks also, how we can do that. Then we can, and academic institutions, if you take that kind of lead, asking, or preparing these formats and some studies, that will become a very helpful for us, because we are too engaged in caring the children, but then academic institutions, if you take, even students and others also will be helpful. Yeah. Okay, that's a great. So the suggestions. Excellent, excellent. Thank you. And at least our national consultation in Telangana will give us that mileage. Correct. Salute, sir, really. Okay, the suggestions we will share it with you. Okay, anything else or shall we? Yeah, Satya, Ambi.
Sanction more the residential bridge courses on Rainbow Home model, so to reach all the children who are out of school.
This kind of public places where this residential care sanctioning in big number, that will help reaching children more transparently and accountability. That's the thing. Ambig Matlad. Are we? Shall we agree? This kind actually UDRH scheme is there. That is not now happening much. Locations are not there. At least the vacant schools or vacant public places are given to the good NGOs, or again with the government supervision and with the CWCs and then education department, like how Rainbow Homes are running already happening. Like that, if we can spread that thing, in scale we can reach the children. That's what her suggestion. Shall we agree for that? Sir, you have any doubt? Shall we agree? Yes. Yes. Okay. More residential care homes in the public system. This is alag. Long-term CCI types. Now, whatever Rainbow Home model, government school, vacant space, girl will get the care and protection, and the school get the student, people, and then student get the education. So that's the model. Win-win. Sanction of more residential care spaces. Actually request Mumbai team for this kind of support, so furtherly. And we are ready to assist for piloting or modeling for one or two like. So then the scaling can be taken by government and other CSOs from Rainbow. I'm not writing it here, but I'm just telling. Sure. Shall we share later those exact names and all? We'll be in touch with you. So we'll study and come back with that. Yeah, win-win. Yeah, somebody was saying something? Yeah, in that way only we are now putting it. Both. Actually, only RSTC you are saying. Exactly.